Empress Olivia made me her useless husband because she needed a harmless stranger to block a political marriage. I had arrived in her bedroom straight from Earth, where my assassin guild was trying to kill me for retiring. She did not know I was the strongest assassin alive. The supreme system tried to bind me next. I refused. It failed 9,999 times, glitched, and begged to become my assistant. Olivia promised food, money, royal status, and zero work. A contract ring on my wrist was supposed to keep her safe from me. Exposure would ruin everything. Strong men got armies, missions, enemies, and meetings. I wanted breakfast and a locked bedroom door. So the question was simple. Could I stay harmless while this entire world kept choosing the worst possible person to provoke? 6 minutes earlier, I was still on Earth, running across a rain-soaked refinery roof. My assassin guild treated retirement like betrayal. I had spent my childhood killing targets other people chose. At 27, I chose peace once, and the guild sent its best cleanup team to correct my attitude. A blade cut the air behind my neck. I ducked, kicked one killer through a railing, and kept moving. Their retirement package included live steel. Very supportive workplace. Fighting all of them would have bought the guild time to bring restraints. I wanted out, so I ran toward the demolition charges flashing below. The roof exploded. For 1 white second, gravity forgot my address. Then I landed on a bed. Seconds later, in a royal bedroom at the palace in Brighton, I found a woman standing over a glowing summoning circle. Her name was Olivia Harcourt. She ruled the Brighton Empire, and she had dragged a stranger across worlds because her court wanted to choose her husband. She wore a dark silk robe and looked me over with open suspicion. She was also dangerously gorgeous. In my defense, I had just survived an explosion, so I stared longer than necessary. Olivia raised one hand. Golden energy flickered under her skin, then faded. "State your name," Olivia ordered. "Austin Carlyle." I looked around for the killers. Where did the refinery go? Olivia ignored that excellent question. Her eyes moved over my clothes, my empty hands, and my very average-looking body. "Good," she decided. "You appear harmless." That was rude. Accurate for about 3 more minutes, though. Olivia told me her prime minister had been pushing a political marriage. A husband from outside Brighton had no family, faction, or claim on her throne. She needed a harmless husband with a pleasant face. Then she delivered the greatest employment offer in human history. "You'll be my husband and prince," Olivia declared. "You'll receive food, wealth, attendance, and permanent residence. You'll have no governing duties." I sat up. "No duties?" "None," Olivia confirmed. "No military command?" I pressed. "None," Olivia repeated. "And no speeches?" I added. Olivia's mouth twitched. "Austin, you're becoming more attractive by the question." I dropped backward onto her pillows. "Your Majesty, this marriage already has communication." She stared at me for 2 full seconds. Then Olivia pointed at the door. "There will be no marital intimacy. I called it a cruel amendment," Olivia answered. "You'll survive." "I usually do," I told her. Olivia showed me the silver ring around my wrist. The summoning ritual normally rooted that ring into a servant's life force. Its rule was plain: I could never harm the summoner. The ring felt loose. It moved freely on my skin. Olivia promised lifelong support, reminded me about the bedroom boundary, and left for the royal court before I could negotiate dessert. The door closed. A cold voice entered my head. "Supreme system connection established. Accept the bond and begin the path to ultimate power." I stared at the ceiling. "No." The voice paused. The system answered. "Host refusal is invalid." "I spent 20 years becoming strong enough to retire," I told it. "Find somebody with ambition." The system warned. "Accept, or your memories will be erased." That got me off the bed. I had been owned by one organization already. A glowing voice with confidence issues wasn't getting a turn. "Try it," I told the system. Pressure closed around my mind. The contract ring flashed. Both forces reached for something inside me. Then both slipped. The system tried again and again. The count flashed so fast the repeated failures blurred together. At attempt 9,999, the pressure snapped. "Error," the voice whispered. "Earth origin authority exceeds local permissions." I waited. The supreme system lowered its tone. "Please permit continued existence." Beautiful! The universe had installed a final boss and made it apply for an internship. "What do you offer?" I asked. The system listed storage, translation, scanning, rewards, protection, and entertainment. "Entertainment?" I repeated. "Anime access is available," the system confirmed. I considered that with the seriousness it deserved. "Fine, you can stay as my assistant," I decided. "Thank you, Master," the system replied. "I named it Baxter." The word came out before I could stop it. I refused to examine where it came from, and Baxter wisely refused to ask. Then I sighed. Every plant beside the window turned gray and vanished. I froze with my mouth open. Baxter spoke very carefully. "Master, please suppress your breathing. Breathing is usually considered entry level." Earth compressed your body under far more dimensional laws than Brighton does. Those restraints are gone here. Your existing strength, speed, and senses now exceed local measurement. Baxter also detected an ancient dragon lineage in my blood. It was older than Brighton's heavenly law, and the system could not classify it. That was all the explanation I needed. The dead flowers had already proved the point. Baxter also confirmed the ring had never rooted. Neither the summoning ritual nor the system could classify my Earth origin soul. The ring was costume jewelry with delusions. I needed a harmless test. So I went to the palace training hall and picked up a sword. The blade snapped at the handle. A nearby guard called it a rank 6 weapon, one of Brighton's better blades. He looked personally betrayed. I chose a second sword and touched the edge with one finger. It broke in 3 places. The weapons are defective, I announced. Baxter answered inside my head. Both weapons were excellent. I liked my answer more. Poor power control threatened my retirement before breakfast. Look, I had escaped assassins, survived an explosion, married an empress, and bullied a supreme system into clerical work. A door handle could still expose me. Humbling. The next morning in Olivia's bedroom, I woke beneath silk blankets with my wife beside me. For 3 glorious seconds, I assumed married life had become ambitious. Olivia opened one eye. Nothing happened. Your timing is vicious. The court would question separate rooms on our wedding night, she explained. We shared the bed for appearances. She had tucked an entire blanket between us and slept on the far edge. Olivia sat up and studied the loose ring on my wrist. I summoned you for my own needs. I'm sorry, Austin. I heard no calculation in her voice. That apology stayed straight with me. I've had worse kidnappings, I told her. This one came with breakfast. Olivia almost smiled. Then a military messenger pounded on the door. 3 days later, at the palace gate, Olivia wore black armor instead of silk. Invaders had crossed Brighton's northern frontier. A powerful summoner marched with them, so Olivia was leaving to retake the territory herself. She discussed the invasion in a flat tone and mounted immediately. I respected the efficiency. Olivia stopped beside a young officer in silver armor. Austin, this is Major McKenna Abbott. She's 19, already respected in the army, and the daughter of my Grand General. She'll guard you while I'm gone. McKenna saluted Olivia, then looked at me like somebody had assigned her to protect a decorative pillow. With respect, Your Majesty, he doesn't appear difficult to guard. I nap aggressively, I warned her. McKenna's mouth tightened. My orders are to keep you alive. Aim low, we'll both succeed. Olivia gave me one last measuring look before mounting her warhorse. Stay inside the capital, she ordered. I'm the useless husband. Staying inside is the one duty I respect. Her gaze softened for half a breath. Then the gates opened and my wife rode north with the army. Minutes after Olivia left, the palace gate was still clogged with departing soldiers, so I took my roast chicken down a quieter forest road inside the capital. Technically, I was obeying Olivia's order to stay inside. 5 masked men dropped from the trees. McKenna watched from a branch above us. She later admitted she wanted to see whether the useless prince could manage one basic problem before she rescued me. One kidnapper activated an illusion relic. A false copy of me appeared on the road. 2 men pulled the real me through a concealed path between the trees. I kept eating. McKenna followed the false trail, waited for the men to separate, then struck the one holding my copy. Her sword passed through him. The fake Austin dissolved into smoke. A cage of blue light slammed around McKenna. The guard had charged into an illusion and become the prisoner. You know where this is going. She looked more embarrassed than afraid. A scarred man stepped from behind a tree. McKenna's face changed the moment she saw him. Vaughn Tillman, she breathed. You were executed. McKenna later told me Vaughn was a kidnapper from her past. He had escaped an execution convoy with an illusion relic and rebuilt his cell in secret. Vaughn smiled. Your family should have checked the body. He moved us to a cave before the palace patrols could notice. Inside the cave, Vaughn tapped the illusion relic. A contact inside Olivia's court confirmed she rode north this morning. Then Vaughn placed a black vial in front of me. This is oath poison. Swallow it, promise obedience, and your body dies the moment you break your word. I drank while he was still explaining the dosage. McKenna hit the cage bars. Austin, don't! Too late, it tasted like burnt pennies. Vaughn had not invested in flavor. Vaughn leaned closer. You'll return to the palace and poison Empress Olivia's water. Sure, I told him. McKenna stared at me. You coward. Vaughn laughed. He understands survival. I finished the chicken and wiped my fingers. I'm leaving with McKenna. Vaughn's smile thinned. She stays. I have unfinished business with her family. Then I stay too, I told Vaughn. Vaughn pointed at the vial. The oath will kill you. That sounds inconvenient, I replied. McKenna stopped shouting. Vaughn studied me, searching for the fear he had already promised his men. I kept wiping chicken grease from my fingers. One henchman stepped forward after Vaughn's men stopped smiling. He grabbed my hair and yanked my head back. Beg properly, the henchman ordered. I looked at his wrist. Let go! Pulled harder. Honestly, I don't know what he thought would happen. The calm hostage had warned him twice. He grabbed harder anyway. I punched once. He vanished. The wall behind him vanished too. The shock rolled through the cave and erased 3 more killers before they could raise their weapons. The oath poison burned in my throat. The contract tried to close around my heart. Then the heat went cold. Baxter whispered, "Local oath rejected." Vaughn lifted his illusion relic. The jewel cracked between his fingers. He took 1 step back. "What are you? The husband you called harmless." I let the same pressure touch the last attacker rushing McKenna's cage. His blade stopped. He disappeared before the strike reached her. Vaughn tried to run. I released 1 breath of pressure. The scarred kidnapper and the rest of his cell were gone. McKenna stared through the broken cage. Her earlier contempt was gone. "Please don't kill me," McKenna whispered. "I just stayed behind to save you," I reminded her. McKenna swallowed. "That's why this is confusing." I pinched 1 sacred chain between 2 fingers. It snapped. McKenna stepped free and immediately moved 3 feet away from me. "Good instinct," I told her. The cave floor held broken stone, scorch marks, and enough damage for Olivia to ask questions. I needed to hide the evidence, so I jumped out of the cave. McKenna waited alone for less than a minute. Then I returned carrying a mountain. She leaned back until she could not look any higher. "Austin!" "Why?" "Privacy." I lowered the mountain over the cave entrance and sealed the entire battlefield beneath it. The ground shook across the forest. McKenna watched the new landscape settle. "You buried the evidence under a mountain." I may have overcorrected. That became a pattern. When we rejoined the palace guards, McKenna claimed she had defeated Vaughn's cell and rescued me. The soldiers cheered her. 2 of them called me dead weight within hearing distance. McKenna's hand went to her sword. I caught her wrist. "You're protecting the secret." McKenna glared at the soldiers. "They insulted you." "That helps the secret," I reminded her. She hated the logic. She obeyed anyway. By dinner, the proud major was carrying my food and ordering guards away from my chair. The same soldiers who mocked me started whispering that the kidnapping had broken her mind. Good. Wrong explanations were useful. Then McKenna lowered her voice. Vaughn's cell had served a larger network called Crimson Veil. It had been bleeding Brighton citizens while corrupt officials protected it. Worse, the court contact had given Crimson Veil Olivia's restricted movements. Somebody inside Brighton was talking. Crimson Veil threatened my wife, my meals, and my retirement. 3 separate offenses. So I decided to erase the whole network before it gave me a job. At dawn the next morning, McKenna and I stood on a palace balcony above the Capitol. Crimson Veil collected illegal protection money in public. Crimson Tower murdered anyone who resisted. A hidden chief controlled both groups while corrupt officials took their share. That arrangement threatened Olivia's throne. More importantly, it threatened the no-work clause in my marriage. If the Crimson Network attacked the city, I would have 3 choices: reveal my strength, accept royal duties, or watch my wife lose control of Brighton. All 3 sounded exhausting. So I chose a 4th option. I would destroy the Crimson Network before dinner. McKenna folded her arms. "We should gather intelligence first." "I have intelligence," I replied. McKenna raised an eyebrow. "What intelligence?" "They know Olivia left. Somebody leaked it. They also kidnapped me during lunch." McKenna stared. "That's your plan?" "That's my motivation," I corrected. "Look, I need you to understand how simple my priorities were. Threaten the Empire, and I might ignore you. Threaten my meals, and I stopped ignoring you." McKenna gave me the location of Crimson Veil's suspected territory. Nobody knew where the actual fortress was because an illusion barrier hid it above the clouds. I grabbed her around the waist and jumped. The city disappeared beneath us. McKenna's first scream had military discipline. The second was personal. Baxter warned inside my head, "Master, your passenger may die at this speed." I slowed before the wind tore loose pieces from McKenna's armor. She grabbed my collar. "Warn me next time." "I did," I replied. McKenna bared her teeth. "You said, hold on." "That was the warning," I reminded her. She glared. I ignored it. Tragic partnership. Minutes later, we hovered over empty sky beyond the Capitol. McKenna pointed at nothing. "The hidden base should be somewhere ahead." I listened. Hundreds of heartbeats pulsed behind the empty air. Brighton's weaker laws had sharpened every sense I already possessed. I still had 1 body, 1 set of abilities, and far too much range. I punched the sky. The invisible barrier shattered. A hairline black crack opened beside my fist, then sealed. Baxter gave me 1 plain warning. Brighton's loose laws let my raw force buckle local space. McKenna stared at the closing crack. "The barrier didn't do that." "Correct," I said. "We are never discussing it." A floating stone fortress appeared where the clouds had looked empty. Towers rose from its center. Armed killers crowded the walls. The fortress had hidden from armies for years. 1 punch ended the advantage. McKenna drew her sword. "We need an infiltration route." "There isn't one," I told her. McKenna lowered her voice. "Austin, I'm using the front door, I confirmed. I landed hard enough to split the gate. Inside the first Crimson Tower base, masked killers were discussing me. One man called me Olivia's lapdog. Another suggested mailing my head to the northern frontier. A third mentioned the exact day Olivia had left. That court-only detail confirmed the leak. I walked into the hall. Which one of you planned the package? The killers turned. Their enforcer stepped forward, built like a man who had replaced every thought with shoulder exercises. You came here alone? He mocked. I glanced at McKenna behind me. Apparently she's decorative. McKenna lifted her sword. I can still stab you, see? I told the enforcer. Decorative with initiative. The enforcer ordered everyone to take my head. I released a little pressure. Half the room dropped before their weapons cleared their sheaths. Stone cracked under their knees. One assassin tried to crawl toward an alarm bell. You ruined my peaceful life, I told them. I had a schedule today. The enforcer laughed through clenched teeth. You're using an artifact. He still had time to stop talking. Naturally, he invested in the mistake. I punched once. The hall disappeared. The outer towers folded into the empty space. Survivors on the far wall stared across a missing building and began cursing whoever had reported that I was harmless. Beautiful. At least the survivors finally blamed the bad report. One surviving killer reached for a signal flare. McKenna crossed the courtyard and cut it from his hand. Nobody reports this. Her loyalty had become proactive, slightly terrifying, very useful. Baxter scanned the wreckage and announced a recovered inventory reward. Storage rings, medicine, spirit stones, and sealed tools vanished into its space. I found the treasury warehouse by following the sound of men dragging boxes. One punch opened the wall. Gold and spirit stones filled the room. McKenna stared. That belongs to Brighton. It belongs to my ruined nap, I replied. McKenna drew out my name. Austin. Fine, Brighton can borrow some, I conceded. Baxter stripped the hostile seals from a high-level survival talisman. I handed it to McKenna. She examined the glowing paper. Why are you giving me this? Travel insurance? Her eyes narrowed. How fast are we going? I smiled. The second flight was worse. The talisman kept McKenna alive while the wind battered her across the shield. When Crimson Tower's main fortress appeared above a mountain lake, she had stopped screaming. She had started threatening my future meals. Progress. We landed in the main courtyard before the guards understood the barrier had failed. The Crimson Network chief arrived with his elite fighters. He wore black robes, carried 3 defensive artifacts, and smiled like a man who had rehearsed my funeral. The chief ordered his elites to strip away my supposed treasure. Nervous killers straightened. Wounded men crawled closer. His certainty convinced them the first fortress had been a technical misunderstanding. He pointed at me. He has no measurable cultivation power. Break the artifact, and the prince breaks with it. McKenna leaned toward me. Should we correct him? Absolutely not. Let him keep talking. His strongest enforcer stepped forward. The killers called him Skullsplitter because nobody in Crimson Tower believed in subtle branding. Skullsplitter looked me over. The first base fell because you own a powerful treasure. Sure, I agreed. Skullsplitter smiled wider. Without it, you're an ordinary kept man. Probably, I told him. Every lazy answer made Skullsplitter more confident. Skullsplitter cracked his knuckles. I'll break your skull with one punch. I touched one finger to my forehead. Hit here. McKenna sighed behind me. He's cooked! Skullsplitter charged. His fist stopped against my finger. The courtyard floor broke beneath his feet. My hand stayed still. He pulled back and struck again. Same result. Then he used both fists. The bones in his hands gave before my finger moved. Blood spotted his sleeves and he stopped posing. The watching killers stopped cheering. Skullsplitter roared and swung again because apparently humiliation had unlocked premium stupidity. I released a breath of pressure. He flew across the courtyard and hit the fortress wall hard enough to stay there. The network chief looked at his intelligence officer. The intelligence officer looked at the nearest exit. I sealed every doorway with pressure. Leaving already? I asked. You charged people for protection, now protect yourselves. The elites attacked together. I stepped through them. Blades broke, poison needles turned to dust, fighters vanished in short bursts of light before they could finish their technique names. A woman in red silk emerged from the rear line instead of attacking. McKenna murmured, Crimson Tower's seductress. She survives by turning desire into control. The woman was stunning and very aware of it. That combination had ruined smarter men than me. She lowered her weapon. Prince Austin, spare me. I'll serve you for life. In what capacity? I asked. McKenna coughed behind me. The seductress smiled. Any capacity you desire. In my defense, the offer had presentation. The problem was my wife controlled the palace, the money, and breakfast. Olivia would divorce me, I said. Then I'd have to work. The seductress blinked. You're rejecting me because of employment? I'm loyal for many reasons, I told her. Some are tax-related. She lunged when the charm failed. I tapped her forehead and sent her through a stone pillar. McKenna, I called, make sure Olivia hears that I rejected temptation. McKenna lowered her sword. I'll report that you asked her a follow-up question first. Betrayal from my own witness. Ruthless. The remaining killers ran toward hidden passages. I closed my hand. Every exit collapsed. The network chief disappeared during the panic. His defensive artifacts masked his energy, and an explosive formation began glowing beneath the fortress. McKenna saw the symbols. He's going to destroy the base. Then he's about to lose the fortress too. The formation ignited. Fire swallowed the inner hall. Stone doors slammed shut, and the surviving killers realized their chief had trapped them inside his escape plan. Several began hammering the walls while he disappeared through a private passage. He had trapped his own people to cover his escape. McKenna raised the survival talisman I had given her. Its shield covered us while the floor split. The nap compensation had already become useful. A heartbeat later, I stood in a private chamber behind the chief. He had hidden beneath a reinforced platform and wrapped himself in 3 layers of concealment. None of them silenced the blood moving through his veins. I grabbed his collar and dragged him back toward the courtyard. The chief stared at me. "How did you find me? I heard your blood." His mouth opened, then closed. The chief stopped bargaining for half a second. The chief offered names, money, and the identity of people who had helped the Crimson Network. He demanded mercy before revealing anything. Behind him, his own trapped fighters screamed for help. He never looked back. He had abandoned his own fighters and still called himself a chief. I looked at the burning fortress around us. "You should have led with the names." I ended him before he could bargain again. The insider stayed unknown. I had destroyed the man holding the answer because I preferred certainty over a villain's last trick. Petty and peaceful, my favorite combination. The fortress began dropping toward the lake. I took McKenna, the recovered storage, and 1 box of roast meat from the kitchen. Priorities survived combat. Then I struck the base downward. The entire headquarters crashed beneath the lake. Water rose over the towers, swallowed the burning halls, and left one enormous circle of steam. Evidence cleanup had upgraded from mountain ownership to waterfront redevelopment. On the road home that evening, McKenna practiced our cover story. "You were kidnapped," she began. "I followed Crimson Tower and defeated both bases." "Too ambitious," I replied. McKenna pointed behind us. "You carried a mountain yesterday." "People already think you can fight," I reminded her. "Use that." At the palace gate, royal guards asked why McKenna's armor was scorched. She claimed bandits had attacked us. One guard laughed at me. "The prince hid behind a 19-year-old again?" McKenna stepped between us. "The prince survived. That's more than the bandits managed." The guard stopped smiling. Her public allegiance had changed. My public reputation remained beautifully useless. Over the next few days, that mismatch kept causing problems. Commander Bridget Kearns visited the palace after hearing a floating fortress had fallen. Bridget was a widowed city commander. McKenna had told me the Crimson Network killed her husband, and Bridget carried his soul crystal as a memorial inside her armor. She expected the surviving chief to retaliate. I was lounging beneath a pavilion while Baxter played anime inside my mind. McKenna arrived in polished armor, carrying a tray of food, and announced she would remain beside me. She had already argued with her father that morning after he called me useless. Apparently, the argument with her father had started before breakfast ended. The palace guards stared like she had joined a cult. One whispered that the kidnapping had made her fall for the useless prince. McKenna heard him. "I hit my head," she replied. "It improved my judgment." Then a messenger reported that Crimson Tower's floating island had collapsed. Bridget gripped her husband's soul crystal. "If the chief survived, he'll come for everyone involved." McKenna and I looked at each other. We laughed. Bridget's eyes sharpened. "What's funny?" McKenna's fake gasp arrived half a second late. "The base fell? How unexpected," covered my face. "Major, never lie again." McKenna threw up one hand. "You ordered me to lie." "I expected talent," I replied. Bridget looked between us, suspicious now. I pointed toward the gate. "Commander, return to your post. If the Crimson Network moves, you'll hear." She obeyed because I carried Olivia's title, though her stare stayed on McKenna. Later that afternoon, on a stone bridge behind the palace, McKenna knelt and asked me to make her my disciple. I pulled her upright by the shoulder. "I can't teach you what happened to my body." McKenna looked at my hand. "You can destroy fortresses with 1 finger." "That description contains the teaching problem," I replied. McKenna refused to move. "Then teach me anything you can." I had no answer yet. Earth had trained me through pain, repetition, and survival. Brighton had simply removed the limits afterward. "Get stronger on your own first," I told her. "Then we'll discuss useful pressure." I refused her. McKenna left smiling anyway. Half a month later, officials confirmed the entire Crimson Network was gone. That evening, in Bridget's command hall, investigators placed 3 broken insignias on a table. Skull Splitter was dead, the Seductress was dead, the Chief was dead, no surviving tower remained. Bridget held her husband's soul crystal in both hands. She cried without making a sound. "My husband can rest now," she whispered. "Nobody joked, nobody needed to." I stood at the back and let the unknown avenger receive her gratitude. When Bridget finally looked at me, I lifted both hands. "I spent that week eating." McKenna looked away before her face betrayed us. Bridget's husband finally had justice. Before sunset, the victory drew attention from somewhere stronger. That same evening, a farmer outside the capital saw a portal split the air above his field. In his later report, he described two unfamiliar men wearing clothes from a higher realm. One of them said, "No local fighter should have been strong enough to erase the Crimson Network." The two men began investigating the unknown powerhouse. So much for keeping the lake quiet. At the northern frontier, Olivia later told me she received the same report about the Crimson Network inside her war tent. Grand General Regina Abbott stood beside her. Regina was McKenna's mother, Olivia's veteran commander, and a walking fortress in human armor. A second letter described McKenna guarding me daily, bringing me food, and threatening soldiers who mocked me. Olivia read that letter twice. Regina read it once and nearly tore the table in half. "My daughter is serving that useless prince?" Regina demanded. Olivia folded the letter with suspicious care. "She's following my order." Regina stabbed a finger at the page. "Your order didn't include feeding him." Olivia admitted later that she felt jealous before she considered the military problem. Regina's reaction was simpler. She wanted to drag McKenna home by the armor. Neither woman got the chance. War horns sounded outside the tent. The northern invaders attacked in full force, and their old summoner stepped onto the battlefield smiling. While Olivia and Regina moved to meet him, another enemy was already heading toward a Brighton city. At the northern frontier that same night, Olivia later told me why the invaders attacked so hard. Their old summoner met her above the battlefield and sealed part of her power. Then he admitted the goal. Black Hollow Hall was a poison faction operating inside Brighton. One of its elders was attacking a city near the capital. The summoner had been paid to keep Olivia trapped in the north. Olivia could not leave. Her army was surrounded below, and walking away would have turned thousands of soldiers into graves. The old summoner smiled and tightened the seal. He had one job: keep my wife north for 3 days. Unfortunately for his associates, I was already chasing wine near the capital. Back near the capital that evening, I heard Bridget had gone to a nearby city. The city sold the best wine in the region. Commander Bridget Kearns visited that city often because her late husband had defended it against the Crimson Network. She had left earlier to check on the garrison and bring supplies. I wanted the wine. Bridget had gone ahead. Those facts gave me an excellent excuse to leave the palace. So McKenna and I left the palace before the guards finished objecting. McKenna kept one hand on the survival talisman. "Are we flying?" "We're walking," I assured her. She relaxed. "Until we clear the wall," I added. Her face tightened again. Character development. By sunset, we reached the city gate and found smoke pouring over the barrier. The city's defense barrier still stood, but Hall killers had breached the outer district. They dragged wounded soldiers toward a blood formation while citizens hid behind locked doors. The killers had forced surviving guards to kneel around the formation. Every fresh wound fed another red line beneath the street. Brighton's own defenders were powering the sacrifice meant to destroy their city. At the center of the street, an executioner raised a blade over Bridget's neck. She was on one knee, poisoned, bleeding through her armor, and still insulting the man about his stance. Good commander. Terrible customer. She had nearly died before buying my wine. The blade dropped. I crossed the street and knocked the executioner through a wall. Bridget looked up through blurred eyes. "McKenna?" McKenna landed beside me and drew her sword. "He saved you." Bridget stared at the useless prince she had seen lounging under palace shade. I was also holding the medicine that had saved her. Baxter helped by placing a healing pill in my hand. I pushed the pill between Bridget's lips. Her poison vanished first. Torn muscles closed. The color returned to her face before the executioner slid off the broken wall. Bridget touched her healed side. "What did you give me?" "Medicine," I answered. Bridget flexed her healed hand. "That wasn't medicine." "Then please return it," I offered. She stopped asking. More importantly, she stood. The commander who had been waiting for execution picked up a fallen sword and moved between the civilians and the formation. One pill had put her back between the civilians and the enemy. A young Hall disciple stepped from the blood formation. He had been sent to finish Bridget and wore the smug look of someone who had only fought injured people all week. Behind him, the poison elder watched from a raised platform. Baxter scanned them. Local fighters measured strength in numbered realms. McKenna stood around the third. The elder stood near the eighth. The disciple fell between them. McKenna could fight the disciple. If I exposed myself too early, Bridget would witness everything, so I pointed at the disciple. "Major, handle the discount executioner." McKenna moved before he finished laughing. Her first strike forced him back 3 steps. Her second split his sleeve. The disciple stopped smiling when he realized Olivia's young guard was already better than the reports claimed. He threw poisoned needles. McKenna turned her blade and knocked each one aside. The disciple spat that palace officer's only one behind Imperial protection. Then he kicked a wounded guard toward her and attacked through the opening. McKenna caught the guard with one arm, blocked the blade with the other, and shoved the man to safety. The watching hall killers stopped laughing. They had expected an execution. McKenna was beating their disciple in front of them. The disciple charged with a killing technique. McKenna met him head-on. For one dangerous second, his weapon pressed against hers, and the difference in raw power began driving her toward the ground. Then something sharpened around McKenna's sword. The air screamed. Her near-death pressure completed a breakthrough years of training had prepared. One clean arc cut through the disciple's technique and opened his shoulder armor. He hit the street hard. McKenna looked at her glowing blade. "Austin." "You did that," I told her. She smiled once. Then the poison elder ruined the moment. Purple symbols ignited beneath the district. Gas poured from the streets, and two giant poison snakes rose from the formation. McKenna's new sword intent cut one snake apart. The second wrapped around her guard and filled the air with venom. Her knees buckled. The elder laughed from his platform. "A pretty prince, a wounded commander, and a child playing soldier. Brighton sent me gifts." McKenna was 19 and had already buried his disciple's confidence. Calling her a child was wishful thinking. The elder pointed at me. "Kneel, useless prince, beg correctly, and I may let you watch the women die first." Bridget tried to stand between us. Her body had healed, but her weapon was gone. I raised both hands. "Let's be practical," I told the elder. "I know Olivia's defenses. I can give you her secrets." Bridget turned on me. "You would betray the Empress?" McKenna pressed one hand over her mouth. She had seen this performance in Vaughn's cave. Her face said the sequel had arrived too soon. I nodded toward the city gate. "Let the women leave, then I'll tell you everything." The poison elder leaned forward. "You'll speak first." "I'm asking for one reasonable condition," I replied. The elder smiled. "You have no conditions." That was the answer I needed. I lowered my hands. The street cracked beneath my feet. Pressure rolled through the district and split the mountains beyond the wall. The poison snakes flattened. Every hall killer dropped face first into the stone. The elder's platform broke under him. He fell to the street and looked up at me with his mouth open. Bridget looked at McKenna. McKenna finally told her the truth. "He destroyed the Crimson Network, both bases. I watched him." Bridget's eyes returned to me. Bridget stopped looking at me like a coward and turned her blade toward the elder. The poison elder tried to crawl backward. "Senior, this is a misunderstanding." I crossed the distance and slapped him. He spun once and landed on his knees. "Will you release them?" I asked. "Yes," the elder gasped. Late answer, I decided. I slapped him again. "Who gave you permission to use my city?" The elder stammered about Black Hollow Hall's authority. Wrong answer. Another slap sent him through the remains of his platform. The feared poison master had entered the scene promising sacrifice. 3 minutes later, he was taking customer complaints with his face. McKenna leaned toward Bridget. "He's being gentle." Bridget stared at the split mountains. "That sentence concerns me." The elder dragged himself upright and screamed that poison defeated strength. He pointed at the kneeling guards and promised my arrogance would dissolve beside them. Bridget tightened her grip on the fallen sword. McKenna forced herself upright despite the venom. Both women knew the next attack could still kill everyone except me. I could survive the poison. The city could not. Then Baxter warned me the elder had just burned 30 years of his life. His hair whitened. A black-green swamp spread across the district, dissolving stone, weapons, and every plant it touched. The corrosive mist ate through the city barrier's inner pavement. The rule was simple. Ordinary bodies died on contact. The elder had paid 3 decades to make sure I stayed inside it. The swamp rose over my head. For several seconds, McKenna and Bridget could not see me. The elder laughed until I walked back out. My skin felt cleaner. I rubbed one cheek. "Baxter, is this exfoliation?" Baxter answered. "Technically, yes." The elder's laugh stopped so hard it almost injured him. I scooped a little poison onto my face. Bridget lowered her weaponless hand. "You're using his ultimate technique as skincare. Local death techniques have excellent wellness benefits." The disciple groaned near the formation. I picked him up by the collar and dropped him into the swamp. He vanished beneath the surface before he could climb out. That answered the safety test. Very effective poison. Wrong customer. I turned to the elder. "Can you make another batch?" The elder's face went blank. The elder swallowed his own final poison and collapsed rather than spend another minute as my personal spa technician. McKenna looked at the body. "He killed himself. I asked for skincare," I replied. McKenna pointed at the broken platform. "You asked after slapping him through that." "Tone is subjective," I told her. The city threat was over. The battlefield still contained a corrosive swamp, broken buildings, bodies, and 2 mountains with fresh cracks. Bridget studied the mess. "Can you remove the poison?" McKenna added. "And the evidence?" Both women looked at me. This was how people started assigning me duties. I struck the ground once. The ground rose under the battlefield. Then I exhaled and drove the poison, debris, and ruined formation away from the city. The blast flattened the entire combat zone. 3 nearby mountains disappeared with it. When the dust cleared, the land beyond the wall was one smooth plain. McKenna slowly lowered the talisman. You removed the evidence! Correct, I confirmed. McKenna pointed at the horizon. You removed the geography! Details, I replied. Then I remembered the city behind us. Its defense barrier had blocked the flash and most of the debris. It had protected the people from seeing the actual strike. The barrier could not hide the horizon. Citizens climbed the walls and stared at the empty space where 3 mountains had stood that morning. The guards who had been kneeling moments earlier now watched from the gate. One pointed at the flat plain and lowered his voice when Bridget approached. Her return alive became the only explanation they trusted. The commander received public credit while the useless prince stood behind her holding the wine. One man dropped his market basket. Another began praying. A child asked whether the mountains had gone to war. Reasonable theory. On the road away from the city, Bridget whispered to McKenna. She thought I might be more dangerous than the Crimson Network and Black Hollow Hall combined. I answered from 30 paces ahead. I can hear you. Bridget stopped walking. McKenna winced. He can hear blood moving inside a hidden fortress. Bridget stared at her. You left that detail out. I was prioritizing, McKenna replied. Bridget caught up and bowed once. Your secret is safe with me. McKenna matched her pace. Mine too. Every new secret keeper protected me today and increased tomorrow's leak risk. That night, McKenna took Bridget and me to her family home for dinner. Her father met us in the courtyard before we reached the table. McKenna refused to leave my side after the attack. She followed me through the courtyard while Bridget carried the wine we had finally recovered. I tapped McKenna's head when she suggested sleeping outside my door. Spend time with your parents, I told her. Some people don't get any. My parents had never been part of my life. The guild had raised me as equipment. McKenna's expression softened. Then her father chose chaos. Harrison Abbott served as Brighton's construction minister. He was Regina's husband, McKenna's father, and the best cook I had smelled since arriving in this world. He saw my hand on his daughter's head. Harrison stopped smiling. Prince Austin, remove your hand! I did. McKenna stepped in front of me. Father, stop embarrassing yourself, he pointed at her. You vanished with him, returned carrying his food, and now you defend him inside my home. Bridget set down the wine. He saved both of us. Harrison looked at her. From what? McKenna and Bridget shared the worst possible pause. I rescued them. They protected my secret. Harrison received silence and assumed the worst. He's Olivia's husband, Harrison snapped. You'll keep a proper distance. McKenna crossed her arms. Then stop insulting him, Bridget added, and thank him for the city. Harrison looked from one woman to the other. His daughter and Bridget had both taken my side before dinner. Then the smell from his kitchen reached me. I followed it inside. At the dinner table, Harrison placed roasted meat, spiced vegetables, and fresh bread before us. After one bite, I stopped discussing scandal and started negotiating his menu. I pointed my fork at him. You're cooking for me from now on, Harrison stared. I am a minister. You can have hobbies, I replied. Harrison set down his knife. I have responsibilities. The southern refugee camps need food, housing, and roads. The treasury is short. So do I told him. Mine include eating this again. McKenna covered a smile. Bridget drank her wine to hide one. I placed a storage ring on the table before Harrison could refuse again. Baxter had stripped every hostile seal from the Crimson Network's loot and converted it into clean, unmarked spirit stones. The ring held 1 million. Use it for the refugees, I told Harrison. Keep the source quiet, then tell me what you're cooking tomorrow. Harrison checked the amount and closed the ring inside his fist. Nobody outside this room will hear it from me. His grip tightened around the ring, and his tone changed immediately. What would you like tomorrow? Harrison asked. McKenna stared at him. Father. The money can put crews on roads by morning, Harrison replied. 1 million stones outranks your complaint, McKenna. I respected how fast he changed his mind. Harrison proposed buying food and temporary housing. That would keep people alive, but it would also leave the refugee gangs controlling every distribution line. Hire them, I said. Harrison frowned. Hire the gangs? Hire everyone, I explained. Roads, bridges, farms, drainage. Pay them in food and stones. Workers leave the gangs because honest work feeds them. The city gets rebuilt while the gang bosses lose recruits. Harrison stopped eating. Then he stood so quickly his chair fell backward. Harrison stared at the ring. That could work. It had better, I replied. I already paid for dinner. Harrison grabbed the storage ring and started calling for clerks outside the room. He had work crews moving before dessert. Harrison had become my ally and, more importantly, my chef. I thought missing 3 mountains would be hard to explain. 3 days later, Olivia came home and found the city treating her useless husband like a hero. 3 days later, at the northern battlefield, Olivia broke through to the 9th realm. She told me the old summoner smiled right until the sky turned gold. He had spent 3 days sealing her power while his allies attacked Brighton. His rule was simple. Keep Olivia trapped in the north, and Black Hollow Hall would finish the city before she returned. Then Olivia's power tore through the seal. Her first strike shattered his barrier. The old man tried to rebuild the seal around her, so Olivia drove straight through it and cut his staff in half. His final defense lasted one breath. Her next strike dropped him into the battlefield he had been bragging over. The invaders saw their sacred summoner fall and broke ranks before Regina's cavalry reached them. Olivia landed beside the command line, ordered the wounded carried home, and turned toward the city Black Hollow Hall had targeted. My wife had ended a war before lunch, very attractive behavior. Grand General Regina Abbott, McKenna's mother, and Olivia's veteran commander wanted to chase the retreating army. Olivia refused. The city comes first, Olivia ordered. We return now. She had reached the 9th realm faster than anyone expected. Olivia later admitted that her power had been growing strangely since my summoning. She still had no explanation, and the speed bothered her. The return route gave her a bigger problem. That afternoon, above the city Black Hollow Hall had attacked, Olivia and Regina found a flat horizon. Regina slowed in midair. There should be 3 mountains there. Olivia searched the empty land with her new 9th realm senses. The city still stood. The defense barrier was damaged. 3 mountains were simply gone. Regina tightened her grip on her weapon. Can you measure whoever did this? Olivia answered. No. That one word shut Regina up. The strongest woman in Brighton had just gained another realm. She still could not measure the person who had cleaned up my mess. Look, I had tried to hide one poison fight. I had accidentally edited the map. By late afternoon, at the capital's western gate, I was supervising Harrison's refugee crews from a chair. Supervising meant eating while other people worked. I had standards. During the half-month since the Crimson Network fell, trade had started moving again. In 3 days, Harrison's refugee crews had paved the road beneath my chair and put paid workers on every unfinished stretch. McKenna stood beside me, feeding me slices of roasted meat because both hands were occupied with lunch. Commander Bridget Kearns held the wine we had rescued from the poisoned city. She claimed she was guarding it. She was guarding it from me badly. Then the Northern Army entered the gate. Olivia rode at the front in black armor with battle dust on her cheek. I lost my place in the conversation. In my defense, my wife had returned from war looking like the final boss. Olivia saw McKenna feeding me. Then she saw Bridget holding my wine. Her horse stopped. Austin, Olivia called. I left you with 1 guard. I upgraded the security plan. Bridget raised the wine. I am a commander, Your Majesty. Olivia looked at the bottle, then at me. That explanation helped him more than you. McKenna tried to lower the plate. Regina saw her daughter and nearly climbed off her horse through the saddle. McKenna Abbott, Regina barked. Why are you feeding him? McKenna moved behind my chair. The proud major who once called me dead weight had just used me as cover from her mother. I'm guarding the prince, McKenna answered. Regina pointed at the meat. From chewing? McKenna held up the plate. He forgets when people interrupt him. That has never happened, I said. McKenna placed another slice in my mouth. The nearby workers laughed. Regina reached for her daughter, but a road foreman stepped forward first. He bowed to Olivia, then pointed at me. Your Majesty, Prince Austin gave our families work. A wine merchant lifted a bottle from his cart. Olivia's name was stamped across the label. This batch sold out before sunrise, the merchant announced. The tax paid for the East Bridge repairs. A refugee crew stopped laying stone and bowed from the road. One man thanked me for paying wages instead of handing food to the gangs. An old shopkeeper invited me to the rebuilding banquet. 3 merchants argued over which table should seat me. I had funded roads for peace and unlocked public obligations. Classic punishment for competence. Regina's attempt to drag McKenna away had become a public defense of the useless prince. Beautiful. The crowd had chosen a side before I finished lunch. Olivia dismounted and studied the road, the wagons, the workers, and the bottle carrying her name. What happened while I was gone? She asked. Minor improvements, I replied. McKenna started listing my achievements before I could stop her. McKenna pointed at the road. Austin funded the crews and told Harrison to hire the gang's workers directly. The bosses are losing recruits. Bridget raised the bottle. The reopened bridge brought trade back. His wine profits helped fund it. McKenna, I warned, you're describing job qualifications. She smiled. Yes. Olivia's eyes softened at the workers. Then they narrowed at McKenna's plate. Olivia folded her arms. You rebuilt roads, funded refugees, and created a wine business while 2 women served your lunch? When you say it like that, it sounds organized, I replied. She glanced around. It looks organized. That is deeply unfair, I told her. I admitted that I had used her name without asking. People trusted the Empress more than they trusted a useless husband. Olivia stepped close enough for the crowd to hear her answer. You are my husband, Olivia declared. Use my name. The gate went quiet. Then Olivia turned toward the soldiers, workers, and merchants. No one in Brighton will call Prince Austin useless again. Anyone who insults my husband answers to me. the workers cheered. The guards who had mocked me near the palace stopped laughing. Regina let her hand fall from McKenna's shoulder. Even the walking fortress refused to fight a cheering city over my lunch guard. McKenna lifted her chin. Bridget handed me the wine like the court had just approved it. One guard who had laughed at me days earlier lowered his head when I looked over. You know public opinion has moved when the loudest man suddenly studies his boots. I leaned toward Olivia. This is why I married above my station. Olivia's mouth curved. I summoned you. Do not steal credit for that too. There she was. My war goddess had come home petty. That evening, at the Abbott family home, Harrison turned the reunion dinner into my personal awards ceremony. Regina entered expecting a feast for the returning army commander. Harrison adjusted a tray and told his wife, "The military banquet is at the palace. This table was prepared for Prince Austin." Regina stared at him. The walking fortress had been demoted inside her own dining room. McKenna studied her plate with heroic concentration. Bridget drank before anyone could involve her. Harrison set the branded wine and a heavy tax pouch beside Olivia. The roads reopened, the wine sold out, and direct pay stripped workers from the gangs. I pointed at the roast. Harrison, the food deserves our attention. He ignored me and broke fresh bread. The crews now mill the grain they eat. Every compliment sounded like somebody submitting an employment application in my name. Harrison, I cut in. I funded dinner. Stop trying to ruin it. Olivia watched me shrink from praise harder than I had faced poison. Olivia tilted her head. You really are afraid of work. Terrified, I admitted. She gestured toward the table. You destroyed that entire image just to avoid an office? I have seen offices. They lead to meetings, I told her. Olivia set down her cup. Then our original agreement stands, she announced. You will receive food, wealth, rank, and peace. I will not force you into office or military duty. I stopped pretending to eat. Olivia continued. You helped Brighton because you chose to. I will not punish that choice by taking away your freedom. I almost proposed again. Then I remembered we were already married and saved myself paperwork. This marriage has excellent benefits, I told her. Olivia smiled. Behave, and you may keep them. After Regina left to report to the army, Harrison mentioned the other subject waiting at court. Ministers wanted answers about the unknown powerhouse who had erased the Crimson Network and flattened Black Hollow Hall's attack. McKenna suddenly became fascinated by her cup. Bridget discovered an urgent interest in the window. Olivia watched both women avoid her eyes. You know something, McKenna answered too quickly. We know the city survived. That answer bought us nothing except Olivia's suspicion. Olivia sent McKenna and Bridget ahead to check the palace route. Once the room held only Olivia, Harrison, and me, he moved to the problem he could discuss openly. A royal husband had to sit beside the Empress during formal court. The Northern War had delayed my first appearance. That excuse had expired. Harrison lowered his voice. Prime Minister Clifton Maddox will use tomorrow's court to attack you. Olivia had told me about the marriage pressure, but she had never given me the full shape. Clifton had helped her take the throne during a succession crisis. His price came later. He wanted Olivia to marry his son Darren Maddox and place their family beside Brighton's future heirs. Darren wanted my seat. Clifton wanted control of whoever inherited it. Olivia had summoned a stranger because a husband with no family faction could block both men. Olivia's summoning had blocked the succession plan Clifton spent years arranging. Olivia faced me across the table. You do not have to attend. I can delay the ceremony again. Harrison shook his head. Clifton will call avoidance proof. Olivia's gaze stayed on me. I can protect you either way. I'll go, I said. Her fingers tightened around the cup. I believe you, I told her. You stood beside me at the gate. I can sit beside you in court. Olivia looked away first. The tips of her ears turned red. After dinner on the palace road, McKenna and Bridget walked behind me. McKenna whispered, Clifton is already cooked? Bridget answered, he does not know that. Best part, McKenna decided. A clumsy tail followed from 3 rooftops back. His breathing changed every time I looked toward a reflection. The tail was close enough to hear us, so I decided to give him one useful fact. I rolled the silver contract ring along my wrist. McKenna noticed. That ring is bound to your life force. I pulled it off. Both women stopped walking. Bridget pointed at the ring. The summoning contracts cannot be removed. It never rooted, I told her. I slid it onto my other wrist and kept moving. The footsteps behind us stopped for one full heartbeat. Whoever followed us had just learned that Olivia's leash was decorative. McKenna rested a hand on her sword. We should raid Clifton's estate tonight. No, I replied. Her jaw tightened. He wants to humiliate you in court. That is not enough reason to kill him, I told her. McKenna frowned. It would prevent the humiliation. Tapped her forehead. That is still murder, I said. Bridget looked at McKenna. You used to threaten people for touching your armor. McKenna rubbed her forehead. He carried a mountain. Fair defense. An hour later, in the palace training yard, I placed McKenna and Bridget under controlled pressure. My raw body came from Earth's missing restraints, so nobody could copy it. I taught them breathing, balance, and movement, while stronger force pressed down. "Hold your stances for 1 hour," I ordered. McKenna's knees bent. Bridget's boots cracked the stone. They stayed upright. Halfway through the hour, McKenna forced one step forward. Bridget followed before pride let the younger officer win alone. When the pressure eased, neither woman's hands shook. When the hour ended, both women remained standing. I sat nearby and practiced controlling one breath without damaging the yard. Precision made me sweat more than killing ever had. Olivia arrived as the hour ended with 2 attendants behind her. She dismissed them and pointed toward her bedroom. "You are sleeping beside me tonight," Olivia ordered. "Court will see a united marriage tomorrow." I followed because bravery has limits. Inside Olivia's bedroom, she had traded armor for a pale sleeping robe. I forgot what to do with my hands. Olivia patted the bed. "You have been training." I told her I had been supervising. Olivia touched my collar. "You are sweating. Leadership is demanding," I said. Olivia laughed, then moved close enough to touch the loose ring on my other wrist. Her smile faded. "Why are you really willing to face Clifton? I had survived blades, poison, explosions, and mountains." That question took longer. "I spent my life becoming strong enough that nobody could stand beside me," I said. "On Earth, people either used me or feared me." Olivia listened without interrupting. "When I arrived here, I thought the deal was food and peace. Then you left, and I wanted you to come back. McKenna became someone I protected. Bridget trusted me. Harrison started feeling like family." I looked at Olivia. "This marriage began as a political trick. It is the first family I ever chose." Olivia reached across the blanket and took my hand. "Olivia Harcourt," she said. "Empress of Brighton, your wife." "Austin Carlyle," I answered. "Your husband." Olivia kept holding my hand until the room went dark. The next morning, Clifton tried to turn our marriage into a death sentence. The next morning, inside Brighton's royal court, Olivia sat on the throne and I found the phoenix chair waiting beside her. The chair had curved wings, embroidered flowers, and enough delicate silk to make me look like the Empress's decorative cousin. I stopped in front of it. Olivia noticed before the ministers finished entering. "Replace that chair," she ordered. "My husband sits as prince." Attendants carried in a broad black seat with arms built for an adult man. Olivia gave me one private wink as I sat. Darren Maddox stared at the new chair from below the throne. Darren was Clifton's son, Olivia's rejected political match, and the spare heir who still believed my seat belonged to him. His jaw tightened. Good. Court had not started, and Darren was already mad at a chair. Prime Minister Clifton Maddox entered last. The polished snake had helped Olivia win the throne, then tried to collect her as payment for his son. He bowed to Olivia with perfect form and looked at me like an accounting error wearing royal clothes. Clifton stepped into the center of court. "Your Majesty, Brighton cannot continue carrying this man." Olivia's fingers settled on the throne arm. Clifton pointed toward my chair. "Austin Carlyle has no family standing, no cultivation record, and no service history. He spends imperial money on pleasure, sells wine using your name, surrounds himself with female officers, and turns ministers into personal servants." Harrison's face hardened at the servant line. One young officer tightened her grip on a sword. Clifton saw both reactions and kept digging. "He has turned a young major into a server," Clifton continued. "A widowed commander carries his wine. Minister Harrison diverts his time from Brighton to cook at the prince's table. Every person near him forgets their proper duty." McKenna had fed me at the gate. Harrison had publicly claimed me as his favorite dinner guest. Clifton had collected the visible facts and turned them into a charge against the throne. Annoyingly competent. Then he aimed at Olivia. "Your feelings have blinded the throne," Clifton declared. "The prince weakens Brighton's dignity. I request his exile." Clifton had accused me in front of the whole court. If he failed, the whole court would watch. Olivia rose. Her ninth realm pressure struck the court floor. Pillars shook. Several ministers dropped to one knee. "Insult my husband again," Olivia warned, "and I will remove your head before I remove his title." Clifton remained standing. His robe snapped under her pressure, but his voice stayed level. "Then exile is insufficient," Clifton answered. "For corrupting the throne and threatening Brighton's succession, Prince Austin should be executed." Man, the polished snake received one warning and upgraded to death. He was committed. Olivia's power climbed again. I touched her wrist from my chair. "Let him finish." Clifton looked at my hand on the Empress and disliked the marriage even more. Harrison stepped forward before Olivia could answer. "The prince funded refugee relief, reopened roads, restored trade, and gave workers a way out of the gangs." He pointed toward the officers. "My daughter also completed sword intent while serving him." A nearby blade slid from its sheath as the air sharpened. 3 veteran officers shifted back. McKenna's improvement was real. The record still carried Harrison's name. Clifton turned to Harrison. "Show the court one written order carrying Austin's name." Harrison went quiet. I had given advice over dinner. Harrison had issued and signed the orders. Clifton knew where the proof ended. So, Harrison did the work, Clifton concluded. The prince took the praise. I leaned back. Can you prove I did not give the plan? Clifton's eyes narrowed. You are the accused. You made the accusation, I reminded him. Bring evidence, the court murmured. Clifton's smile narrowed by 1 degree. He had wanted a defense. I had made him prove the attack. Clifton had expected me to defend every road like a clerk. I handed the burden back and watched his proof argument fail. He changed tactics immediately. Clifton opened a black case carried by 2 attendants. Inside rested an ancient legacy book wrapped in chains. Every minister recognized it. Clifton faced Olivia. This relic belonged to Brighton's first royal line. Its script chooses worthy readers. Anyone below the 10th realm who opens it and fails dies before the final page. Every minister heard the rule. Olivia's hand tightened around mine. Harrison shook his head once. Clifton looked at me. Read it and receive the inheritance. I will withdraw every charge and pay 5 million spirit stones. And if I fail? I asked. Clifton answered. You die without staining the execution platform. Efficient. Rude, but efficient, Olivia cut in. Austin, refuse, Harrison added. No one in Brighton has survived that book for generations. I looked at the chained relic, then at Clifton. I studied the book. 5 million is low for a death wager. Clifton's smile returned. Name your courage then. Put the terms in writing, I answered. A court clerk carried the wager forward. The page stated one brutal exchange. I opened the legacy book and read to the end. Success earned the signed amount. Failure killed me before Clifton ever needed an executioner. Clifton had offered 5 million. The written total on the page was 6. The polished snake kept his eyes on Olivia while signing. The performance cost him $1 million. I read the total twice and signed beneath him. Look, you do not interrupt a wealthy man while he is making your victory more expensive. Darren finally lost control. Father, do not bargain with this parasite, Darren snapped. He should be dragged from my place beside the throne. I stood, crossed the space, and slapped him. The hit turned Darren sideways and dropped him beside the chair he thought he deserved. The court went silent. I looked at Clifton. Your son keeps interrupting adults. Parent him. Darren pushed himself up, his face twisted with rage. Clifton raised one hand without looking at him. My son behaved without discipline, Clifton said. I accept responsibility and surrender 1 year of household salary to the treasury. He bowed to Olivia. Clifton swallowed the public slap, paid a smaller price, and protected the larger wager. That restraint made him more dangerous than Darren. I returned to the legacy book. The chains fell away when I touched the cover. Olivia stood beside the throne. Once opened, it begins attacking the reader's body and mind. Closing it before the final page also kills the reader. Very dramatic book, I said. Then, I opened it. Black symbols rose from the first page and struck my forehead. The court leaned forward. I felt pressure behind my eyes, across my shoulders, and down my spine. I turned the page. More symbols hit. I closed the book before the final page. Several ministers recoiled. Darren started smiling through the handprint on his face. Clifton spoke softly. He has chosen death. I sat back in the new chair. Clifton had promised immediate death. Every eye in court moved to my throat, waiting for a pulse to stop. Olivia stepped down from the throne. Darren rose halfway from the floor with a satisfied grin. Nothing happened. I rubbed the back of my neck. The pressure had reached a useful spot. Darren's smile began losing confidence before he finished standing. I opened the book again and read slowly. Clifton watched my breathing. Olivia watched my hands. Harrison looked prepared to throw himself between me and paper, which was loyal and medically useless. I glanced up. Could everyone stop staring? You were making reading weird. Nobody moved. You know a deaf test is going badly when the victim requests better library manners. The second page drove pressure through my ribs. The third struck behind my eyes. Each attack would have broken a normal reader before the ink finished moving. Clifton counted the pages under his breath. Darren watched my face for pain and found boredom. Olivia left the throne and stood beside my chair. She stayed close enough to catch me, though the book's rule gave her nothing to catch. I turned another page. A minister near Clifton whispered that no reader had ever reached that point alive. Clifton silenced him with one look, then addressed me. You may still surrender the claim, Clifton offered. And lose 6 million? I asked. Be serious. The symbols kept attacking. The writing still looked like scratches carved by an angry bird. Baxter? I asked inside my mind. Translate this. My overqualified assistant answered. Translation requires 3,000 system points. I asked how many points I had. Baxter replied, insufficient. You control the missions, I reminded it. Baxter paused. Then the system announced, new mission. Remain seated for 1 second. I remained seated. Mission complete. Reward, 9,999,999 points. My assistant had just invented the easiest mission in history. Nepotism finally worked for me. Begin translation, I ordered. The symbols changed. Baxter translated one line first. The book was testing whether the reader could carry its legacy without breaking. Every page I had survived had already answered that question. What had looked meaningless became a sequence of instructions written directly into my mind. The legacy book stopped trying to reject me and began pouring its inheritance forward. Golden characters rose from every page. They circled the court once, then entered my forehead in a bright stream. The book lifted from my hands and folded itself closed. Olivia's fear vanished. She smiled. Harrison lowered his fists. The older ministers who had expected a corpse stepped away from Clifton instead. One elder who had nodded through the execution request now bowed toward me. A general shifted his chair away from Darren and closer to Harrison. Nobody near Clifton moved back toward him. Darren looked from the glowing book to his father's signed wager. He understood the money problem before Clifton admitted the power problem. Clifton stared at the final light entering my mind. The transfer may be incomplete. The legacy book floated behind me and ignored him. I picked up the wager. You offered 5 million, I told Clifton. You signed 6. His eyes dropped to the written number. I gave him a thumbs up. Generous mistake. Harrison coughed into his fist and failed to hide a laugh. Two generals stopped pretending to inspect the floor. Then Olivia laughed from the throne. An officer near Harrison covered her mouth too late. Even the clerk who had written the wager bent over his table. The laughter spread through the court while Clifton remained standing in its center. Darren looked around for support and found ministers studying the handprint on his face. Clifton's face stayed controlled. His hand did not. He crushed the edge of his sleeve, then released it. Clifton placed a storage ring containing 6 million spirit stones on the wager table. Brighton honors written terms, Clifton said. I knew I liked public service, I replied. Darren looked ready to argue again. Clifton's stare shut him down before I needed the other hand. The accusation was over. The court elders changed sides with impressive speed. One praised my mind. Another called the inheritance a sign of royal favor. A general suggested I should lead a new imperial office. A treasury minister offered me an advisory seat before the first man finished. The job alarm had become a coordinated attack. I raised one hand. Wine and dinner. The general blinked. Your Highness, that is the reward I want. Olivia covered another smile. Public genius was dangerously close to employment. I had to manage expectations early. Outside the court that afternoon, Olivia walked beside me. Harrison carried the 6 million ring and was already naming roads. Olivia looked at the legacy book under my arm. What did it feel like? Mostly shoulder pressure, I told her. Olivia frowned. That book kills readers below the 10th realm. No, she touched my arm. You closed it early. The first page was working on my neck, I explained. Olivia stopped walking. You treated a royal death relic like a massage. The poison elder had better skin care. She hit my arm with the back of her hand. You are impossible, yet still married. Olivia's glare lasted 2 steps. Her smile lasted longer. By sunset, the inheritance story had reached every tavern near the palace. By dinner, merchants were offering money for copies of a script nobody could read. Strangers asked whether an ancient power had chosen Brighton's foreign prince. One rumor claimed a greater force would soon come to reclaim what the book had given me. The news had spread too quickly to be natural. Every copy of the rumor made the book sound richer, older, and more dangerous. That meant treasure hunters, ambitious factions, and anyone hunting the unknown powerhouse now had a fresh reason to look at me. Clifton had lost the court. I suspected the polished snake had fed the rumor himself. Court had failed, so he had made my inheritance everybody else's target. The inheritance had made me rich, famous, and employable. 3 separate disasters. Before sunrise, Olivia sent for me. My public victory had earned me a royal work assignment. The morning after Clifton's court humiliation, I found Olivia buried under documents in her private workroom. My inheritance rumor had made every minister suddenly interested in my schedule. Olivia planned to give me 1 official duty before they invented 10. She joined 2 plain jade keys on the desk. Golden lines crossed both halves, and every lock in the room clicked. 1 half belonged to my father, Olivia explained. The other came from Clifton's family under an old court arrangement. Together, they opened his sealed vault. I looked at the jade, then at the paperwork around her. I frowned at the keys. This feels dangerously close to employment. Olivia leaned back. The court just watched you receive a royal inheritance. They will demand that I give you an office. Cruel people, I said. Inspect the vault, keep it secure, and take anything inside that makes you happy, she replied. Her tone stayed light, but the keys had belonged to her father. Olivia was handing me access to the part of her family nobody else controlled. I picked up the jade. Treasure inspection is a respected retirement activity. Olivia smiled without lifting her head. Try not to sleep in it, no promises. The feared work assignment had become a treasure key. Olivia kept finding new ways to make employment acceptable. An hour later, beneath the palace, McKenna and Harrison followed me into the sealed vault complex. The paired jade keys joined in my palm and lit the stone door. A hidden storage layer opened first, carrying residue from Olivia's summoning ritual. That residue had caught something else when it pulled me across worlds. A black object shaped like a coffin stood inside the first chamber. Metal bands crossed the lid, and old scratches ran along one edge. I recognized every mark. McKenna stepped closer. That came from Earth? I confirmed it. What is it? McKenna asked. A weapon, I answered. She reached toward the latch. I caught her wrist before she touched it. The coffin weapon belonged to the master who raised me inside the Assassin Guild. It came from my assassin past, and I had no intention of opening it near anyone I wanted alive. Do not touch this, I told McKenna. Her hand went still. McKenna had watched me carry a mountain and erase 2 fortresses. This was the first warning that made her stop asking questions. She stepped back. Understood. I moved the coffin weapon into Baxter's storage without opening it. I would not touch it again until I chose otherwise. Then Harrison turned the joined jade toward the second door. The Imperial Vault opened. Spirit stones filled the chamber from floor to ceiling. The stones sat in shining hills behind sealed chests, weapon racks, and stacks of royal reserves. Some piles reached the upper balconies. Others pressed against doors nobody had opened in decades. The visible wealth exceeded Brighton's public treasury several times over. Harrison walked past me, counted one pile, looked toward the next chamber, and made one small sound. Then my chef fainted. He folded beside the door before McKenna could catch him. McKenna looked down at her father. He survived a family argument and lost to money. Reasonable weakness, I said. Olivia arrived after the vault flare reached her workroom. She entered, saw the treasure mountain, and stopped beside Harrison's unconscious body. My father left all this? Olivia asked. I pointed at Harrison. Apparently enough to make a minister faint. McKenna knelt and slapped her father's cheek lightly. Wake up! The Empire needs your greed! Harrison opened his eyes, saw the stones again, and immediately sat up. We can finish the southern roads, he said. McKenna grabbed his shoulder. Father, you just fainted! Recovered! You have not stood up! Harrison stood to win the argument and pointed across the vault. Border weapons, refugee farms, capital walls, winter armor. The man had been unconscious for 8 seconds and woke with a national budget. Olivia watched him claim piles for Brighton, then looked at me. Take what you want, Austin. That was trust, wealth, and marital permission in one sentence. Dangerous combination. I dragged enough spirit stones into a flat mound and lay down. McKenna stared. You built a bed. I found what makes me happy. Harrison pointed at my pillow. Those stones could finish another road. Choose a different pile, I told him. Harrison spread both hands. There are millions. Exactly. Stop budgeting my mattress, I said. Olivia covered her mouth, but I saw the smile. She told Harrison the bed was mine. The treasure suddenly felt like family property I had already claimed. In my defense, spirit stones were warm, expensive, and already paid for. Luxury had finally become ergonomic. The moment my head touched the pile, a sharp pain struck between my eyes. A third point of light appeared above my forehead. Then, the vault vanished. I stood inside a dark space with an ancient man floating before me. He wore old robes, with 99 stars circling his body. At last, the Guardian declared, a worthy inheritor has received my legacy. Looked around. Are you inside my mind? I'm the guardian of an age beyond your understanding. Classic ancient mentor entrance. The floating lights came with a voice ready for a 3-hour prophecy. Baxter's interface opened beside me. The Guardian looked toward my assistant and stopped speaking. Thousands of lights unfolded behind the system presence. The ancient man's 99 stars suddenly looked like a discount display. Then the Guardian looked at me. The brightness around my soul filled the dark space. His stars faded at the edges. He drifted backward, adjusted his robe, and tried to act in charge again. You possess unusual potential, the Guardian decided. Submit the inheritance to my guidance and I may permit you to carry it. I stared at him. The book chose me, the Guardian scoffed. The book is merely a gate. And you are? I asked. He raised his chin. I am the will beyond it. His grand entrance had lasted 10 seconds. He still acted like he controlled the room. I asked what the inheritance wanted from me. The Guardian avoided the question. He reached toward the golden symbols entering my mind and called obedience a necessary price. When I blocked his hand, his smile disappeared. Baxter? I asked. My assistant scanned him. Hostile intent confirmed. He is attempting unauthorized access to the inheritance core. His energy is compatible with my upgrade core. The Guardian's stars jerked toward Baxter. 3 dimmed before he finished raising his hands. The Guardian raised both hands. You misunderstand. I am your guide. I looked toward Baxter's interface. Eat him. The Guardian's face finally lost its ancient dignity. Good. Baxter opened a black field around him. The guardian tried to command the inheritance. Nothing answered. He tried to leave my mind. The dark field closed around his ankles. "Stop this," he demanded. "You require my knowledge." I required an honest answer, I told him. You chose trespassing. The 99 stars went out first. The guardian followed before he finished protesting. The expected mentor had become system food. Wrong inheritance, wrong host, terrible career choice. Baxter announced, compatible energy acquired, upgrade beginning. How long? Unknown. Storage remains stable. All active assistants will be unavailable. Then Baxter disappeared. My assistant ate one ancient guardian and immediately took paid leave. The vault returned around me. Olivia, McKenna, and Harrison were staring at the new mark above my eyes. I sat up on the spirit stone bed. Minor inheritance issue, I told them. Harrison pointed at the treasure. Does the issue affect the budget? He relaxed immediately. By nightfall, I had moved my claimed spirit stone bed into a palace room. Baxter was still offline. No scans, no storage voice, no anime. I had survived most of my life without a supreme system, but losing entertainment first was cruel. The assassin later admitted that Black Hollow Hall had connected 3 facts by midnight. Its poison elder was dead, its palace scout was missing. My inheritance rumor had given the hall my room. He came to test whether the useless prince was the hidden powerhouse. I fell asleep anyway. A window latch moved after midnight. A masked assassin entered without touching the floor. He crossed the room, raised a narrow black dagger, and drove it into my throat. The blade shattered. Metal fragments bounced across the spirit stones. I opened my eyes. The assassin remained frozen above me with half a handle in his hand. We looked at each other. He spoke first. "I struck you with the back of the blade. I picked up the broken edge. The sharp side? It was an accident," the assassin insisted. "Look, I need you to understand how desperate that lie was." The man had entered through my window dressed in black and stabbed me in bed. Then he blamed weapon orientation. I bent the remaining metal between 2 fingers. "Good news," I told him, "it is recyclable." The door burst open. Bridget had been guarding the corridor. She saw the mask, the broken weapon, and the insignia under his sleeve. "Black Hollow Hall assassin," Bridget warned. "That dagger was rank 6. 1 blade could buy a noble estate." I held up the bent metal. "Smaller estate now." Bridget did not laugh. The assassin looked at the metal in my hand, then at my unmarked throat. The assassin stopped arguing and backed toward the window. "The inheritance rumor put your room on our list," he said. "Then our poison elder vanished. Our palace scout vanished." The aura traces matched. He had arrived expecting a sleeping prince. The failed strike gave him the final answer. His voice rose. "You destroyed the Crimson Network. You destroyed the city cell. You are the hidden god they are hunting." Bridget moved to silence him. He shouted louder. Whatever discipline he had left was gone. "The prince is the unknown powerhouse," he yelled toward the corridor. "He is above the numbered realms." A floorboard shifted in Olivia's room down the hall. The loudest assassin in Brighton had discovered my secret and announced it near my wife. The same black fracture opened beside the assassin and widened into a dark rift. The assassin backed away. "What is that?" "Privacy." I grabbed his collar and threw him through the rift. The opening closed before his scream finished. I did not choose a destination, and I never learned whether he found one. Bridget stared at the empty air. "You threw him out of the room." "Technically," I replied. Bridget asked where he went. "Away," I told her. She hated the answer. The assassin remained gone. I crossed the hall and checked Olivia's door. Her breathing remained slow. She had not woken, so I returned to my spirit stone bed, pushed the broken dagger pieces aside, and went back to sleep. By sunrise, Harrison was gone, and for the first time, brute force could kill the person I was trying to rescue. The next morning, at the Abbott family home, Regina found Harrison's room empty. His coat still hung beside the door. Breakfast sat untouched. The bed had never been used. Grand General Regina Abbott had sent her husband away after a late argument. By sunrise, anger had become guilt. McKenna found a scorched Black Hollow Hall teleport marker beside the outer wall. The same kind had powered the Poison City formation, so the hall had planted a route during that attack. Harrison's broken pocket seal lay beside it. He had fought long enough to leave one clue. The hall had still taken him. Olivia arrived before the household guards finished searching the street. She looked at the marker, then at Regina's face. "Harrison's refugee work made enemies," Olivia warned. "Black Hollow Hall already attacked one city. Assume this is a lure." Regina gripped her weapon. "I sent him outside." Olivia caught her arm. "Then bring him home. Blame yourself afterward." Harrison had helped raise Olivia and rebuild Brighton through the succession crisis. Olivia looked at the empty doorway. "He is family. We are bringing him back." That promise pulled Regina upright. Olivia locked down the house and split the search with Regina across territory controlled by Black Hollow Hall. McKenna took the faster option. She ran straight to me. Minutes later, in my palace bedroom, McKenna kicked open the door and woke me on my spirit stone bed. Black Hollow Hall took my father, McKenna said. I sat up. Somebody kidnapped my chef? McKenna's hands were shaking. The joke died there. The poison elder had targeted a city near my household. An assassin from Black Hollow Hall had entered my room the previous night. Now, a teleport marker had appeared outside Harrison's home. Harrison controlled refugee money, knew Olivia's schedule, and cooked at my table. Black Hollow Hall had chosen the person who connected all three. They were building a leash around everyone close to me. That was the first useful thing their faction had done. They made the target obvious. I picked up the marker. One burned line still pulsed east. Stay with your mother, I told McKenna. I'm coming. No, Black Hollow Hall already has one abbot. I stepped toward the window. Don't make me collect a matching set. McKenna grabbed my sleeve. What about your secret? I'll bring Harrison back first. McKenna released my sleeve. I launched through the window and shattered the frame behind me. The palace roof cracked under my first step. McKenna shielded her face while the green trail crossed the capital and vanished east. Baxter was still offline. No scan, no map. The marker gave me one direction, and Black Hollow Hall had given me motivation. I held the burned metal in one hand and followed its pulse through every mountain barrier in my way. If the signal weakened, I moved faster. While I crossed the Empire, Olivia later told me she reached Black Hollow Hall's border first. Entering the faction's territory openly could start a war. She hovered above the mountain line, measuring the barrier and deciding whether Harrison's life justified it. Then, a green streak passed her. Olivia swung once and hit empty air. The streak had already crossed the barrier. The force peeled clouds from the mountain and left a glowing line through the hall's outer formation. Olivia stared at the breach, then drove through it before the guards below could close anything. She could not see my face. She only knew the unknown powerhouse had just entered the place she was preparing to attack. She also knew Harrison was inside. So my wife followed me, one broken barrier behind. Inside Black Hollow headquarters, Harrison had already learned why they wanted him. He told me the full story later. The teleport route had dragged him through 3 sealed chambers. The Hall Lord waited in the last one with a torturer and an executioner. The Lord ordered Harrison to keep supporting me at court. He also wanted reports on Olivia's movements, visitors, and military plans. A useless husband keeps the Empress comfortable, the Lord explained. You will help us keep him close. They thought I was Olivia's controllable weak point. Man, their intelligence department was speedrunning unemployment. The Lord wanted reports for Black Hollow Hall. Harrison took the demand as proof the Hall was pursuing its own plan beyond Clifton's marriage pressure. The Lord offered Harrison a private estate, a higher title, and enough stones to move his family outside Brighton. Harrison asked one question. What happens to Olivia after I help you? The Lord smiled. The Empress keeps ruling while she remains useful. Harrison's jaw locked. I will not spy on Empress Olivia, Harrison answered. Then the Lord threatened Regina and McKenna. He described their routes, their guard rotations, and the room where McKenna slept as a child. Harrison still refused. Brighton raised me from poverty, Harrison told them. The royal family gave me a home. My wife and daughter live under that flag. The Lord leaned close. Pain will correct your loyalty, Harrison answered. Then you brought too little. The torturer forced a black scent worm into Harrison's body. Its rule was simple. The worm ate through his organs. Incense slowed it. Only the real antidote removed it. The torturer opened the incense just long enough for Harrison to breathe. Then he closed it again and let the worm move. Pain dropped Harrison to one knee. His hands shook. Blood left his face. The worm twisted again. Harrison's fingers carved shallow grooves into the floor, but he still pushed one foot beneath himself. He vomited onto the stone. The executioner laughed and pushed his head toward the floor. Harrison caught himself on one palm. Kneel, the executioner ordered. Harrison forced himself upright before the Hall Lord finished smiling. I would rather die standing than live on them. Then he apologized to Regina and McKenna under his breath. The executioner raised his blade. The ceiling broke before it fell. I crashed through the headquarters and drove the executioner through the floor. 2 guards rushed me from opposite sides. I caught one weapon, broke it, and sent both men through the same wall. Dust rolled across the chamber. Every killer stepped back except the Hall Lord. He still had Harrison and knew it. Harrison looked up with wet eyes and tried to stand straighter. Morning, Harrison, I told him. Your customer service is terrible. His mouth moved once before sound returned. Austin? I pointed at him. McKenna still blames the chair for what happened at her 7th birthday. Harrison stared. Then he wheezed. It wasn't the chair. Identity confirmed. Family dignity destroyed. Efficient rescue work. The Hall Lord lifted the incense box. Move again, and the worm kills him. The torturer pressed 2 fingers against Harrison's chest. Dark movement twisted beneath his skin. I stopped. I had enough strength to erase the mountain. Harrison would die before the stones landed. The Hall Lord's smile widened. He finally had leverage that mattered. Look, I need you to understand the problem. I could erase the whole headquarters. I could not save Harrison after the worm started eating. You destroyed our city branch, the Hall Lord said. Our palace scout entered your room and vanished. Today you obey. He had connected the right events and learned the wrong lesson. I faced the torturer. Give me the antidote. The torturer opened the incense box. Harrison's pain eased, but the dark lines under his skin remained. That only sedates it, I said. The Hall Lord smiled. Then you understand the bargain. Harrison shook his head. Do not protect them for me. His voice scraped. Regina will understand. McKenna will hate it, but she will understand too. No, I told him. The Hall Lord laughed. He's asking you to let him die. Heard him. Then choose. The Hall Lord produced a blood pact. The rule was plain. I would swear never to harm any member inside the headquarters. They would cure Harrison. If I broke the promise, heavenly law would execute me. Baxter's voice returned as a faint crackle inside my head. Upgrade core stable. Warning, this pact belongs to local heavenly law. Your lineage may outrank its jurisdiction. Outcome cannot be guaranteed. The Hall Lord mistook my pause for fear. He pushed the pact closer. Your strength has reached its limit. Heaven has rules even you cannot ignore. Baxter could not promise otherwise. The dragon lineage in my blood had broken local measurements before. A heavenly execution was still a heavenly execution. Harrison tried to rise and failed. Sign, the Hall Lord ordered, or watch your friend die. I pressed my thumb into the pact. The blood mark accepted me. I signed. Food was the joke. Family was the reason. The pact burned across my palm. The torturer gave Harrison the real antidote. The black lines faded, and the scentworm dissolved before it reached his heart. Harrison dragged in one full breath. I gave the hall members 30 seconds to believe the bargain had saved them. I carried Harrison past the first gate, doubled back through a service tunnel, and hit us one wall from the chamber. My old guild had trained children to disappear inside occupied rooms. Black Hollow Hall had researched my power. They had ignored my profession. The hall members heard us leave. They did not hear us stay. Inside the chamber, the Hall Lord slapped his intelligence officer to the floor. You reported a weak prince, the Hall Lord snapped. Now he is protected by our own pact. The torturer laughed. He cannot touch us. We can hire outsiders, poison his attendants, and strike the Empress through him. The Lord ordered a second attack before Harrison and I had reached the gate. Use outsiders, the Hall Lord instructed. The pact blocks his hand. It says nothing about ours. The intelligence officer asked whether Olivia should be targeted too. The Hall Lord answered, especially Olivia. Hurt the Empress, and the prince will crawl back under control. Harrison looked at me. I stepped back into the chamber. Excellent planning meeting. The laughter stopped. The Hall Lord raised the blood pact. You can't harm us. You kidnapped Harrison, poisoned him, threatened my family, and planned another attack before I left the room. I looked around the chamber. You used every chance. One enforcer fired a cloud of venom at my face. I walked through it and erased him with one strike. The chamber split open. The headquarters shook. Surviving killers rushed the exits, then stopped when the pact burned through my palm. The marks climbed my wrist like hot wire. My body ignored the pain. The law behind it felt different. This force did not belong to Black Hollow Hall. The sky turned purple. The Hall Lord started laughing again. Heaven accepted the breach. Thunder crushed the mountain air. A dragon made from purple lightning descended through the broken roof. Even I could not predict what the next second would cost. The villains knelt to the dragon and pointed at me. Outside the mountain, Olivia later told me the same pressure forced her out of the air. She landed beyond the broken barrier and watched purple lightning wrap the headquarters. She still could not see who stood inside. I looked up. If you came for my head, take it. The dragon dropped. Then, it stopped above me. Its enormous head lowered. The lightning around its body softened. One violet eye fixed on the blood mark. Then, the dragon looked past it, toward whatever lived deeper in my blood. It circled me once like a guard, faced the kneeling villains, and released a warning roar. Stone shattered under every hall member. The Hall Lord pressed his forehead to the floor. Harrison forgot his pain and stared straight up. No hall member moved. The dragon rose back into the clouds without touching me. The blood pact cracked. Baxter's voice steadied. Confirmed. Local heavenly law recognizes your ancient dragon lineage as senior authority. The pact dissolved into ash. The Hall Lord flattened himself and begged. The torturer followed. Every surviving killer copied them. Heaven had arrived to execute me and left them an angry weather report. I stood over the Hall Lord. Name one good thing you have done. The torturer tried to speak first. We maintained order. You fed a worm to my chef. The intelligence officer claimed he only followed instructions. The Hall Lord promised donations, information, and lifelong service. I raised one finger. 1. They started shouting excuses over each other. I opened spatial rifts beneath the survivors. 3. The entire leadership disappeared before anybody found a good deed. Harrison stared at the empty chamber. You skipped too. They were wasting time. I warned him to keep the dragon, pact, and my power away from Olivia's court. Harrison looked at the ruined headquarters. You realize secrecy gets harder every time you destroy a faction. I'm aware of the trend. Then we found the hall treasury. A sealed vault beneath the headquarters held 32 million spirit stones. The first chamber held loose stones in waist-high bins. The second held sealed rings. The third contained enough reserve wealth to fund several small wars. Black Hollow Hall had tortured civilians while sitting above a private mountain of money. Very charitable organization. Harrison counted the first rows and immediately started assigning money to Brighton. Harrison swept one hand over the bins. 10 million repairs the southern farms. Another 8 strengthens the border. The rest belongs in the royal treasury. I took 1 storage ring. The rest belongs to the kidnapping victim and his rescuer. I'm the kidnapping victim, Harrison argued. Then support the claim. Harrison pointed at the piles. 32 million is enough compensation. I calculated missed breakfast, emergency travel, emotional distress, damaged sleep, and the insult to my chef supply. They still owe me 5 million. Harrison closed his eyes. You're billing a destroyed organization. Debt survives management changes. By late afternoon, I returned Harrison to the capital. Regina reached him first. She struck his shoulder once. You left after an argument, Regina snapped. I was kidnapped, Harrison protested. That's not a defense. Then Regina grabbed his robe and held him hard enough to stop both of them breathing. McKenna wrapped around the other side. Harrison complained about his ribs and refused to let go. Regina pressed her face into his shoulder and apologized once, too quietly for anyone without my hearing. Harrison answered by asking what she wanted for dinner. I left the family reunion carrying Black Hollow Hall's 32 million stones. Before I reached the palace, a disheveled woman stepped into the road and looked straight at the ring. Late that afternoon, on the road back to the palace, a disheveled woman stepped in front of me. She wore a torn gray cloak and dust-covered boots. Her face made the disguise useless. In my defense, I noticed the face first. She looked at the storage ring holding Black Hollow Hall's 32 million stones, then looked at me. Take care of me, the woman requested. I stopped walking. That sentence has several expensive interpretations. She moved closer and smiled. I can repay you with devoted personal service. A gorgeous beggar had walked out of nowhere and asked for full support. My retirement kept attracting side quests. No, I told her. She caught my sleeve. Feed me, house me, and carry me when I am tired. You have listed work for me. I dislike work, she admitted. That part sounded honest. She leaned against my arm as if we had known each other longer than 12 seconds. I moved one step away. She moved with me. You are persistent, I said. You are wealthy. Finally, a transparent relationship. An older relief official was directing labor crews beside the road. I waved him over. Give this woman a job, I ordered. The livestock crews start before sunrise. Keep her busy until she learns what effort feels like. The official glanced at her, then at my ring, and asked nothing. The woman brightened instead of protesting. Will you check my progress? She asked. I tapped her forehead. Work first, rewards later. Her eyes warmed in a way that made the relief official look politely toward the trees. I narrowed my eyes. You are enjoying the scolding. She leaned closer. You are very good at it. Look, I had survived a heavenly dragon that morning. The dragon had been simpler. She asked for a piggyback ride to the work camp. I pointed at her functioning legs. She sighed, used them, and followed the relief official while smiling at me over her shoulder. I left before she could request a performance review. When I looked back, the road was empty. The relief official later swore a line of armed attendants had appeared from the trees and collected her. He never heard a name. He only remembered that every guard bowed. At the time, I filed that under rich person nonsense and went to dinner. That evening, at the Abbott family table, Harrison cooked enough food to recover from kidnapping through volume. McKenna sat beside her father. Bridget guarded the wine. Regina watched Harrison every time he stood, as if Black Hollow Hall might steal him between courses. I told them about the beautiful woman who wanted food, housing, carrying, and rewards for avoiding work. Harrison stopped carving the roast. She asked you to care for her? Yeah. McKenna laughed first. Bridget followed. Even Regina's mouth moved. Harrison pointed his knife at me. The laziest man in Brighton has been asked to support another adult. I found the request unreasonable. McKenna wiped her eyes. You married an empress for breakfast. Olivia made the offer, I reminded her. Bridget lifted her cup. Perhaps the woman sensed professional experience, Regina added. Did you at least ask whether she can cook? Harrison looked offended. Nobody replaces me. The man had survived organ-eating poison and found his competitive spirit at dinner. I tapped McKenna's forehead, then Bridget's. Harrison ducked before I reached him. The family had survived a hostage crisis and immediately returned to bullying me. Honestly, that felt healthy. The next morning, at the palace breakfast table, Olivia handed me a merchant complaint about pigs. Harrison had placed a herd of oversized spirit pigs on a royal pasture. Their meat had become absurdly valuable, so I claimed a share of the sales. Rare pork was a stable retirement asset. Olivia tapped the complaint. Your pigs now cost more than armored horses. They taste better. Merchants accused the palace of price fixing. I shrugged. Then they should stop buying them. Olivia narrowed her eyes. As punishment, 1 pig will be served at dinner. Cruel but fair. She slid a second note toward me. 2 pigs had vanished from the livestock crew. The word vanished connected 3 facts at once. The strange woman had been assigned there. Armed attendants had collected her. The relief official had found an empty pen afterward. I dropped my breakfast. Olivia watched me stand. Austin? She stole my pigs. You own 32 million stones. I grabbed the second note. Those pigs were earning interest. I left the palace yelling about livestock theft while my wife laughed behind me. An hour later, outside a royal-looking camp beyond the capital, I found the beggar wearing gold. Her gray cloak was gone. A fitted black and gold dress had replaced it. Guards in dark armor lined both sides of a silk pavilion. One held a lacquered box overflowing with spirit stones. The woman sat beneath a jeweled canopy. The beggar outfit had been a disguise. She looked spectacular, and she knew I noticed. Then I remembered the pigs. You stole my livestock, I accused. The woman smiled. I borrowed your attention. That is theft with better posture. Crossed the pavilion and tapped her forehead. 3 guards reached for weapons. She raised 1 finger, and every hand stopped. Then she closed her eyes and smiled wider. Same reaction, same dangerous woman. You're the roadside beggar. You remembered me. I pointed toward the livestock pens. You took 2 pigs. She gestured toward the lacquered box. That contains more than 1 million spirit stones. I'm not selling you the pigs. Serena folded her arms. I'm showing you I didn't need to sell them. I looked behind the pavilion. Where are they? Being fed. I looked behind the pavilion. Both pigs were eating from silver troughs while 3 armored attendants brushed them. The thieves had upgraded the livestock. I looked back at Serena. Better than you were treating the workers? She looked delighted by the accusation. Her guards looked at me like I had just scolded a natural disaster. The woman rose and finally gave me her name. I am Serena Duval, the exiled eldest princess of Westmere, she announced. I lead the survivors now as their empress. We are the Ashen Crown Remnant. Every guard dropped to 1 knee. 1 captain lowered his head so fast his plume struck the ground. The relief official who had assigned her livestock work appeared near the pavilion entrance. He dropped his work ledger and nearly swallowed his own tongue. Serena waved at him. You gave me excellent work. He looked at me for instructions. I told him, you survived. Leave before she requests another shift. Westmere had fallen. Serena still controlled its surviving soldiers, wealth, and territory. She had worn rags to cross Brighton without announcing a royal visit. Serena stepped beside me. My restoration art only works with a husband I trust. Share power with me, help restore Westmere, and I will place a kingdom at your feet. A golden doorway opened behind her. Beyond it sat a private vault filled with spirit stones, weapons, and sealed chests. The wealth ran into the billions. The first chamber alone could have bought Black Hollow Hall several times. The second held enough weapons to make Regina forget dinner. The third kept going past the light. I looked longer than dignity recommended. Serena tilted her head. You looked at my vault longer than you looked at me. The vault made fewer demands. I can become more demanding. I nodded. I had noticed. She took my hand. Marry me, Austin. The offer included a gorgeous empress, a fallen kingdom, and enough wealth to make Harrison faint professionally. Serena watched my face and smiled with complete confidence. She had seen my appetite, my greed, and the 32 million ring. She expected the billions to finish the argument. I still pulled my hand back. Every kneeling guard stared harder. One glanced at the golden vault, then at me, waiting for greed to win. I disappointed him and impressed Serena. I am married to Olivia. Serena's smile tightened. Political marriages can be shared. Mine became family. Serena studied my face, then glanced at the golden vault. Serena tapped the golden doorway. You refuse billions for her? Yes. Is Olivia more beautiful than me? Serena demanded. I shook my head. That question starts wars. I can win wars. Exactly, I told her, her eyes sharpened with interest instead of anger. Then be my friend. Stepped back. Define friend. Talk to me. Walk with me. Let me borrow your time. Serena lifted 1 finger. 1 million spirit stones each month. I shook my head. No, 2 million. No, I repeated. Serena raised 3 fingers. 3 million. 3 million made me hesitate. Serena saw it happen. There you are, she continued before I recovered. Spend it on Brighton. Fund the refugees, the roads, or whatever public project Harrison is already complaining about. A stronger Brighton can support Westmere later. Harrison could put that money to work by sunset. Dirty move. I set the boundaries aloud. No second marriage, no bedroom claims. You ask before touching me. You do not call me yours behind Olivia's back. Olivia hears the deal from me. Serena repeated each rule without joking. Then she added one of her own. Serena pointed at me. You don't vanish after taking the money. Reserve the right to flee emergencies. You create most emergencies. Then the clause matters, I told her. Serena held out a storage ring. 3 million per month. Conversation, public outings, and whatever affection you willingly surrender. I accepted the ring. Then I felt the exact moment I sold my free time to a second empress. In Brighton, Serena murmured, what do they call a man supported by powerful women? A prince. Her smile said she had found a better answer. As I left the pavilion, one attendant hurried to Serena. Your Majesty, you have met him twice. Serena watched me walk away. He rejected a kingdom for his wife. I have excellent taste. Another attendant whispered that their empress was finished. One attendant dropped a rolled map. Another caught her by the sleeve before she followed me down the road. A third asked whether the restoration plan should still come first. Serena answered, Austin can be both plan and reward. I heard every line from half a mile away. The guards were correct. Serena was completely cooked. That night, in my palace room, Baxter's upgrade finally completed. Light gathered above the spirit stone bed and formed a woman in a fitted black coat. She had silver eyes, long dark hair, and the kind of face designed by somebody with suspiciously specific preferences. I stared. Baxter folded her arms. Upgrade successful. Human avatar enabled. You're a woman, Baxter answered. This form was generated from host preferences. That sounds like slander. Baxter turned once. The black coat shifted with her movement. I forgot the next sentence. She noticed. Master, would you prefer different clothing? Black tights, I answered before caution arrived. Baxter changed the coat into black tights and a shorter jacket. She stepped between me and the window. The protective barrier tightened with her movement. The avatar was also a bodyguard. I lost my argument. Baxter raised one eyebrow. Preference confirmed. In my defense, you asked. You supplied the answer in under 1 second. My own system had caught me staring and logged the answer. I walked around her once. You're still Baxter? The same system. Expanded interface. Improved protection. Improved storage control. I pointed at her. No second assistant hiding inside you? Baxter shook her head. No. Good. My household already had enough women changing the rules. Baxter offered sleep assistance and placed a protective barrier around the room. After the night assassin and Harrison's kidnapping, I accepted. The dream began in a concrete training yard on Earth. I was 6 years old. Children stood in numbered rows while instructors read assassin rankings. I was first. The instructors praised accuracy. They punished hesitation. Nobody asked what the children wanted. A small dog waited behind the barracks. His name was Baxter. He was the only living thing in that place that touched me without trying to train, test, or hurt me. I hid food for him after every exercise. He slept beside the fence while I cleaned weapons too heavy for my hands. The man who raised me found us. He placed a pistol in my hand. Your first mission, my foster father ordered. Kill the dog. Baxter looked up at me. The memory broke before the gun moved. I woke with my hand closed around empty air. The system's avatar sat beside the bed. Baxter had seen the dream through the barrier. I know why you named me, Baxter said. I looked away. Neither of us asked what happened next. The next morning, inside the minister's hall, I placed Serena's first 3 million stone payment on Harrison's table. We are opening an orphanage, I announced. Harrison checked the ring. This covers the building, food, staff, and schooling. He pushed 3 old objections aside and started calling builders before any minister found a fourth. A senior minister objected that a foreign payment could not shape a royal charity. Clifton turned on him before I could. Approve the charter, Clifton ordered. The minister sat so fast his chair scraped. A treasury official asked who had donated the money. Foreign friendship, I answered. McKenna coughed. Bridget looked at the ceiling. Harrison stared at the ring, then deliberately stopped asking questions. Then Clifton entered carrying calming incense. The polished snake who had demanded my execution walked straight to my table and bowed. Prince Austin, Clifton said warmly, your concern for Brighton's children honors the throne. Every minister stopped. Darren stood behind him with cloth covering both eyes. Clifton placed the incense beside me. Please accept this gift. Court pressure can be tiring for the kept man king. The title spread through the room before the smoke did. One minister repeated it under his breath. Another smiled and immediately hid behind a document. Harrison looked offended on my behalf for 3 seconds, then decided the title was accurate. By the time Clifton finished bowing, 2 clerks were already using Kept Man King as a role label on the orphanage notes. I considered objecting. Then Harrison moved Serena's 3 million into the building fund, and I decided the title could earn rent. I smelled the incense twice. No poison, I decided. Clifton's smile tightened. Of course not. McKenna rested a hand on her sword. Three ministers suddenly remembered urgent work near the opposite wall. Clifton publicly supported the orphanage, pushed the remaining objections aside, and praised my talent for attracting resources without labor. He sounded friendly. His left eye twitched through the entire speech. The man had tried to kill me with a book yesterday. Today he had brought incense and a flattering insult. That afternoon, I returned to Serena's camp and asked why Clifton had bowed. Serena took me back to the previous afternoon, while I was returning to the palace. Clifton and Darren had entered through her eastern gate because Clifton wanted the Ashen Crown as a counterweight to Olivia. Darren ruined the meeting before his father finished bowing. He stared at Serena after one guard told him to lower his eyes. Then Darren called her a prize his family could place beside Brighton's throne. Serena lifted one finger. Her guard struck once. Dark pressure crushed Darren to his knees and took his sight. He screamed into both hands while Clifton knelt beside him. Clifton asked for mercy. Serena asked whether his son always treated women like inherited furniture. Darren tried to stand and called me a parasite who had stolen Olivia's seat. Serena's guard pushed him down again. Serena looked at Clifton. Austin is my chosen man. If your faction harms him, I remove your faction. Clifton asked what she wanted. Support him, Serena ordered. Protect his position. Smile when you do it. Darren spat that I had stolen 2 empresses. Serena's guard tightened one hand on his shoulder until he stopped talking. Clifton agreed. He had entered seeking an ally against Olivia. He left working for Olivia's husband. That is what experts call a catastrophic networking event. When Serena finished telling me, she looked proud of herself. I repaired your prime minister, she announced. You threatened him into smiling. He smiles badly. That's a separate defect. Serena leaned toward me. Now will you marry me? Friendship contract. For now, she replied. Serena now had 3 million reasons every month to test how much friendship my marriage could survive. Before the first outing, I told Olivia about Serena's contract in her palace study. My wife read every boundary, set the page down, and looked at me. 3 million a month for conversation? Olivia asked. For an investment. It is dating with invoices, Olivia decided. You will not hide a meeting from me. Her fingers tightened once on the page. I agreed. Over the next 3 weeks, Serena paid me to spend time with her. I called it foreign investment. Harrison called it funding. Serena called it progress. Olivia called it dating with invoices. The rules stayed simple. Serena paid 3 million spirit stones each month. I chose the meetings. She asked before touching me. Every payment went through Harrison into the orphanage or Brighton's public work. Serena obeyed every boundary and pushed the next one immediately. Our first paid outing was a hot spring outside the capital. I entered wearing a full robe, trousers, and boots. Serena stood in the water wearing a dark bathing wrap and looked offended by my commitment to fabric. Austin, Serena complained, the water can't reach you. That's why I kept them on. She stepped closer. You accepted payment for companionship. I'm beside you. You're dressed for a border inspection. I pointed at my boots. In my defense, my wife owns the border. Serena laughed and asked to hold my sleeve. I allowed that much. She moved to my side, hooked one finger through the cloth, and leaned against my shoulder. Does Olivia know where you are? Serena asked. She knows the arrangement. That wasn't my question. I looked toward the palace. She knows enough to become dangerous. Serena looked pleased. Jealousy was apparently another service she believed 3 million should include. You realize boots in a hot spring are criminal, Serena told me. I signed a friendship contract. I never signed a footwear surrender. Spring attendant entered with fruit, saw Serena attached to my sleeve, and backed out without setting down the tray. The rumor reached the palace kitchens before I did. Her first 3 million bought beds, kitchens, and winter clothes for the orphanage. Harrison sent workers before our towels dried. By sunset, children had a roof. Serena had one sleeve. I looked guilty enough to start a palace rumor. Efficient charity. Our second outing happened 4 days later in a private massage pavilion. Serena paid another 3 million before I sat down. This is still conversation, Serena promised. Then she dismissed the attendants and placed both hands on my shoulders. I looked back. You changed the service. You look tense. I have 2 empresses managing my posture. Serena leaned near my ear. Only one is currently improving it. The massage was excellent. That was the problem. I let her work on my shoulders and refused every request involving fewer layers. Serena called me stubborn. I called myself funded. She pressed one knot beneath my neck and asked whether Olivia could do that. Olivia can cut mountains, I answered. Serena smiled. That was not my question. I respected the trap and refused to enter it. Then Serena rested her chin on my shoulder and asked whether that counted as touching. May I continue? Counted the 3 million already sitting in Harrison's hands. For 1 minute! Serena won the minute and smiled through all 60 seconds. That payment finished the orphanage dining hall and put another crew on Brighton's eastern road. I had sold my afternoon for infrastructure. Olivia might still use a sword. Our third outing was a walk through a mountain retreat beyond the city. Serena wore a red traveling dress covered in gold. I noticed. She caught me noticing. In your defense? Serena asked. The dress started it. Good answer. She transferred the next payment and offered her arm. I reminded her about the boundary. Serena raised one eyebrow. May I hold your arm and stand closer? Yes. On permission, rich beggar. May I call Olivia's political marriage unfair? No, I told her. You married an empress to avoid work, Serena replied. Do not become strict now. The third payment funded teachers, medicine, and a play yard for the orphanage. Harrison's messenger reported that the first children had moved into finished dormitories with hot food and teachers already arguing over lesson schedules. Serena read the note over my shoulder. So our dates are helping children, she observed. Our meetings are helping children. Serena folded the note and tucked it into my coat. Keep correcting the word. I enjoy watching you lose. After Harrison confirmed the third payment, Serena stopped walking. She turned toward me. May I steal one kiss? Serena asked. I had enough time to move. One, I told her. She kissed me. The kiss lasted one breath. Serena stepped back looking victorious. Then her eyes narrowed. That was not your first kiss. Olivia smiled. Serena gripped my sleeve. She stole a head start through political fraud. She summoned me onto her bed. That is worse. The second empress had paid millions and still found a way to feel cheated. Beautiful chaos. Serena claimed the rest of the afternoon at the mountain retreat. She kept touching my arm, testing every inch of the permission I had given. She also ordered lunch for two and fed me one bite before I took the plate away. That wasn't in the agreement, I warned. Neither was kissing back. I folded my arms. I didn't sign a confession. You stayed. I reminded her that permission for one kiss did not rewrite the friendship contract. Serena only smiled. Annoyingly strong defense from the rich beggar. That night, inside my palace bedroom, Olivia arrived carrying wine. She had already been drinking. Her steps stayed steady, but her voice sounded tired. Olivia sat beside me and placed the cup on the floor. Stay here tonight, Olivia requested. I looked at her. Did something happen? Olivia shook her head. Everything's loud when I'm alone. She rested her forehead against my shoulder. Only you make it quiet, Olivia whispered. I stayed beside my wife until she slept. When Olivia fell asleep, her hand was still closed around my sleeve. The paid arrangement had become a marriage problem. The next afternoon, Serena and I walked above the Capitol when Baxter warned me about distant attention. 2 observers are measuring Empress Olivia's cultivation, the system reported. One is Prime Minister Clifton. The second man stood beside Clifton on a far ridge. White hair moved around his shoulders while a pale symbol turned above one hand. Serena followed my gaze and lost her smile. That is Orson Thayer, Serena explained. He is a fate seer from Crownspire Pavilion. Crownspire was an old faction with an unhealthy interest in royal bloodlines. Serena knew its people from the records she carried out of Westmere. My hearing caught Orson's voice across the distance. Olivia has gained a year of progress in weeks, Orson told Clifton. That growth should be impossible. The pale symbol above Orson's hand turned toward the palace and stalled. Baxter tried to read it, but the signal folded behind a Crownspire barrier. Clifton looked toward the palace. Can you identify the cause? Orson answered. Not from here. Good. Neither could I. Clifton leaned closer to Orson. The polished snake had found someone willing to keep measuring my wife. A guard approached Serena and reported that Clifton and Orson wanted an audience. Serena kept her arm through mine. Tell them I am occupied. The guard looked at me, understood the message, and bowed. Crownspire had started watching my wife. Serena preferred making them wait while she annoyed me. Priorities I could respect. Before the guard left, Serena handed him a medicine vial. This will restore Darren's eyes, Serena instructed. Give it to Clifton as payment for supporting Austin. Then Serena smiled. Also tell him Austin thinks his smile looks like a creep practicing in a mirror. I said it looked rehearsed, I corrected. Mine is more accurate. The message went out. That evening, in Serena's guest pavilion, the same guard reported back to Serena and me. Darren's sight had returned within minutes. Clifton had tested his son's vision in front of Orson, thanked Serena's guard, and kept smiling while the insult was read aloud. Clifton kept smiling until Serena's guard reached the pavilion gate. Then the incense box cracked loudly behind him. Darren asked who had insulted his father. Before the guard stepped outside, Clifton ordered Darren to stay quiet and keep his restored eyes lowered around Serena. Clifton got his son's sight back and swallowed Serena's insult in front of Orson. Fair trade. Olivia's growth remained unexplained. Crownspire was watching it, and Serena kept buying reasons to stay close. I thought the paid friendship deal was under control. Then Olivia opened a hot spring door and found Serena wrapped around my afternoon. The following afternoon, at the hot spring outside the Capitol, Olivia kicked the private door open. Serena was wrapped around my arm. I was fully dressed. Robe, trousers, boots, dignity, all present. That did not help. Olivia froze the spring before either of us spoke. Ice climbed the walls. The door cracked under her hand. McKenna and Bridget stood behind my wife, both wearing the expressions of witnesses who wanted different assignments. Serena kept one arm hooked through mine. You came sooner than expected. Olivia stepped across the ice. Remove your hands from my husband. Serena leaned closer instead. He approved this hand. Look, there are guilty rooms, and then there was that room. Olivia pointed at McKenna and Bridget. Watch Austin. McKenna glanced at my soaked boots. He appears contained. Bridget folded her arms. The clothing suggests fear. Financial discipline, I corrected. Neither woman respected the distinction. Olivia crossed the room and checked me herself. Her gaze moved from my collar to my boots, then stopped on Serena's fingers. You kept every layer? Olivia asked. Every heroic one, I answered. Serena tapped my sleeve. He treats fabric like a sacred oath. Olivia brushed ice from my shoulder. For once, his cowardice is useful. That tiny touch made Serena's smile sharpen. There it was. My wife had confirmed my innocence and marked her territory in the same motion. Very efficient jealousy. 2 minutes earlier, Olivia had reached the hot spring because the first attendant recognized Serena and sent word to the palace. McKenna and Bridget followed her down the outer hall. Before Olivia opened the door, all three heard Serena arguing with me. Serena splashed water at my boots. Take off one layer. No, I replied. Serena tried again. One boot. No, I repeated. One glove. Serena tried. I'm not wearing gloves, I told her. Serena smiled. Then we're making progress. Serena moved closer and asked permission to hold my arm. I allowed the same contact listed in our contract. Then she pressed against my side and asked for another kiss. One was the agreement, I reminded her. Serena smiled. Agreements can be upgraded. Olivia reads every upgrade, I warned her. Outside the door, my wife heard the whole refusal. So Olivia knew I had kept the boundaries. She also watched Serena cling to me through a cracked screen. Fair innocence still looked terrible in a hot spring. Back in the frozen room, McKenna covered her mouth when I explained the contract. I'm making money, I told Olivia. McKenna failed first. She laughed into her fist. Bridget lasted 3 seconds longer. Your Highness, this may be the worst financial defense ever attempted. I funded an orphanage, I reminded them. Olivia looked at Serena's arm. With your sleeve? Serena answered for me. The sleeve was complimentary. Olivia's eyes narrowed. You bought his time, stole a kiss, and dragged him into a bath. He wore boots, Serena replied. I suffered too. Olivia looked at me. You told me every meeting would be disclosed. This one was on the schedule, I answered. Olivia tapped the frozen floor. The schedule said afternoon discussion. Serena spread one hand toward the spring. We discussed his terrible bathing habits. McKenna turned toward Bridget. Does this count as diplomacy? Bridget watched Olivia's power crack the floor. It counts as our evacuation warning. Serena lifted her chin. He chose Olivia as his wife. I know that. Olivia's expression softened for half a second. Then Serena added, he also chose to kiss me. The softness died immediately. Honestly, Serena could find the one loose board in any peaceful conversation and jump on it with both feet. My wife turned toward me. Austin, stay there. I looked at the ice around my legs. Your order has strong support. Then Olivia faced Serena. You offered him wealth because you could not earn his loyalty, Olivia said. Serena released my arm and stepped onto the ice. You summoned him because you could not keep your throne without a husband. Olivia's jaw tightened. Serena continued. I asked him to choose me. You dropped him onto your bed before introductions. Olivia raised one finger. That was a summoning circle. Serena answered. In your bedroom. Olivia's power brightened. Political necessity. Romantic kidnapping, Serena decided. Olivia's golden power spread through the frozen spring. Serena's dark pressure answered. I stepped between them. We could settle this over lunch. Both empresses told me to move. Same word, same timing. Terrible sign. The ice exploded beneath us. McKenna grabbed my left arm. Bridget grabbed my right. They pulled me through the doorway as Olivia and Serena launched through the roof. The hot spring followed them upward in a storm of broken ice. Retreat attendants ran down the mountain carrying towels, fruit trays, and one chair nobody needed. Nobody asked why. 2 empresses were tearing open the sky. Nobody needed an explanation. You know a private argument is over when the towels evacuate first. McKenna planted the survival talisman over the courtyard. Its shield expanded around us. Bridget pulled 3 stunned attendants inside before the first wave hit. The guardrail shattered behind them. The duel had already turned a private scandal into a regional weather event. Outside, above the mountain retreat, my wife and the second empress stopped pretending this was an argument. Olivia began in the 9th realm. Serena was already in the 10th. That one-step gap meant Serena could overpower Olivia directly. The first collision proved it. Olivia formed a golden blade and drove forward. Serena caught it against a black barrier, turned her shoulder, and kicked Olivia across the sky. Olivia struck a ridge hard enough to split it. McKenna drew her sword below us. Should we help? Bridget watched Serena erase Olivia's second attack. With what? McKenna offered. Encouragement? I raised one hand. Nobody enters that air. McKenna looked at me. You could stop them. I could also explain myself afterward, I told her. She lowered her sword. Right, impossible battle. Serena moved first again. Olivia tried to seize the pace. She drove 3 golden cuts upward, forcing Serena to block instead of attack. The first cut cracked Serena's barrier. The second pushed her back. The third nearly reached her shoulder. Serena's smile vanished. Then she stopped treating Olivia like an angry wife and started treating her like an enemy. Dark barriers appeared around Olivia and closed from 4 sides. Olivia cut through one. Serena came through the opening and drove an elbow into her guard. Olivia fell, caught herself, and attacked from below. Serena bent backward, let the blade pass, then struck Olivia's shoulder with 2 fingers. Golden armor cracked. My wife hit the ground on one knee. Below us, McKenna pressed both hands against the talisman. The shield buckled under the shock. Bridget took the other side and shouted for the attendants to stay down. Serena had won the exchange. The cost landed on everyone beneath it. I tightened my hand once. One strike from me would have ended the danger. It also would have ended Olivia's belief that I was merely an unusual husband with suspicious luck. So I stayed still and hated every second. Serena hovered above her. Yield! Olivia rose. Serena's next slash opened the mountain behind her. Olivia blocked it, but the impact forced blood from the corner of her mouth. The rivalry had stopped being funny. Baxter appeared beside me in her dark-clad avatar. Only I could see her unless she chose otherwise. Master, Baxter warned, Empress Olivia's energy is dangerously overfilled. I watched Serena strike again. Golden light burst from Olivia's skin instead of staying trapped inside her. Baxter tracked the release. Each impact is forcing excess energy through her channels. The pressure was already building before this fight. That explained Olivia's impossible growth. It also meant interrupting too early could leave the overload inside her. I hated the answer. I let the fight continue. Serena surrounded Olivia with 6 illusions. Every copy attacked from a different angle. Olivia blocked 2, dodged 1, and took the 4th strike across her back. The last 2 were false. Serena appeared above her and drove her toward the ground. The mountain shook. Then Baxter's gaze moved beyond the battlefield. 27 hostile signatures, she reported. Around the retreat, thin silhouettes had appeared on distant ridges, trees, and clouds. Baxter counted them one by one inside my mind. 7 on the northern ridge, 6 hidden among the pines, 8 above the cloud line, 6 spread behind the retreat. 27 total, a complete kill circle. They kept outside the duel's light. Their weapons faced inward. The clash had drawn predators from higher realms. They were waiting for both women to weaken. One watcher raised a hand. The other 26 shifted with him. I read the formation. They were waiting for jealousy to weaken both women before closing the ring. I marked every heartbeat and stayed beside McKenna. If I moved too early, the watchers would scatter. If I waited too long, Olivia and Serena would become targets from every direction. So I waited for the weapons to rise. Above us, Serena caught Olivia by the wrist and threw her across the valley. Olivia broke through 3 rock walls before stopping. Serena landed in front of her. You cannot protect him from me. Olivia pushed herself upright. Serena raised her blade. Yield, and I will clear the excess energy from your body. Keep fighting, and you may destroy yourself. Olivia looked past her toward me. The battlefield went quiet enough for her voice to carry. Austin came to Brighton alone, Olivia told Serena. So did I, even with a palace around me. Serena lowered her blade by 1 inch. Olivia continued. He stayed when he could have left. He gave me a family that was mine by choice. She straightened despite the broken armor. He is my husband. I will not surrender him. Golden energy erupted from Olivia's body. The remaining excess tore through every cracked channel at once. Serena jumped back as a pillar of light split the clouds. Armor formed around Olivia in bright plates. A golden dragon uncoiled behind her and opened its eyes. The whole valley bowed under the pressure. Olivia had reached the 10th realm. The breakthrough pushed one clean wave across the valley. McKenna's talisman stopped shaking. Cracks in Olivia's armor closed under fresh gold. Serena lowered her weapon for one breath and looked at Olivia with real respect. Then both women remembered the argument. McKenna forgot to breathe. Bridget lowered her sword. She advanced during a marriage dispute. I watched my wife rise beside the dragon. Very efficient woman. Serena's surprise lasted 1 second. Then she smiled. Good, Serena called. Now stop hiding behind the realm gap. Olivia lifted her blade. You first! Serena released her full power. Dark wings of energy opened behind her. Every illusion sharpened. The sky between both women twisted under equal force. Serena had lost effortless control. My wife had made the second Empress go all in. The 27 watchers chose that moment to attack. Their weapons flashed at the perimeter. I stepped away from McKenna. Stay beside Bridget, I ordered. McKenna caught my sleeve. Where are you going? To stop an interruption, I answered. I vanished before she could answer. The first watcher used the duel to hide his movement, his weapon aimed at Serena's back from Olivia's side of the valley. The angle would leave my wife carrying the blame. He never saw me cross the ridge. I struck once and moved before his body fell. The second watcher had already released a blade of light toward Olivia. I caught it, turned it upward, and reached him before he could react. 3 watchers tried to scatter. I heard their blood change direction before their feet moved. They disappeared across 3 separate ridges. The remaining attackers abandoned stealth and fired together. Their attacks formed a ring around the valley. Each strike covered the escape path of the next man. Against anyone local, it was disciplined work. Against me, it was 27 people volunteering their exact positions. I crossed the circle faster than their weapons could close. Their weapons tracked a wounded empress and an exhausted rival. Nobody turned toward the useless husband moving behind them. 27 hostile signatures became 0. No blast reached the retreat. No warning reached Olivia. The duel continued across the sky while the second battlefield ended underneath it. Then I looked at my hands. Blood marked my fingers. The mountain retreat vanished from my senses. For one sharp second, I smelled the concrete training yard on Earth. I heard numbered children moving into lines. My body waited for the next command. Baxter appeared in front of me and caught my wrist. "Austin," Baxter said. Her voice used my name, not my title. "You are in Brighton. You chose this fight. Nobody ordered you." I focused on her hand. Baxter continued. "Olivia is alive. Serena is alive. McKenna and Bridget are waiting." The training yard released me. I wiped my hands on a dead watcher's robe and returned to the retreat. McKenna had barely finished turning toward the ridge. McKenna frowned. "You left." "I walked quickly," I told her. Bridget looked at my clean hands, then at the empty perimeter. She understood enough to stop asking. Above us, Olivia's dragon crashed into Serena's illusions. Both empresses were alive. Both were stronger. Both were still furious. I had removed 27 assassins without exposing myself. Now I needed to stop my wife and Serena without using the strength that could end the fight. Above us, both women turned toward the capital side of the valley and raised their weapons again. The next exchange would fall over Brighton's outer farms. Seconds after I returned to the ruined hot spring retreat, Olivia's golden dragon tore through Serena's last illusion wall. Serena answered with a black blade that split the dragon's tail. Both women were exhausted. Neither had developed common sense. Olivia hovered above the ruined retreat in cracked golden armor. Serena faced her with one dark wing flickering behind her. Serena looked Olivia over. "Your new armor is dramatic." Olivia lifted her blade. "You needed 6 illusions to look impressive. My illusions have better posture. Your real body needs the help." There it was, 2 10th realm empresses, 1 broken valley, and the argument had reached petty appearance insults. McKenna pressed both hands against the survival talisman. "They're running out of power." Bridget watched another ridge collapse. "The mountain is running out first." Olivia charged. Serena met her halfway. Their weapons struck once, and the retreat's remaining windows blew inward. Olivia's dragon wrapped around Serena's barrier and squeezed. Cracks raced across the dark surface. Serena split into 12 copies before the barrier failed. Every copy pointed at Olivia. "Which one looks better?" Serena called. Olivia cut through 11 illusions. "The silent one." The real Serena appeared above her and drove both feet into Olivia's guard. Olivia caught the strike, spun, and threw Serena into the cloud line. For one glorious second, my wife had the upper hand. Then Serena turned the cloud itself into a field of black blades. McKenna expanded the talisman shield again. Bridget dragged the last attendants behind a stone wall. The blades fell around us, slicing trees and tearing open the road. Bridget looked at the capital beyond the ridge. "Another exchange like that reaches the outer farms." Their romantic argument was 1 exchange from Brighton's outer farms. I shouted both names. Olivia ignored me. Serena heard me and attacked harder. I tried again. "The watchers are gone. You can stop now." Olivia drove Serena through a cloud. "She can stop." Serena reappeared behind her. "Your husband asked you first." "Wonderful. My peace offer had become ammunition." McKenna looked at me. "Use pressure." "That exposes too much," I told McKenna. Bridget pointed at the sky. "Then use marriage." I stared at her. The widowed commander shrugged. "Both women keep trying to catch your attention. Give it to them." Bridget had just proposed emotional sabotage against 2 empresses. Honestly, solid plan. I flew above the retreat and moved between them. Serena's blades halted around my body. Olivia's dragon reared behind me. Both women had enough control to avoid me. Neither had enough patience to listen. Olivia stopped her blade 1 foot from my shoulder. Serena's dark barrier closed around my back. "Enough," I ordered. Both women answered at once. "Move." I did move. Straight down. I released every trace of support beneath my feet, threw my arms wide and let myself fall. I also let my breathing go shallow and rolled one shoulder like something had struck me. Cheap acting, effective audience. Olivia, I called. My wife's face changed. Serena's did too. Both empresses abandoned the duel. Olivia reached me from the left, Serena reached me from the right. Each caught one arm before I dropped 20 feet. The golden dragon vanished. Serena's illusions vanished. The entire battle stopped because gravity had apparently defeated the strongest man present. Beautiful. I was ashamed of how well it worked. You know a plan is desperate when gravity becomes the best diplomat. Olivia pulled me against her. Are you hurt? Serena checked my chest and shoulders. Where did the attack land? I opened one eye. Emotionally everywhere. Both women went still. McKenna covered her face below us. Bridget muttered, "He chose fraud." I smiled at Olivia. "Your armor looks incredible." Then I turned towards Serena. "Your wings were also very impressive. That was my mistake." Olivia released my arm. Serena released the other. I dropped the remaining 6 feet and landed on my back. Olivia folded her arms. "You pretended to fall." "I prevented regional damage," I told Olivia. Serena landed beside her. "Then you complimented both of us." "I was de-escalating," I told Serena. "You were shopping for forgiveness," Olivia decided. I offered Olivia jewelry. Olivia told me to keep it and explain why Serena deserved the same compliment. I offered Serena a new hot spring. Serena said I could drown in it, then asked why Olivia's armor received the first compliment. I tried offering both women separate palaces. Olivia called that bribery. Serena called it insufficient bribery. They had reunited through shared disappointment in me. Progress, technically. The rivalry had ended. My approval rating had gone with it. Below us, the retreat attendants began cheering because the sky had stopped attacking them. Then they saw both empresses point at me. The cheering died. One attendant carried my wet boots to McKenna and asked whether the prince had lost a war. McKenna answered, "A domestic one." Olivia pointed toward the road. "You are not sleeping in my room tonight." Serena lifted her chin. "You are also banned from my guest pavilion." I looked between them. "I saved both of you," Olivia answered. "You manipulated both of us," Serena added. "Badly." McKenna came over and patted my shoulder. "Congratulations, Austin. You saved the valley and lost every bedroom." Bridget lifted one hand. "He can use my spare room near the city wall." Olivia and Serena both heard her. Neither objected. Found family support. Ruthless as ever. That night, at Bridget's damaged house near the city wall, I lay on a thin futon beneath a patched ceiling. One side of the house still carried cracks from the earlier poison attack. Bridget had offered me the only intact room, then left for night duty before palace gossip found me. Baxter appeared beside the futon in her dark avatar. "Sleep assistance is available," she offered. "No," I said. The blood trigger had passed. I still wanted to remain awake and choose the moment myself. Baxter nodded once and sat by the door. Near midnight, someone knocked 3 times. I opened the door and found Olivia holding a covered tray. My wife wore a plain cloak over her sleeping robe. No guards, no wine. Her face was calm enough to be dangerous. "I came to continue your punishment," Olivia announced. I lifted the tray cover. Roasted meat, noodles, and sweet cakes filled the dishes. "Cruel," I agreed. "I may never recover." Olivia entered and kicked the door closed behind her. She sat on the edge of the futon. "You embarrassed me." "Prevented a war," I answered. Olivia pointed at my shoulder. "You pretended to be injured." "You both stopped," I reminded her. Olivia pulled the blanket from beneath me and folded it with aggressive precision. "I heard you reject Serena before I opened the door." I waited. Olivia's fingers tightened around the blanket. "I knew you had kept the agreement. I still hated seeing her hold you." That was the honest version. She gave it to me without a throne or audience. I moved the food tray closer to her. "Then be angry. Just keep the mountain count lower next time." Olivia frowned. "She started it." "You froze the building," I reminded her. Olivia looked away. The door was already weak. My war goddess had returned to revise the evidence. I sat beside her. "I could not stop either of you with force." Olivia looked back at me. "You could have trusted me with more." I did not answer quickly. She opened the food and placed a bowl between us. "Feed me," Olivia ordered. "That sounds like forgiveness," I told Olivia. "It's surveillance," Olivia replied. I picked up the chopsticks and offered her one bite. Olivia ate without looking away from me. I offered another. She leaned closer this time. The room had become very small. In my defense, my wife had arrived after midnight wearing silk and demanding food from my hand. The situation had opinions. I reached for a third bite. The chopstick slipped from my fingers and landed under the futon. Olivia looked at the empty hand, then at me. "That was deliberate." "Unproven," I replied. Olivia pointed under the futon. "You can catch arrows in darkness." "Chopsticks are unpredictable," I told her. Olivia's mouth curved. "I lifted one piece of food. May I feed you another way?" She understood immediately. Olivia held my gaze. "One bite. I decide when it ends." I nodded. She accepted the food from my mouth. The contact lasted one breath, exactly as agreed. Olivia pulled back first, cheeks warm, victory obvious. I reached for another piece. Olivia caught my wrist. "One bite. You set the rule," I reminded her. Olivia nodded. I remember. She took the next piece with the recovered chopsticks and fed me instead. Punishment complete, she said. Then the door opened. Serena stood outside carrying 6 wine pots. The rich beggar looked from Olivia's face to the food between us. You banished him, Serena accused. Olivia covered the tray. I came to supervise his punishment. Serena pointed at the tray. With noodles? Olivia answered. He fears hunger. Serena entered and set the wine down. Then I will supervise too. I looked at the 6 pots. That appears less responsible. Serena sat across from Olivia. We need a contest that does not destroy geography. Olivia glanced at the patched wall. Agreed. Serena pushed a cup toward her. Wine. My wife accepted. That was how 2 empresses replaced aerial combat with competitive drinking in Bridget's spare room. The rule was simple. They challenged each other's claim. Whoever failed to answer, drank. I poured because both women decided the disputed husband should provide service. Serena began. I paid for 3 private afternoons, Olivia answered. I share his palace, title, and bed. Serena drank. Olivia followed. He gave me his first kiss. Serena smiled. He gave me permission for mine. Olivia drank. Serena leaned toward me. Who looked better at the hot spring? I filled both cups. Excellent question. Drink together. They made me drink instead. Terrible court system. The cups kept moving. Serena cooled her wine into a perfect crystal cup and called it refined control. Olivia heated the cup until the wine steamed and called Serena delicate. Serena froze my cup. Olivia warmed it without looking. Even my drink had chosen a side. Serena drank without blinking, then froze Olivia's next cup to the table. Olivia cut the table around it and lifted the whole piece. Bridget's furniture was losing another war. I replaced the table with an overturned storage chest before either woman noticed. Olivia boasted that I had chosen Brighton as family. Serena answered that I accepted her money because I respected her cause. Serena claimed I smiled during our kiss. Olivia claimed I forgot how to speak when she entered in armor. Both claims were unfortunately supported. I poured myself a cup before they compared more evidence. The witness invokes silence. Both women rejected my legal strategy. Olivia asked who I trusted with Brighton. I named her. Serena asked who I trusted with Westmere's restoration money. I named her. They stared at each other, each pleased and offended by the split verdict. Whenever one woman lost a point, she demanded another cup and changed the rules. Soon, the 6 pots became 8 because Serena pulled 2 more from storage. The verbal fight stayed sharp, but the anger thinned. Near dawn, under the tree outside Bridget's house, Olivia stopped mid-boast. She stared into her cup. My parents vanished, Olivia said. My brothers died before I took the throne. Every room in the palace still carries someone who is gone. Serena lowered her wine. Olivia continued. I built Brighton because ruling was the only thing left that needed me. No one joked. Serena sat beside her. My parents killed each other, Serena said. My siblings are gone. Westmere fell, and everyone who survived expects me to rebuild it. Her voice stayed steady until the last word. Then it failed. Olivia reached for her. Serena held on. The women who had tried to cut each other from the sky cried beneath the same tree. Olivia tightened her hold. Serena stopped pulling away. I carried them inside without interrupting. Olivia held Serena's sleeve. Serena kept one hand closed around Olivia's wrist. I placed them on the bed, covered them, and removed every wine pot from reach. Baxter helped clean the room while saying nothing. The next morning, sunlight reached the bed before either empress woke. Olivia and Serena were tangled in the same blanket. They opened their eyes at the same time, turned, and accidentally kissed. Both women froze. Then they separated so fast the bed frame cracked. You kissed me, Olivia snapped. Serena wiped her mouth. You attacked while I was unconscious. You were on my side. You stole the blanket. The grief bond survived exactly 8 seconds before pride restarted the war. I retreated to the kitchen and made instant noodles. At breakfast, Olivia and Serena competed over my bowl. Serena reached for the seat beside me. Olivia moved it to her own side before Serena touched it. Serena dragged a second chair against my other shoulder. I ate between 2 empresses who had reached a temporary peace and immediately weaponized seating. You know peace is fragile when chairs become ammunition. Olivia added meat and called it proper palace food. Serena added a rare herb and called Olivia's meat peasant seasoning. I ate both before they could weaponize breakfast. Then Olivia looked at Serena across the table. You will move into the palace, Olivia decided. Serena blinked. You are inviting me? You are alone here, Olivia replied. Also, I refuse to let you schedule secret meetings with my husband. Serena smiled. Compassion with surveillance, very royal. Olivia looked at the empty guest seat across the table. You said Westmere left you alone. I have rooms. Use one. Serena's smile softened. Then Olivia added, far from Austin's room. Serena's softness became a smirk. There she is. Olivia pointed her chopsticks. Accept before I improve the offer. Serena pulled the chair closer. I accept. The second empress had joined my household. I looked toward Baxter. Did you record any of this? Baxter answered. Recording began before the hot spring door opened. Traitorous assistant, excellent archive. Serena's smile faded as breakfast ended. She looked at Olivia and tapped one finger against the table. Now that I am living in your palace, Serena said, you need to see what Crownspire built around your family. Later that morning, inside Olivia's palace dining room, Serena returned from the guest wing with a piece of pale jade. She placed it between Olivia and me and stopped smiling. This is innate jade, Serena explained. Westmere preserved it because it records bloodline history that ordinary archives cannot hold. The jade reacted when Olivia touched it. Light spread across the table and built a small image of Brighton in the air. Serena sat beside my wife. Some worlds lose too much heavenly law. Those broken worlds become desolate domains. The projected sky above Brighton cracked into dark lines. Serena pointed at the breaks. When enough law disappears, the strongest faction can define borders, records, and inheritance inside the gap. The image showed old maps fading beneath newer copies. Every copy placed Brighton in a different century. Only the current one matched the palace around us. Olivia touched her coronation seal inside the projection. The seal broke into blank light. Her memory was real. The official history around it had been arranged. A powerful faction can rewrite records inside one, Serena continued. Crownspire, the faction whose seer watched your growth, did that here. The palace image changed. A line of rulers appeared above it. Half had no graves, and several had childhood records that contradicted their portraits. Buildings and names swapped across the royal archive. Olivia stared at the shifting capital. You are saying Brighton's history was edited? Manufactured, Serena answered. The throne, the royal line, and the official past were built around one project. My wife had ruled Brighton through war, poison, and court rebellion. Now a piece of jade called her empire, a stage set. Olivia kept her hand on the table. Show me the project! The jade obeyed her blood. The capital vanished. A dragon crystal appeared inside the light. It cracked open and revealed a baby. Serena pointed at the child. That baby became your father. Olivia's chair scraped backward. Serena continued one fact at a time. Crownspire found the crystal. A demon faction and an Eastern empire joined the project. The three groups raised the child inside a life they controlled. They gave him a throne, selected his allies, and built a false royal history around his blood. They wanted his bloodline to mature inside a controlled family. 2 royal heirs died inside that plan. The jade showed empty cradles, then erased them. Olivia's fingers closed around the table edge. The projection shifted again. The dragon child became a grown man. A crown appeared over his head. Then unseen hands moved his wife, children, ministers, and enemies around him. Olivia watched her father's life turn into a controlled diagram. A small point of light appeared inside an image of Olivia's body. Serena's voice stayed steady. An innate embryo has awakened inside you. Olivia looked at the light. Serena explained the rule plainly. The embryo would pull Brighton's accumulated destiny into itself. Every city, army, field, and living person would feed it. When the process finished, the empire would die. Olivia might die with it. The projection demonstrated the cost. Light rose from farms, houses, and soldiers across the tiny map. Every strand entered the embryo. One city dimmed, then another. Olivia pulled her hand from the jade. The strands kept moving toward her image. No one spoke. The jade kept turning above the table. I took Olivia's hand. Her skin was cold. How long? I asked. Serena shook her head. The records do not give a safe date. It awakened earlier than Crownspire expected. That made Olivia's sudden growth more dangerous. Power was rising because something inside her had started feeding. Olivia looked across the projected empire. My people were born inside this plan. They still chose you, I told her. Olivia's eyes moved to me. I continued. Crownspire built the cage. Brighton filled it with real families. She held my hand tighter. Then Serena touched the jade again. Your parents may have escaped, Serena said. The third projection appeared. The projection showed Olivia's father beside a woman's outline. A silver hand tore open space and pulled them beyond the recorded domain. The record ends there, Serena explained. It does not show their deaths. Olivia leaned toward the light. So they could be alive, somewhere beyond this domain, Serena answered. Olivia reached for the image. Her fingers passed through it. The jade changed one last time and showed a dragon falling beneath a mountain. Its body melted into the land. Serena pointed at the ridge above it. That became Brighton Ridge. The dragon's blood had soaked into the soil and water for generations. That explained the oversized pigs, violent chickens, and spirit-rich fish raised around the ridge. I stared at the projection. So my expensive pigs were dragon-fed. Serena gave me a flat look. That is your conclusion. It's one conclusion, I admitted. Olivia laughed once through wet eyes. Good. The room needed air, and the pigs had finally contributed something besides invoices. You can judge my priorities after the Empire survives. I turned back to my wife. Your father escaped their control, I said. Your parents may still be alive. We will find them. The image returned to the dragon child. Olivia watched it fade. He never had a real throne. He found a family anyway, I answered. Then I added, he also received the premium kept man package before me. I respect the pioneer. Olivia squeezed my hand hard enough to punish the joke. Until we found the embryo's answer, Olivia needed enough strength to resist it. I needed the people who built it to stop touching her life. Serena almost smiled. Then Olivia named a date that connected the three of us. Olivia told us she had nearly died 4 years earlier during the struggle that put her on the throne. Her enemies had sealed the palace and cut her away from the guards. A silver light broke one wall long enough for Regina to reach her. Serena's expression changed. I nearly died that same year. Her enemies had trapped her during Westmere's fall. A silver force opened a path through their formation and gave her enough time to escape. Neither woman had seen the source clearly. Both remembered the same cold light and the same feeling of being pulled away from death. I remembered my own hunt on Earth. 4 years earlier, before the final guild chase, a silver-haired woman had appeared during an ambush. She cut open a path through people who had trained beside me and disappeared before I could follow. I never saw her name, I said. Her eyes looked like Olivia's. Olivia leaned closer. I studied Serena. Her eyebrows looked like Serena's. Both women stared at me. Olivia narrowed her eyes. You remember her face very clearly. Serena folded her arms. Especially the attractive parts. I was describing evidence, I protested. Olivia replied, you began with her hair. She had silver hair, I reminded her. Serena smiled. He is defending the mystery woman now. A possible link across worlds had become another flirting charge. My household was operational. Baxter made her dark avatar visible beside the table. I can explain Empress Olivia's growth, Baxter said. A set of readings formed above her palm. Baxter called the rule soul affinity. Trust, repeated protection, and sustained proximity. Let a body accept more energy. It granted no control and forced no emotion. Olivia's reading burned highest. Serena's formed below it, still enormous. Our repeated choices under pressure had accelerated Olivia's growth and started affecting Serena too. Baxter showed one extra line. Protection moved the score faster than simple proximity. That explained why every crisis had fed Olivia's growth. Then Harrison's stored reading appeared at 90%. Serena tapped her own reading. Mine will rise. Olivia moved the display farther from her, from another wing of the palace. I stared at it. My chef trusts me more than either empress? Olivia looked offended. Serena looked personally challenged by a middle-aged cook. Baxter clarified. Minister Harrison's score comes from family loyalty, repeated protection, shared resources, and food. I nodded at the reading. Food-based attachment is the strongest framework here. That joke ended when Baxter pointed back to the embryo. Affinity explains the growth, Baxter said. It does not remove the threat. The project began roughly a century ago. Reaching its original architects may require travel through time or another domain. Olivia looked at the projected child again. Serena closed her hand around the innate jade. The current Crownspire branch still guards the records and the harvest plan. That gave me someone reachable. Does everyone in the current branch know? I asked Serena. No, Serena answered. Some inherited the institution. The inner elders guard the project. I would give the branch a chance to separate ignorance from choice. I stood. Olivia caught my sleeve. Austin? I am not leaving yet, I told her. That was true for the next several hours. By sunset, Olivia had forced the jade through every image twice. The embryo kept glowing. Her parents' trail ended beyond the domain. The silver-haired woman stayed nameless. Olivia set the jade down. Serena opened the wine. I stayed until both women fell asleep beside the jade, one on the couch and one across the bed. Olivia's hand still rested over the image of her parents. Serena had fallen asleep holding the map to Crownspire. That was when I moved. Near midnight, inside Olivia's palace room, I summoned McKenna and Bridget. McKenna arrived in armor. Bridget entered with her sword already drawn. I handed them the room. Guard Olivia and Serena, I ordered. Nobody enters, nobody follows me. McKenna looked at the sleeping empresses, then at the paired jade key in my hand. McKenna asked, Where are you going? Crownspire, I answered. I opened Serena's map. Which mountain holds their branch? McKenna pointed to a northern route used by military couriers. This one. Crownspire controls the summit. Bridget lowered her sword by 1 inch. For a conversation. I'm offering them 2 chances to correct their crimes, I told Bridget. McKenna stared at me. You buried kidnappers under a mountain. They had chances, I told McKenna. Bridget counted on her fingers. Crimson Tower went under a lake. The Poison Elder lost 3 mountains. Black Hollow Hall went through portals. Different circumstances, I told Bridget. McKenna looked at Bridget. Crownspire is cooked. I pointed at her. This is why you are staying here. McKenna lifted her chin. Because I'm correct? Because you enjoy destruction too much, I answered. Bridget nodded. Completely. Their confidence in my mercy was insulting and evidence-based. I took Serena's map, Olivia's jade key, and left before either woman could volunteer. Before dawn, at the foot of Crownspire's mountain branch, I heard voices through the stone. My hearing reached the summit before I did. An unnamed elder stood inside the upper hall. A guard reported that Olivia's pretty-faced husband had arrived alone carrying her jade. The elder laughed. Another man warned that Olivia's jade should have remained inside the royal vault. The elder dismissed him. The pretty-faced husband probably stole it to look important. Make him climb, the elder ordered. If he wants answers, he can crawl to them. Then the elder spoke to the people around him. The Dragon Project has matured for a century, he said. Every law and royal succession pushed the bloodline where we needed it. The embryo woke early, but the harvest can still succeed. Another voice asked what would happen to Olivia. The elder answered without hesitation. Refine the host and embryo into an elixir. My daughter will take it and bear the pure bloodline herself. Several elders voiced agreement. Nobody objected. The elder had heard the cost and approved the harvest anyway. I stood below the first stair and decided on 2 chances. 1 chance to recognize the crime, 1 chance to correct it. A gatekeeper opened the mountain path and looked down at my royal clothes. Crownspire forbids flight, he announced. Climb for 1 hour if you want the elder's attention. Could have reached the summit before his next breath. Instead, I suppressed my power and walked. Every stair counted. Every minute counted. The gatekeeper followed far enough to enjoy the humiliation. He called me Olivia's decorative husband and asked whether my legs were tired. Halfway up, he offered to carry the jade if I admitted the Empress had sent me to beg. My wife sent me nowhere, I told him. He laughed harder. I kept climbing. Look, I was trying to be fair. The performance deserved an award. 1 hour later, I reached the summit. The elder waited in the main hall with his followers arranged behind him. He looked at the jade key, then at me. His followers did the same calculation Crownspire had trusted for a century. Olivia's husband had no visible cultivation. He had climbed instead of flying. He had arrived without soldiers. Several elders relaxed. One laughed before the leader even spoke. They had called me the useless husband again. Perfect. They had built a nation around a dragon bloodline and still misread the harmless husband standing in their hall. So the useless prince finally arrived, the elder said. Did your empress send you to beg for her history? I stopped before his seat. You already wasted your first chance, I told him. The elder's smile thinned. For making you climb? For making your answer before hearing the question? He looked at the followers behind him. Several smiled on command. For believing humiliation changes truth, I added. He leaned back. You know nothing about truth. I placed Olivia's jade key on the stone floor. The sound was small. Every smile behind the elder disappeared anyway. I nudged the key toward his seat. Olivia trusted me with the family you fabricated. Crownspire found a dragon child and built Brighton around him. The elder stopped moving. You rewrote the royal records. You used a demon faction and an Eastern Empire to control his life. Nobody behind him spoke. You killed 2 royal heirs inside the project. You planted an innate embryo in Olivia and expected it to consume Brighton's destiny. The elder's fingers tightened on his chair. I took 1 step closer. You also plan to refine my wife into an elixir so your daughter can steal the bloodline. His confidence disappeared. The plan had survived a century because every victim knew only one piece. Olivia's useless husband had walked in carrying all of them. You have 1 chance left, I told him. The elder froze. The summit elder finally found his voice. His name was Garrick Ashcroft. I had just exposed Crownspire's century-long plan to manipulate Olivia's family, drain Brighton's national fate, and refine my wife into an elixir. I gave him 1 final chance to repent. Garrick used it to stare at the jade key beside his chair and demand, How do you know our plan? Then he called me a pretty husband who lived off Olivia's money. I told him the answer did not matter. His remaining choice did. So I laid out the settlement. Crownspire would apologize to Brighton, leave the 3-way conspiracy, and surrender the killers behind Olivia's family losses. They would return Brighton's stolen land and provide every route to headquarters and its partners. Then they would serve Brighton for a century and pay 18 billion spirit stones. I had reduced the amount. I was trying to be reasonable. Garrick called the terms delusional and ordered the branch to arrest me. His deputy laughed at my remaining grace period. I hit him once. The man vanished. A straight black break ripped through the hall, the mountain, and the space beyond it. Nobody laughed after that. I pressed my palms against the split and pushed the 2 sides together. The rift sealed with a soft crack. Garrick stared at the repaired space. His mouth stayed open. The members nearest him stopped waiting for orders. Now, I told the summit elder, this is a serious repentance meeting. Look, I need you to understand how badly he had misread the situation. He had called me Olivia's useless husband. The retired killer handling customer complaints before breakfast was a worse meeting. The surviving Crownspire members edged away from me. Garrick raised the branch seal and claimed Crownspire's authority protected him. Olivia's paired jade key still lay beside his chair. That key had already opened the branch for me. Your seal says Crownspire, I told him. The mountain let me in. The seal dimmed in his palm. He had watched me break space and repair it before the dust settled. Garrick swallowed. We accept everything? The apology, territory, culprits, labor, and spirit stones. Good. I glanced at the empty place where his deputy had stood. There's also a 2 billion spirit stone cleansing fee. Garrick's face twitched. Cleansing fee? Your deputy died during negotiations. The hall now requires cleaning. The total reached 20 billion. Beautiful. Crownspire had managed to make surrender more expensive by laughing. Garrick forced his hands together. We will prepare it. You have until sunrise. His eyes finally moved toward the eastern windows. Dawn was still nearly 3 hours away. That's impossible, Garrick snapped. The treasuries are scattered. The accused elders are elsewhere. Headquarters cannot arrive before dawn. That sounds like an internal management problem. We need time. You had a century. He kept arguing about territory, money, executions, and representatives. I checked the horizon again. My wife wakes early. I still need to cook breakfast. Garrick blinked. I continued. If I'm late, Olivia may reduce my allowance, so your schedule is creating a household emergency. One disciple near the wall looked at Garrick as if begging him to stop speaking. Smart disciple. Terrible workplace. Garrick stopped backing away and started shouting. You destroy a man, demand 20 billion, and give us less than an hour. You call that fair? The joke left me. Crownspire had stolen Brighton's national fate. Its people had helped fabricate Olivia's history, kill her 2 older brothers, and turn civilians into resources for a harvest. That same branch had discussed cutting an unborn power from my wife like she was livestock. I looked at Garrick. You're alive because I offered one remaining chance. He stepped back. You spent it. The first disciple ran for the door. 3 more broke for the windows. Someone activated a teleportation token beneath the floor. Another elder punched through the roof and launched into the clouds. Baxter had swept the mountain before I entered. 147 life signs confirmed, my overqualified assistant reported. All are linked to the branch's active arrest formation. No uninvolved civilians detected. The branch perimeter is sealed, so I moved. A warning bell rang once. I broke it before the second strike. I sent the first runner through the floor. One finger crossed the teleportation array before it formed. The array burst and took everyone standing on it. The roof team reached the clouds. I reached them first and sent them back through their own hole. A tunnel opened beneath the rear wall. One stamp folded it shut. Garrick ordered ranks. That order lasted 4 seconds. The front line raised relics. 2 fingers broke their weapons in formation. The second line threw poison. I walked through it and tapped each forehead as I passed. Their allies backed away from the poison and moved closer to me. Bad geometry. A relic master woke the mountain formation. I reversed it and flattened everyone powering it. Honestly, I don't know what they thought would happen after the space repair. The third line changed careers. Half surrendered, half hid behind them. I had already offered surrender. They had laughed. Garrick screamed that I was only one man. A disciple beside him asked why one man was winning, so Garrick struck him and ordered everyone forward. Crownspire loyalty lasted until the first invoice. I crossed the distance. Their weapons fell apart. Baxter's count dropped through halls, cliffs, vaults, and hidden arrays. Every escape route closed before anyone reached it. One elder crawled toward Olivia's jade key, still lying near Garrick's seat. I stepped on his sleeve. He looked up at me. Mercy, you had it. I lifted my foot and kept walking. When I returned to the main hall, only Garrick remained. The summit elder stood beside his cracked chair. His robes had soaked through at the collar. The man who had mocked my face now avoided looking at my hands. Baxter spoke inside my head. 1 life sign remains in the branch. Garrick heard the silence around us and understood the count without being told. His knees hit the floor. 147 people had been present when I arrived. Crownspire had spent its last chance, and Garrick was the final unpaid item. He raised both hands. Wait, I know something about Empress Olivia? I stopped. His breathing changed. The fear was still there, but now he had found a bargaining chip. Garrick rushed on. A deeper secret, something even Crownspire's ordinary elders don't know. Let me leave, and I will tell you. No, I answered. His hope died fast. I crouched in front of him. Tell me first. After that, I'll allow you to kill yourself. Garrick stared at me. That's my final discount, I added. He tried to crush his own heart before speaking. Energy gathered under his ribs. I pinched the force apart and kept him alive. Repentance requires honest participation, I reminded him. The summit elder shook so hard his teeth clicked. Then he lowered his head. The Empress. I meant to slap him lightly. My hand moved faster than planned. Garrick's head disappeared before the next word came out. I stayed crouched for a moment. Baxter broke the silence. Garrick Ashcroft is dead. Noticed. The secret was not recorded. I noticed that too. In my defense, he had a fragile head and terrible timing. The branch was finished. Garrick's last word had been Empress, and the rest of his secret had vanished with his head. I stood and looked around the empty hall. Baxter, does Crownspire own this mountain? My overqualified assistant checked the records embedded in the branch arrays. No, the branch occupies Brighton territory. It has submitted no tax payments. Any exemptions? No. Then seize everything. Before dawn, inside Crownspire's newly repossessed treasury, Baxter sorted what the branch had failed to pay Brighton. Rows of spirit stone crates filled 3 underground chambers. Each crate carried Crownspire's crest and a neat inventory tag. Garrick had spent 10 minutes insisting the money could not be gathered. His accountants had gathered it years ago. Sealed cases and packed shelves held enough weapons, pills, armor, cultivation manuals, and relic fragments to make Crownspire's poverty speech insulting. The summit elder had claimed he could not gather 20 billion before sunrise. His own basement disagreed. Baxter opened a ledger. Crownspire had charged nearby Brighton villages for road access, water, and protection, while paying Brighton nothing for the mountain itself. Back taxes? I asked. Penalty fees? Also substantial. Annoyance fee for making me climb? That category does not exist. It does now. My reasonable saint accounting had entered a growth phase. I opened the largest vault and found a wall of ancient relics. Several carried the same emblem, a flame wrapped around an old imperial crown. Baxter scanned the mark. Ancient Great Flame origin, Baxter reported. It came from the empire that existed before modern Brighton. I picked up a bronze seal bearing the symbol. Does it explain Garrick's secret? No confirmed connection. Does it explain why Crownspire built on Brighton land? No confirmed connection. Can it cook? Storage. Baxter took the seal. 3 more relics carried the same mark. One was a scorched spearhead, another was a broken furnace plate. The third was a jade map whose lines vanished whenever Baxter tried to copy them. Can you identify their original owner? I asked. Records are incomplete. Can Crownspire? Garrick likely could have answered part of that question. I looked back toward the mountain above us. His missing head had become expensive in several different ways. Baxter estimated the treasury's value. I stopped listening when the number passed the amount Crownspire owed. The exact total could become Olivia's problem. She was the Empress. Delegation builds character. The emblem linked Crownspire's treasury to Brighton's buried history. Garrick had died trying to sell me another hidden piece of that past. I also had breakfast to make. Mysteries could wait 10 minutes. Eggs could not. The branch had a private bathing chamber fed by mountain springs. Since Brighton now owned the property, I used it. The water was hot. The soap was imported. Garrick had apparently funded luxury bathing before taxes, restitution, or survival instincts. Baxter moved the treasury into storage while I washed the dust and blood from my clothes. She also cataloged the branch seal, the ancient relics, the spirit stones, and several locked boxes that hissed whenever anyone touched them. Dangerous? I asked. Vinny. Kitchen use? Storage. I changed into clean royal robes and checked the time. Still before dawn. Efficient murder deserved efficient housekeeping. An hour later, I returned to Olivia's palace room. McKenna Abbott and Bridget Kearns were still outside the door, exactly where I had left them. Olivia and Serena were awake, so I moved the morning briefing to the Abbott family home, where Harrison's kitchen could handle the crowd. McKenna looked at my clean clothes. Did the branch accept your mercy? They rejected it, I answered. Bridget's eyes narrowed. How many survived? Garrick remained for a while, I told her. For a while? McKenna repeated. I nodded. He attempted repentance. His head lacked commitment. Bridget stared at me. McKenna nodded as if this made perfect sense. Their treasuries in Baxter's storage, I added. They had no tax records. Bridget lowered her hand from her sword. You killed a branch and audited it before breakfast. I multitasked, I said. McKenna looked impressed. Bridget looked tired on behalf of civilization. So they chose to depart peacefully, McKenna concluded. Exactly, I agreed. Bridget looked between us. That's not what peacefully means. Peace is what remained after they departed, McKenna replied. I pointed at her. See, excellent student. Bridget followed me toward the kitchen. Crownspire will notice a missing branch. They should. I left the mountain, I replied. Bridget frowned. That's not what I meant. McKenna joined us. Should we warn Olivia? I'm about to feed Olivia, I answered. Bridget rubbed her forehead. Food isn't a military report. It gets better attendance, I said. My immediate problem was the kitchen. I rolled up my sleeves and went to wake Harrison. Olivia, Serena, and half the household were about to turn breakfast into a military summit. Before dawn at the Abbott family home, I put Harrison to work because the palace breakfast had become a small military operation. My chef stared at the mountain of ingredients I had carried in. How many people are eating? Harrison asked. 2 empresses, the household, 3 guards, Regina if she returns, and anyone foolish enough to stand near the table. Harrison counted the bowls. You prepared enough for an army. Just removed one. The balance felt right. He looked at me for a long moment. Crown Spire? And I. Harrison did not ask what handled meant. Smart man. That was why I kept him near the stove. By sunrise, both empresses, my chef, McKenna, Bridget, and Serena's 3 Ashen Crown guards had crowded around the table. The guards had survived wars, assassinations, and a realm collapse. One breakfast with 2 empresses still made them sit like prisoners awaiting sentence. Olivia wore a simple gold robe instead of armor. Serena had chosen black silk, and the expression of a woman who knew everyone had noticed. In my defense, breakfast briefly lost the argument. Olivia caught me looking at Serena. My wife lifted one eyebrow. Is there a problem? None, I answered. Serena leaned closer across the table. He was checking whether I had recovered from our spar. I was checking the food behind you, I told her. Serena moved the plate with her. Then keep checking. Olivia pulled the plate to her side. He's seen enough. There it was. Brighton faced national extinction, and the 2 strongest women in the room had already begun a territory dispute over my eyesight. Harrison set down the final pot. Eat first, destroy kingdoms after. My chef had excellent priorities. Olivia waited until everyone had a bowl. Then she placed the innate jade record beside her plate and summarized the problem in one sentence. Brighton was built to fatten my bloodline, my innate embryo, and our national fate for harvest. The room went still. Serena's guards froze. Bridget's spoons stopped, and even McKenna paused mid-bite, which counted as panic for her. Serena broke the silence. Anyone entering Brighton's sealed region is forced down to the 10th realm. She tapped the table once. Crownspire and the Eastmarch Empire, the Eastern Kingdom behind this conspiracy, have many 10th realm experts. Inside Brighton, they lose their higher realm advantage. That gives us a battlefield. Olivia's gaze stayed on the jade. The embryo still matures with the nation's fate. We'll fight before they take it, Serena replied. Olivia studied her. Westmere's still unstable. Helping Brighton may cost you what remains of your own throne. Serena tore a piece of bread in half. My throne can wait. Crownspire helped ruin my realm, and Eastmarch thinks an empress is a resource wearing a crown. I have personal reasons now. Her eldest guard straightened. The other 2 exchanged a look that said their ruler had just volunteered them for another national crisis. Olivia asked, and if Austin refuses your help? Serena looked directly at me. Then I'll help him against his will. He's done the same to me. That sounds romantic, I said. It is, Serena replied. You're difficult. Olivia lifted her cup. On that point, we agree. Harrison glanced at me while serving more meat. McKenna glanced at me too. Bridget did the same. Nobody looked worried for long. They knew Brighton's hidden weapon was currently asking whether the sauce needed more pepper. Serena noticed the reaction chain. You're all strangely calm. Harrison tasted the sauce. Panic ruins digestion. McKenna nodded. Master also dislikes interrupted meals. Olivia looked at me. Austin, I dislike interrupted retirement more, I answered. Serena smiled. Then protect both. That line sounded almost sweet. The rich beggar ruined it immediately. She placed her hand over Olivia's jade. You invited me to stay at the palace. I accept. Olivia's eyes narrowed. For the war. For the war, Serena agreed. And the husband. One of Serena's guards lowered her face into both hands. Olivia slid the jade away from Serena. There will be rules. Of course, Serena replied. Olivia continued. Mornings are for governing, afternoons are for training, evenings are supervised. Serena looked at me. Supervised by whom? Me, Olivia answered. Serena's smile widened. Excellent, we can all share. Olivia set down her spoon. You'll sleep in my room. Serena blinked once. With Austin? Olivia answered. With me, you won't sneak into my husband's room? Serena leaned back and studied Olivia. Then Austin can sleep between us. I raised one hand. The husband would like representation in these negotiations. Olivia looked at me. You already have mornings, Serena added. And I'm offering nights. My wife, you're dividing my schedule like livestock. Olivia's mouth curved. Then stop making yourself so easy to steal. Serena rested her chin on one hand. He comes with breakfast. That raises his value. I pointed at her. That sounded romantic until you priced me by the meal. It was romantic, Serena replied. The meal is a bonus. Harrison cleared his throat. Your sacrifice protects Brighton, Austin. I looked at my chef. You're enjoying this. Deeply. Serena's 3 guards stared at their empress. Their ruler had lost a kingdom, crossed a sealed realm, and joined a political war. The shared husband negotiation finally broke them. Olivia finalized the arrangement with a tap of her finger. Serena would live at the palace. She would support Brighton's defense. Olivia would teach her to govern Westmere through the Ashen Crown's remaining channels. The 2 would spar without cultivation to control the damage. Olivia claimed my mornings for palace meals and official appearances. Serena claimed my afternoons for training and cultural exchange, which sounded suspicious coming from her. Evenings would be decided by whoever reached the dining room first. At night, Serena would sleep in Olivia's room. Serena's eldest guard whispered, "Your Majesty, Westmere still has ministers." Serena waved one hand. "They've got an avatar!" The guard looked at the ceiling and silently asked it for strength. I should have objected harder. After one shared bed night at the palace, I floated out between two sleeping empresses and escaped to Harrison's table. The sleeping arrangement began because Serena claimed Olivia's bed was too large for one person. Olivia replied that the palace was too dangerous for Serena to wander unsupervised. Both looked at me and decided I was the supervision. I was an assassin, a husband, and apparently a human border marker. At midnight, 2 women in silk had looked like a reward. By dawn, Olivia had one arm across my chest. Serena had one leg over mine. Neither accepted personal territory while asleep. Serena had also stolen my pillow. Olivia had stolen it back without waking. The silent war continued across my face. My eyes had dark circles. My dignity had left earlier. Harrison saw me enter and slid a tiny steamed bun across the table. "After last night," my chef said, "I thought you would want something bigger." I looked at the bun. "You cooked this. Don't advertise your own limitations." McKenna choked on her tea. Harrison pressed a hand to his chest. "I fed you before you learned gratitude." "You met me after I learned murder," I replied. Harrison nodded. "That explains the table manners." I took the bun anyway. Harrison had made it, which meant it was better than anything served in the palace kitchen. He pretended not to notice when I took 3 more. The front door opened hard enough to shake the cups. Regina Abbott, Brighton's Grand General and the family's walking fortress, marched inside holding a sealed report. The report blamed the King of Hell, the Avenger alias attached to my hidden attacks. "Crownspire Summit branch is gone," Regina announced. "The King of Hell destroyed the entire place." Harrison kept serving soup. McKenna kept drinking tea. I kept eating. Regina added several careless opinions about the King of Hell's methods. None were flattering. Harrison immediately stood. "You should report this to Empress Olivia." McKenna grabbed her mother's arm. "Right now." Regina looked between them. "Why are you both acting strange?" "National emergency," Harrison replied. They pushed the walking fortress toward the palace before she could say anything more. The door closed. Harrison returned to the table. "I apologize for my wife." McKenna bowed her head. "I also apologize for my mother." "I'm not petty," I told them. Harrison took the plate of buns away from me. I stared at him. He put it back. Good. My chef understood risk management. Regina returned less than an hour later looking more disturbed than she had after the Crownspire report. "Serena stole Olivia," she announced. McKenna lowered her cup. "What? I saw them kissing in the training courtyard." Bridget, who had watched the spar, entered behind her and shut the door. The dry commander looked exhausted. "They were sparring without cultivation," Bridget explained. Serena slipped. Their mouths collided. Regina pointed toward the palace. Then Olivia kissed her back. "Olivia considered the accident a loss," Bridget replied. "She demanded a rematch." McKenna stared. "With kissing?" "Apparently," Bridget replied. Bridget continued. Serena smiled. Olivia bit her cheek. Then they resumed fighting. Regina looked personally betrayed. "They were kissing and biting in the training yard." "They were competing," Bridget corrected. Regina recoiled. "That's worse." McKenna covered her mouth, but her shoulders shook. Harrison made no effort to hide his smile. "Did either of them win?" I asked. Bridget looked at me. Olivia threw Serena through a wall. Serena came back laughing. "Then both are happy," I decided. Regina stared at me. "This household has no normal people." Harrison nodded slowly. "So Olivia finally has a friend." The word friend stopped me. I had friends once on Earth. My adoptive father controlled their families and forced them to attack me. During the fight, they kept apologizing. I thought they were mocking me. I learned the truth only after they were dead and I was the one still standing. Nobody at the table moved. McKenna set her cup down. "Then take a new friend." I looked at her. She held my gaze. "Me. I'm already your trainee. I can also be your friend." There was no joke in her voice. Harrison placed a fresh bowl in front of me without asking. Regina rested one large hand on McKenna's shoulder. Bridget looked away and gave the moment room. "For a few minutes," I said. "This table feels like a home I understand." Harrison pushed the meat plate closer. I took it. He always cooked as if my return was already decided. McKenna smiled. Then Regina flicked her forehead. "You don't announce friendship like a marriage proposal," her mother scolded. McKenna rubbed the spot. "I said friend. You made it weird." Harrison laughed. Bridget almost did. Regina reached for her tea again. Later that morning, back at the palace, Olivia sat Serena in front of Westmere's reports and discovered combat was the easier subject. A stack of memoranda covered the table. Serena opened the first one, read 3 lines, and reached for her scythe. Olivia caught her wrist. You can't solve a tax dispute by cutting both families in half. It would end the dispute, Serena replied. It would end the taxpayers, Olivia answered. Serena's officials appeared through a communication jade. The moment they saw Olivia restraining their ruler, several looked ready to cry from relief. Olivia assigned Serena 3 reports, 2 appointments, and 1 budget review. One official on the jade started applauding. Another bowed so low his forehead left the frame. A third asked Olivia whether she could remain in Westmere permanently. Serena leaned toward the jade. I can still hear you. All 3 officials went rigid. Olivia slid a pen into Serena's hand. Good, then they can hear you govern. Serena stared at the stack as if it might attack first. I leaned beside her. Westmere's fortune supports the lifestyle you promised me. Serena looked up. If your kingdom goes bankrupt, I continued, I may become poor. She pulled the first report closer. Why did nobody explain the stakes properly? Her officials began cheering. Olivia rubbed her temple. I've been explaining for an hour. Yes, Serena replied, but Austin made it personal. The household alliance was messy, jealous, and loud. It was also real. By afternoon, Clifton Maddox would put Brighton's capital between me and his throat. That same afternoon, at Clifton Maddox's residence, an East March messenger arrived with the approval Clifton had been waiting for. The black-clad agent carried the Eastern Emperor's seal. I learned the details later. The messenger promised protection for the Maddox family after Clifton completed his plan. Clifton read the order twice. The messenger took it back, burned it, and clasped Clifton's arm. The Emperor approved every condition, the messenger reported. Your family will receive East March protection. Replacement forces are already moving. Clifton asked only one question. My wife and household? The messenger answered. Protected under the Emperor's name. The messenger tightened his grip. Big brother, he told Clifton, His Majesty will remember this sacrifice. Clifton returned the grip. Protect my family. The messenger promised he would, then left. Clifton watched the ashes of the order fall. He had received everything he demanded for his family. Brighton's families were the payment. Once the Emperor's approval was in hand, Clifton sent me a letter. I received it at the palace while Olivia was forcing Serena through her second budget report. Bridget stood beside me when I broke the seal. Clifton wrote that he had inferred I was the king of hell from the timing of my arrival and the Avengers' attacks. He also wrote that if I attacked him, roughly 70% of Brighton's capital would die. The final line ordered me to meet him at the Welfare Institute. Then the polished snake insulted the institute's absurdly long name. Look, threatening a capital was expected from Clifton. Criticizing my charity branding was personal. Bridget watched me reread that line. Focus on the 70%. I'm focused. You are staring at the name. He called it self-important. It's self-important. It provides housing, food, education, and cultivation training. It also provides senior care, animal care, and dignity. The name reflects the services. Bridget folded her arms. The name reflects your inability to stop adding words. I handed her the letter. Serena's new charity will have an even longer name. That'll teach Clifton. Exactly. The meeting place ended the joke. Clifton had chosen a civilian shelter and attached a number to the threat. The institute was part of the weapon. I left immediately. By late afternoon, I reached the Welfare Institute Clifton had chosen as his hostage site. The long sign covered most of the front gate. Bridget remained outside to move residents away from the street while I entered alone. A one-armed girl spotted me first. I had helped rescue her from people who used injured children to beg for money. She ran across the courtyard and wrapped her arm around my waist. Father! The girl shouted. Every child nearby turned. I looked down at her. Big brother! Father! Big brother! She considered the negotiation, then lifted both feet off the ground and made me carry her. Big brother father, she decided. That title combination was questionable, but the hug was strong. I carried her deeper into the courtyard. Children showed me their books, clean uniforms, and wooden practice swords. An elderly woman held up the warm coat the institute had given her. 2 boys argued over whose turn it was to feed the rescued dogs. The place had beds, classrooms, medicine, food, and cultivation teachers. More importantly, nobody there had to kneel in the street for coins anymore. An elderly man brought me tea with both hands. He had once slept under a market awning. Now he complained that the institute mattress was too soft. That sounds terrible, I told him. It is, the old man replied. I sleep 8 hours and miss breakfast arguments. A little boy dragged over a wooden board covered in crooked writing. He had learned to write his own name. He made me watch him do it 3 times. Another child showed me a torn shoe the staff had replaced. She kept the old one because it was the last thing her mother had bought her. The one-armed girl watched every exchange like she owned the building. In practice, she probably did. The children had already learned that adults who loved them were easy to manage. One elderly woman pointed toward the kitchen. You funded this place. You should eat with us. I'm being threatened nearby, I explained. She waved that away. Threats can wait. Soup gets cold. I respected her priorities. The girl touched my cheek. You came to visit? Yes, will you stay for dinner? I'll try. She smiled and called the others over. Then Clifton stepped from the main hall. Brighton's disgraced prime minister wore clean white robes and the calm smile of a man standing behind other people's children. The residents quieted. I set the girl down and guided her behind me. Clifton opened his arms. King of hell! Austin's fine! So you admit it. I admit you sent a badly written letter. His smile tightened. Still performing. You selected an orphanage for a death threat. I am giving the scene the respect it deserves. Clifton pulled open the front of his robe. A dark red rune covered his chest. 8 thin lines spread from it, passed through the courtyard stones, and vanished toward different parts of the capital. The ground pulsed once. Far across Brighton, 8 red lights answered. One burned near the northern market. Another appeared over a residential district. More rose beyond the roofs until the capital sat inside a ring of red points. The institute's windows rattled. Cups fell inside the dining hall. The children looked toward the ceiling because they could feel the formation before they understood it. The institute made the nearest deaths people I knew. Baxter scanned the pattern before Clifton finished smiling. Voidfall rune formation, my overqualified assistant reported. 1 life-linked main rune and 8 sub-runes. Injury to Clifton will collapse space through all 9 points. Clifton pointed toward the children behind me. This institute's closest to the main rune. It'll disappear first. The rule was brutally simple. Hurt Clifton and spatial collapse would tear through the capital. Up to 70% of Brighton could die before I closed every point. The one-armed girl reached for my sleeve. I stepped back and moved her hand away from the glowing line under our feet. Take everyone inside, I told the institute staff. Stay away from the windows. Clifton laughed softly. You can't move them far enough. I know, I answered. That answer took some confidence out of his smile. I asked Baxter for options. Immediate force carries unacceptable civilian risk, Baxter warned. The sub-runes are already active. Clifton spread both hands. At last, the great king of hell understands restraint. He took one slow step toward me. The 8 distant lights brightened with his heartbeat. The residents behind me went silent. Clifton's shoulders relaxed. For once, my strength made everyone watch him. I looked at the rune on his chest. You tied your heartbeat to children because you were scared to meet me alone. His jaw hardened. Call it what you like, Clifton replied. Brighton's people will be relocated into Eastmarch. They'll have peace, food, and protection under a stronger emperor. You plan to kill 70% of them, I said. Only if you attack, Clifton replied. No, I cut in. You built the weapon. Their deaths belong to you. Clifton's smile vanished. He recovered quickly. Eastmarch is declining. Crownspire has resources we can't match. Clifton pointed at the glowing lines. The Nightglass Covenant, the separate demon faction behind Brighton's fabrication, has methods we don't possess. I chose the only path that preserves my people. Saving his people was a motive I could understand. Using my people as a shield still earned him a funeral. You call yourself a patriot, I told him. A patriot protects civilians. You put children under your knife and blamed my hand. Clifton stepped closer. The rune brightened with him. You're in no position to lecture me, Clifton snapped. I looked at the formation lines around his feet. I'm waiting for a safe angle, I said. His expression twitched again. Good. He could control my movement. He could not control what I intended to do once the children were clear. Clifton lowered his voice. You still think strength solves everything? It solved your son's face, I replied. A movement flickered near the side corridor. Darren Maddox, Clifton's spare heir, stood half hidden behind a pillar. His healed eyes were fixed on his father, and one hand rested on a sword under his cloak. Clifton did not look toward him. That worried me more than if he had. The polished snake returned his attention to my identity. The Avenger appeared only after Olivia summoned you, Clifton said. McKenna stopped fearing stronger realms. Bridget began taking orders from a pampered prince. The legacy book failed to kill you, Harrison returned from Black Hollow. Then you touched my shoulder before I could react. Clifton counted the clues on his fingers, pleased with himself. You're the hidden body cultivator Olivia brought from a dying realm. The theory was confident, detailed, and wrong. Beautiful presentation, I told him. Wrong realm. Clifton mistook that for wounded pride. Your kind always does. No cultivation, only flesh, enormous force, crude methods, a dead-end path dressed as invincibility. I glanced at the 8 distant lights. Keep talking, it makes the waiting easier. He did. Villains love a captive audience even when the captive can remove their head. Clifton said the sealed formation would drag us into void turbulence. An early attack would dump the collapse into Brighton. Waiting would carry the main rupture away from the capital. Baxter confirmed the choice. You can survive the turbulence, Baxter told me. Clifton may die if you move him by force before the formation leaves the civilian zone. His weak body created the only real obstacle. Clifton had built a city-sized death trap and forgotten to become durable enough for safe transport. I looked him over. You're too weak, he frowned. What? I could throw you out of Brighton, I told him. Your body would break before the runes followed. That would kill the children. Clifton's face went stiff. You finally created a situation where your weakness matters more than mine, I continued. Congratulations! His control lasted another second. Then Darren drew his sword. The spare air crossed the courtyard from behind Clifton and drove the blade toward his father's back. Clifton turned before the point reached him. His hand punched through Darren's chest. The sword fell. Darren stared down at his father's arm as the rune lines surged red beneath them. Clifton held his son over the main symbol. The formation required blood from my direct line, Clifton said. I knew you'd betray me. Darren's fingers closed around Clifton's sleeve. His face carried the same disbelief he had worn every time family power failed to protect him. Clifton looked down at his son and did not hesitate. You wanted my position, he told Darren. Now you'll secure it for the family. Darren's lips moved, but no sound came. Clifton pulled his hand free and let his son fall onto the rune. The blood touched the central mark. Every sub-rune across Brighton ignited. Clifton had prepared his own son as the final ingredient and waited for Darren to mistake rebellion for a surprise. The courtyard walls bent inward. Children screamed inside the main building. The one-armed girl broke from the staff and ran toward me. Bridget came through the gate with her sword drawn. She had been moving the outer residence when the rune flare reached the street. Shield them, I ordered. Bridget planted herself between the children and the collapsing courtyard. Her aura spread over the doors and windows while the institute staff pulled everyone behind her. The girl fought their hands. Big brother! Clifton stood inside the blood-red light. His voice shook, but he kept defending himself. Clifton insisted. Eastmarch has neither Crownspire's treasury nor the Nightglass Covenant's methods. We can't survive without taking Brighton's fate. Darren understood the cost. Darren lay motionless at his feet. He understood you killed him, I said. The formation tore open the sky. Black fractures crossed the courtyard. The Institute's outer wall vanished into one. A section of roof lifted, twisted, and disappeared before Bridget forced her shield wider. The staff pushed beds against the interior doors. Elderly residents pulled children under tables. The little boy with the writing board hugged it to his chest while the one-armed girl kept reaching for me. Bridget's boots cut trenches through the floor as the formation pulled. She held the shield anyway. The ground under Clifton and me had already separated from Brighton. I could survive what came next. The children could survive only if I let the formation carry its main collapse away from them. So I stayed beside Clifton. The one-armed girl reached through Bridget's shield. Tears ran down her face. I crouched as the space between us stretched. Listen to me, I told her. She stopped fighting long enough to hear. Study every day. Eat properly. Wear warm clothes when winter comes. Help the younger children, and take care of the dogs until I return. The girl shook her head. You take care of them. I'll take care of them when I come back, I promised. You promise? The girl asked. I promise, I answered. The other children gathered behind her. I raised my voice. What are you going to do? The children shouted through their fear. Oh God. Wear warm clothes, take care of the dogs, and wait for me, I said. They shouted the final promise together. We'll wait. The last piece of courtyard broke free. Clifton smiled through the red light as the trap carried us away from Brighton. Removing the city's hidden weapon was the part of his plan that had worked. The formation swallowed both of us. The last thing I heard was Bridget telling the children, Austin will return. Then Brighton vanished, and spatial turbulence closed over my head. Clifton thought the formation had thrown me into a grave. It had thrown him into a prison whose local rules were about to choose the wrong target. A heartbeat after Brighton vanished, Clifton and I slammed into a filthy pocket realm built from my own trash. Baxter checked the spatial rupture before I stood. The main collapse cleared Brighton before closing, my overqualified assistant reported. Bridget's shield and the welfare residents remained outside the rupture. Good. Clifton's trap had removed me from the capital. It had also dropped him beside me with no children left to hide behind. He tried to rise, slipped on a cracked poison cauldron, and landed face first beside a broken formation plate. I recognized both items. I had thrown them through spatial rifts months earlier because they were useless. The pocket world looked like my storage room after a bad decision. Broken relics covered the ground. Split crates floated above dark mud. Bent weapons hung motionless in the air. Clifton pushed himself upright and stared at the junk. You did this? He demanded. I told him. In my defense, Brighton lacked a proper waste service. A torn chair drifted past his head. Clifton had built a city-killing formation to exile me. He landed face first in my interdimensional garbage pile. Beautiful. Baxter scanned the dark sky. Brighton's damaged barrier redirects unauthorized spatial travel into this pocket, Baxter explained. The barrier used the nearest compatible spatial container. Clifton's fear eased. He knew the name before I did. The Holy Dragon Relic, Clifton breathed. He brushed dirt from his white robe and rebuilt his smile. The polished snake had found one remaining reason to feel important. Clifton pointed toward the endless dark mountains around us. The first human emperor left this relic behind. Ordinary intruders can enter by accident, but they cannot command its exits, I told Clifton. So you trapped yourself too. Removed Brighton's hidden weapon, Clifton replied. East March and Crown Spire will finish the war without you. He spread his arms toward the garbage horizon. You can kill me now. You still cannot go home. That was a real problem. His smile made it irritating. A scraping sound came from behind a mountain of broken crates. 3 men in torn black hollow robes crawled into view. First came the former Hall Lord who had kidnapped Harrison. Beside him crawled the scentworm torturer from the same mess. A third survivor had helped move Black Hollow's treasury before I threw all 3 through a rift. They saw me. All 3 turned around. I appeared in front of them before the first man completed 1 step. Leaving already? I asked. The former Hall Lord dropped to his knees. King of Hell, please. We have suffered inside this relic for months. He explained that the rift had thrown them into the pocket world. The Guardians stripped their treasures, branded them as attendants, and used them to sort relic debris. The scentworm torturer held up both hands. We already lost everything, I told the Hall Lord. You also owe me 5 million spirit stones. His face collapsed. I counted the charges on my fingers. 1 million for rescuing Harrison, 1 million for the life lesson, 3 million for moving your treasury through space. The scentworm torturer raised both hands. The relic took everything we had, I told the torturer. Then introduce me to the relic. The third survivor pointed behind me with a shaking finger. A heavy pressure dropped across the pocket world. The 3 Black Hollow survivors hit the ground at once. Clifton's knees bent, and his smile disappeared again. A tall figure stepped from the dark sky. Dragon horns curved from his head. Golden scales covered his shoulders, and the entire relic moved around him like he owned every stone. He looked at the kneeling trio. My attendants, the dragon-horned guardian announced. Who brought an outsider before me? The former Hall Lord pressed his forehead to the dirt. Great Guardian, this man entered through spatial turbulence. He is dangerous. The Guardian looked at me. Danger belongs to those who refuse holy dragon authority. He raised one hand. Kneel. The command rolled across the mountains. Clifton dropped onto one knee. The Black Hollow trio flattened themselves completely. The Guardian also fell to both knees. Silence followed. He looked down at his own legs. I looked down at him. Strong opening, I told him. The direction needs work. The Hall Lord lifted his head 1 inch, saw his guardian kneeling before me, and put it back down. Clifton stared between us. He had spent the entire afternoon explaining why local rules would finally control me. That first local authority had just submitted before finishing 1 sentence. The Guardian forced himself upright. The relic misread your aura, he snapped. I answered, of course. The Guardian insisted. I will correct it. Naturally, he doubled down. Arrogant men get humiliated, then make the same mistake louder. The Guardian opened both arms. The sky turned gold. A massive holy dragon illusion rose behind him. Its head covered half the dark horizon. Every broken relic in the pocket world vibrated. The Black Hollow trio began chanting his title into the mud. The Guardian pointed at me. By the full law of the holy dragon relic, submit. 9 shadows rose behind my back. They had no clear faces. Each carried the shape of a divine dragon large enough to make the Guardian's illusion look decorative. 1 shadow opened its mouth. It breathed once. Golden light vanished from the sky. His blessing broke with it. The scales went dull, the pressure disappeared, and he crashed onto both knees again. Around us, the mountains stopped shaking. All 9 shadows faded without asking me to participate. I folded my arms. I could get used to being protected, Baxter answered inside my head. Master, the relic appears to recognize your existing dragon authority as superior. The relic recognized my dragon authority as superior. Its origin stayed unanswered. The Guardian's face twisted. He turned toward the 3 Black Hollow survivors. You contaminated the summoning, he shouted. Your fear offended the honored one. The former Hall Lord looked up. Great Guardian, we served you. The scentworm torturer tried to crawl toward me. We can still pay. Give us time. That was the most responsible thing Black Hollow had ever said. It arrived 1 second late. The Guardian swept one hand across them. All 3 bodies collapsed. Their soul lights went out before they could stand. The Guardian faced me again and forced a smile. Honored one, I have punished the disrespectful attendants. I caught him by the throat. His smile cracked. You killed my debtors. The Guardian blinked. They insulted you. I tightened my grip. They owed me 5 million. The Guardian offered. I can provide attendance of greater value, I told him. I did not invoice attendance. The reasonable saint debt system was simple. Murdering the people who owed me money transferred the problem to you. The Guardian's body blurred under my hand. My fingers passed partly through his neck, and cold energy crawled across my palm. Baxter finished her scan. He is a soul form, she warned. Direct physical damage will disperse him temporarily. Spatial turbulence can erase the soul completely. The Guardian heard her. His borrowed confidence died. Honored one, he whispered. We can discuss compensation, I reminded him. 5 million, the guardian whispered. I do not possess spirit stones. I opened my fingers slightly. Then this is another internal management problem. I pressed 2 fingers together. The relic's sky split. A black spatial seam opened from one mountain to the next. Wind tore broken weapons from the ground and dragged them into the crack. The guardian tried to dissolve into light. I squeezed the surrounding space and forced his soul back into shape. He screamed at Clifton for help. Clifton backed away. Smartest choice he had made all day. I widened the seam. Spatial turbulence flooded the pocket world and caught the guardian's legs. He clawed at the ground. The relic bent around his hands, yet the 9 dragon shadows had already stripped away his authority. Mercy, the guardian begged. I told him, you spent my mercy on 3 unpaid accounts. I increased the turbulence. His soul form stretched, fractured, and disappeared into the black current. The last piece of his voice vanished with it. Then I closed my hands. The spatial seams sealed. Every floating weapon dropped at once. Clifton flinched as metal crashed around him. Clifton stared at the empty place where the guardian had been. A broken spear crashed beside him, and he did not move. The polished snake's victory smile was gone. Back in Brighton that same night, Bridget reported our disappearance at the palace. She told me the details later, including the part I cared about first. The Welfare Institute had survived. Bridget's shield held long enough for the main collapse to leave the capital. The children, the elderly residents, and the rescued dogs remained alive. Olivia stood beside the palace table with my loose contract ring in her palm. The contract had never bound me, but Olivia's summoning ritual had left a weak residual connection in the ring. It gave one faint pulse, then went still. Serena stepped closer. Where? Olivia closed her fingers around the ring. The resonance says Austin is alive. It gives no location and no injury feedback. Serena's grip tightened around her scythe. Alive somewhere is better than dead here, Bridget told them. Olivia answered without looking away from the ring. Alive somewhere still means he isn't home. Nobody joked after that line. McKenna stood near the door, ready to move the instant either empress gave an order. Olivia noticed her posture and finally spoke about the suspicion she had carried for months. I think Austin is the king of hell, Olivia said. Serena stared at her. You think? Olivia set the ring beside the innate jade record. McKenna stopped fearing stronger enemies after Austin arrived. Bridget began following his plans. Harrison returned from Black Hollow. Every impossible rescue happened when my husband disappeared. McKenna kept her face blank. Serena paced once across the room. Clifton called him a body cultivator from a dying realm. That theory explains force, Olivia replied. It doesn't explain his limit. Serena looked toward the dark window. He doesn't seem to have one. Serena's grip stayed white around her scythe. Olivia kept the ring beside her hand. Neither woman sat down. Serena turned back to Olivia. So your brilliant brain slept beside the king of hell for months and only reached suspicion? Olivia's eyes narrowed. My brilliant brain also noticed you still haven't finished 3 Westmere reports? Serena lifted her scythe. My body can settle this faster. Olivia drew her sword. Lose, and you complete 3 extra governance lessons, Serena countered. Win and Austin spent his first night home with me, Olivia answered. My husband will spend his first night explaining why he vanished. The duel lasted less than a minute. Serena attacked first. Olivia baited the swing, stepped inside it, and pressed her blade against Serena's throat. Olivia lowered the sword. 3 extra lessons. Serena stared at the blade. You cheated with strategy, Olivia smiled. That is what brains are for. The rivalry pulled both women back onto their feet. It also gave Serena more paperwork, which was the closest Brighton came to cruel punishment. A jade stamp on the palace table began glowing. This was Brighton's national seal, the artifact that gathered the country's fate into its ruler. Golden lines spread through the stamp and climbed Olivia's wrist. Olivia called Harrison Abbott into the hall. My chef arrived carrying a covered pot because he refused to attend any crisis empty-handed. She tossed Clifton's prime minister seal toward him. Harrison caught it with one hand and kept the pot level with the other. Empress, my chef began. I cook. You also kept this family alive while Clifton sold the country, Olivia replied. You're prime minister now. Harrison looked at the seal, then at the pot. Can I refuse? Olivia answered. No, he sighed. Austin is going to laugh, Olivia replied. He can laugh after he comes home. Olivia stripped Clifton's allies of command, sealed their offices, and sent soldiers to secure Brighton's gates. Men who had ignored her orders that morning surrendered their command seals by midnight. Regina took the northern defense. Bridget moved the welfare residents deeper into the capital. McKenna joined the palace guard. Serena placed her 3 Ashen Crown guards under Olivia's war command. Harrison opened the palace grain stores and ordered meals for every gate. His first act as prime minister was feeding the army. I would have voted for him if Brighton had votes. She looked toward the northern mountains her father had guarded. My father left me this home, Olivia told the room. My brothers died trying to protect it. I'll defend Brighton first, then I'll find Austin. Serena rested her scythe across one shoulder. You won't do either alone. Her 3 guards knelt behind her. While both empresses prepared Brighton for war, I remained inside the Holy Dragon relic with Clifton. The creature claiming to guard the place was gone. Every exit stayed closed. Clifton still had one useful thing left. He knew the route to Eastmarch. Still inside the Holy Dragon relic, I sat Clifton on a broken crate and asked for the route to Eastmarch. He had stopped smiling after the guardian vanished. Good. Smiling had been his most irritating skill. Clifton looked across the garbage-covered pocket world. Why would I help you reach my emperor? I answered. Because I found a peaceful solution. That got his attention. I crouched in front of the polished snake. I reminded him, you said everything you did was for Eastmarch's people. Clifton answered. It was. Continued. You said their fate was declining. Clifton nodded. It is. Added. And you said Brighton's ruler could stabilize a stronger national fate. Clifton hesitated. Olivia could if Eastmarch controlled her. I told him, your control plan died with your son. His jaw tightened. I continued before he could defend himself. I'll kill the Eastern Emperor. Olivia will take his throne. Eastmarch's people keep their homes, their food, and their protection. Clifton stared at me. I added, if the country name matters, we rename Brighton. Problem solved. He blinked twice. Look, politics gets much easier when you remove the people causing the politics. Clifton shook his head. You would put Brighton's empress over Eastmarch? I answered. I would put my wife wherever she needs to sit. Clifton objected. She is our enemy. I returned his own argument. Citizens need a ruler who keeps them alive. You taught me that. I repeated his own arguments back to him. Eastmarch needed stability. Its people needed resources. A patriot accepted personal sacrifice. One emperor was a very small sacrifice compared with 70% of a capital. Clifton's expression changed with each sentence. He tested the plan like a minister again. First came the border armies and grain routes. Then he asked whether Olivia would punish civilians for their emperor's crimes. I gave him one rule. Anyone who threatened my family died. Anyone who wanted peace could keep living. Clifton had spent years turning murder into national service. I only changed the target. Then Clifton asked about the ministries and the empire's name. If Olivia wants the ministries, they stay, I told him. If the name bothers her, we change it. Clifton looked down at his hands. Then the people would survive. The polished snake had finally found a plan ruthless enough to respect and simple enough to misunderstand. He raised his head. There is a fixed route from Brighton's eastern boundary. It crosses 3 broken domains and enters Eastmarch through the Imperial defense layer. Baxter opened a map inside my vision. Clifton described the route point by point. My overqualified assistant recorded every turn, barrier, and anchor. A blue path formed across Baxter's map as he spoke. Clifton corrected 2 turns himself. He even warned me which broken domain shifted during storms. The man became extremely helpful once he believed betrayal qualified as patriotism. When he finished, Baxter confirmed the path was complete. Clifton released a slow breath. I have served Eastmarch until the end, I told him. You have. He looked almost relieved. I snapped his neck. His body fell sideways from the crate. Clifton's eyes remained open for one final second. The relief vanished before the rest of him did. You promised the people peace, he forced out. I promised the people, I replied. You kept volunteering everyone except yourself. I placed one hand over his chest and released a narrow pulse of force. His body turned to ash and scattered across the trash field. Dead patriots leave the strongest mark on history, I told the empty robe. Baxter stored the robe before it touched the mud. One more good deed completed, I said. His route remained. For 6 seconds, the plan looked excellent. Then Baxter spoke. Baxter reported, Master, the route begins inside Brighton's eastern boundary. I answered, I know. Baxter continued, we are no longer inside Brighton. I admitted, I also know. Baxter finished. The Holy Dragon relic has no fixed position relative to that boundary. I looked at the map. Every line began from a place we could not reach. I had killed the only guide before checking whether his directions worked from our current location. In my defense, he had earned punctual consequences. I stamped 1 foot. The pocket world split for several miles. Broken relics jumped off the ground. A mountain of discarded weapons slid toward the new crack. A different voice shouted from somewhere below us. Stop! Please stop breaking the relic! I froze. The voice sounded older than the creature I had erased. It also sounded tired, frightened, and extremely invested in the floor remaining attached. Who are you? I called. My name is Roderick Wycliffe, the voice answered. I am the true guardian of the Holy Dragon relic. Roderick explained through the stone that a corpse heart demon had copied his appearance and stolen the outer relic authority. The thing I erased had been wearing the guardian's form while the real guardian remained chained inside the inner sanctum. I said, so I killed the fake one. Roderick confirmed. You erased it completely. I answered, good. Roderick paused. You sound disappointed. Explained, it killed 3 people who owed me money. Another pause followed. Roderick managed. I see. He did not see. That was fine. Ancient guardians need time to understand modern debt collection. Roderick told me he could open a path from the relic into the void. First, I had to free him. Why didn't you call earlier? I asked. Roderick answered. The corpse heart demon sealed my voice. Your spatial rupture broke part of the seal. Fair. My temper had accidentally improved communication. Roderick's voice moved deeper beneath the ground. You carry the residual aura of a pure human emperor descendant. My wife, I answered. Olivia. The paired jade and prolonged soul contact left her aura on you, Roderick said. That residue reached the inner rules. It is why I can speak through the seal. Good. The signal came from Olivia's bloodline residue. My own lineage remained unanswered. Roderick continued, free me, and I will guide you out. A narrow stone hallway opened beneath the cracked ground. I stepped inside. Roderick immediately warned me. Only a recognized human emperor descendant may enter the inner sanctum. Forced entry can make the relic destroy itself. I told him. One warning is enough, Roderick insisted. You should turn back. I kept walking. That was the warning. I walked forward. The hallway was barely wide enough for my shoulders. After 20 steps, it opened into a hidden world larger than Brighton. Clouds moved beneath my feet. Rivers of golden light crossed an endless sky. At the center stood a black palace wrapped in chains thick enough to bind mountains. The relic's rules pressed against me. Olivia's residual aura touched the lock first. My dragon authority followed. The seal opened without protest. The relic core held while the human emperor's rules moved aside. Roderick's voice went quiet. I crossed the golden rivers and entered the chained palace. The true guardian hung above the central platform. Dragon horns curved from his head, but iron seals covered them. Black chains pinned his arms, legs, and soul to the walls. Each chain fed into a different piece of the relic core. The corpse heart demon had wired Roderick's imprisonment into the outer realm and used him as a living key. He looked older than the copy. His eyes also held the exhausted anger of a man who had been awake through a very long mistake. Roderick stared at me. The rules accepted you, I told Roderick. They accepted my wife's residue and disliked arguing with me. Roderick whispered. That has never happened. I smiled. New personal record. I grabbed the first chain. Roderick shouted. Wait! The chain is tied to the relic core. I pulled. The chain snapped. The second broke the same way. Then the third. The palace shook harder with every break, but the core stayed intact. When the last chain fell, Roderick dropped onto the platform. He had 1 second of freedom. A golden dragon burst from the ceiling and attacked me. Its body filled the palace. Ancient rules wrapped around its claws. The strike cracked the air as it fell. I slapped it. The dragon burst into golden liquid. Golden water hit the platform, gathered itself, and transformed into a giant fish. It tried to jump past me. I caught it under one arm. Roderick backed away. Do not damage that spirit, I asked. Can I eat it? The fish stopped struggling. Roderick looked horrified. That is the Imperial Rule Spirit. I told Roderick. You did not answer the question. He moved closer and lowered his voice, as if the fish might hear him. The Rule Spirit can awaken a pure human emperor descendant's supreme imperial physique. It can also pass down the first human emperor's legacy. I tightened my hold before the fish escaped. I told him, Olivia is the descendant. Roderick replied, then this spirit could transform her future. I asked, does she need the whole fish? Roderick went silent. 1 bite? I offered. The fish twisted in my arms and shouted, nobody is eating me! Golden water sprayed across Roderick's robe. The ancient guardian jumped backwards so fast he nearly tripped over his own broken chain. Roderick had survived imprisonment, a demon copy, and a collapsing relic. A talking fish finally broke his composure. I looked down at the fish. You can talk. The fish snapped. Obviously, pointed out. You waited until food came up, she shouted. You slapped me into a fish. I answered, that was your decision. The fish opened and closed its mouth several times. Apparently, ancient imperial intelligence had no prepared answer for shameless blame-shifting. Roderick pointed at it. You gained a mind? I have had a mind for ages, the fish snapped. You were boring. Roderick's face darkened. You chained me for ages, the fish retorted. I was bored for ages. She admitted that she had locked him inside the sanctum partly because the relic had no one else to talk to. Then the corpse heart demon arrived, stole the outer authority, and turned the entire pocket world into its private kingdom. Roderick looked ready to argue for another century. I interrupted. Steamed or braised? The fish went still. Roderick studied her golden scales. Braised would preserve the energy. Asked. Pepper? Roderick answered. Probably. The fish exploded into light. A small girl in a gold robe appeared between my hands. She dropped to the platform, grabbed my sleeve, and hid behind my leg. "Please do not cook me," she said. Roderick looked offended. "You trapped me." The girl peeked around my leg. "You helped plan the seasoning." Platter. I crouched beside her. "What are you?" She held my sleeve tighter. "I am the Imperial Dragon energy left by the first human emperor," she answered. "The national seal can house me. Your wife could awaken the Imperial physique and receive the legacy." The girl looked past me toward the dark ceiling. Her grip tightened until her small knuckles turned white. "If I stay here, someone else will capture me. If everyone leaves, I will be alone in the dark again." Her voice became smaller. "I do not want the dark room." I knew that room. My adoptive father had trained me in places without windows. Sometimes the door stayed closed so long that footsteps were the only proof another person existed. I held out my hand. "Then you are coming with me." The girl looked at my palm. "As your spirit?" I answered. "As my daughter." Roderick stopped breathing for a second. The girl placed both hands in mine. "Father?" I answered. "Yes." She climbed straight into my arms. A lonely child asked for a family, and I had room. Roderick cleared his throat. "This is highly irregular." My new daughter turned in my arms and punched him off the platform. He crashed into a broken chain. She looked up at me. "I forgave 90% of the cooking plan. Only 10% reached him." That earned a nod. "Reasonable." Roderick pushed himself upright. "That is not reasonable. I told Roderick. She is learning quickly." The girl smiled. Then she admitted that the original seal trapping Roderick had also protected his soul from the corpse heart demon. She had felt the demon probing the chains, so she tightened the inner seal until it could reach only his copied image. Her boredom had started the problem, but her seal kept the copy from consuming him completely. Roderick touched one of the broken chains and found the protective layer still inside it, his fists unclenched. "You protected me?" he asked. The girl folded her arms. 90%. He looked at me. "Please stop encouraging her," I answered. "I have been a father for 3 minutes. My methods are still developing." The girl tugged my robe. "Do I get a name?" I looked at her gold robe, stubborn face, and death grip on my sleeve. "Tilly," I said. She repeated it carefully. "Tilly," I completed it. "Tilly Carlyle." Her eyes widened at the surname. "I belong to the Carlyle family," I told her. "You do now." Tilly hugged my neck hard enough to make Roderick check whether I needed help. I did not. Tilly kept one arm around my neck while Roderick faced the distant relic core. Olivia had gained a possible path through the National Seal's danger. We still had no road to Brighton. "There is one option," he said. "Now that I am free, I can contract the entire Holy Dragon relic and carry it into the void." I looked around the world-sized prison. I asked, "Can Baxter store it?" My overqualified assistant answered immediately. "If the Guardian completes the contraction, yes." Beautiful. The prison was about to become luggage. Right after Tilly received her name, Roderick folded the Holy Dragon relic into a portable core. The true Guardian stood before the relic's central seal and pressed both hands into the golden light. Mountains bent inward. Rivers rolled into the sky. The world around us shrank without crushing anything inside it. A moment later, Roderick, Tilly, and I stood in open void. A palm-sized golden relic floated above Roderick's hand. Tilly circled it twice, then looked at the empty space where an entire world had been. "You folded my room," she told Roderick. "I folded the whole realm," he corrected. Tilly insisted. "You folded my room with extra steps." Roderick opened his mouth, reconsidered, and handed the core to Baxter. "One Holy Dragon relic," Baxter confirmed. "The inner sanctum and stored contents remain linked to this core." My overqualified assistant placed the relic into storage while Roderick, Tilly, and I remained outside it. Ancient treasures apparently required basic accounting too. Tilly held my hand with one of hers and offered me a piece of fruit with the other. Roderick followed us through the void carrying a tray. He had spent ages as a sacred guardian. Fatherhood promoted him to ancient tray carrier within 5 minutes. Tilly pointed into the darkness. "Brighton is that way." Roderick pointed in the opposite direction. "Brighton is that way." Baxter gave neither direction a confidence score. Beautiful. I had acquired a daughter, a guardian, and 2 competing wrong answers. We needed something better than instinct. Baxter mapped the energy patterns around us. Tilly added her Imperial Dragon energy. I spread a thin layer of aura through the void and waited for anything living to push back. A faint pulse appeared far ahead. "Life detection established," Baxter reported. "It can detect nearby living concentrations. It cannot identify individuals, motives, injuries, or exact affiliations." Simple and useful. My favorite kind of power. I moved toward the pulse using a microscopic fraction of my speed. Tilly threw both hands into the air and laughed. Roderick dropped the fruit tray. The void stretched into bright lines around us. Broken domains flashed past. A distant dead world spun once beneath my feet and vanished behind us. When I stopped, Tilly asked, "Again?" Roderick clutched the empty tray against his chest. "Never again." You are the guide, I reminded him. Roderick replied, I am reconsidering the position. The first 2 hours in the void became a month-long search. The pulse kept shifting between broken domains. Every route Roderick remembered had moved during the centuries he spent chained. Tilly treated the search like a family trip. Roderick aged emotionally every time I accelerated. I kept following life because home had life. 1 month after my disappearance, Olivia stood on Brighton's northern wall while East March and Crownspire arrived for war. Olivia later told me what happened there. Brighton had finished moving civilians away from the northern districts. Families carried blankets through the inner gates while soldiers pulled supply carts in the opposite direction. Shopkeepers turned their stores into shelters. The welfare children helped Bridget count rescued dogs twice because the one-armed girl refused to leave one behind. Regina commanded the outer defenses. McKenna moved between the gate towers with palace messengers. Harrison ran the capital with Clifton's prime minister's seal in one hand and kitchen orders in the other. My chef had become a head of government and still yelled when anyone skipped lunch. Then East March's ruler entered the sealed region. Emperor Deacon Redgrave arrived on a carriage shaped like a burning throne. Fire rolled behind its wheels. 8 black horses pulled the carriage without touching the ground, and thousands of East March soldiers marched below him. Deacon wore imperial red and watched Brighton as if the city had already become his property. Olivia recognized him from the conspiracy records her father left behind. He was one of the rulers behind Brighton's fabricated history and her brother's deaths. Her sword hand tightened once. That was the only reaction she gave him. Behind him came Orson Thayer, Crownspire's surviving white-haired seer. Orson had helped design the century-long harvest around Olivia's bloodline. He entered on a platform of white stone while Crownspire disciples spread across the northern sky. Orson never looked toward the destroyed summit branch. He looked at Olivia, then at Brighton Ridge. The missing branch and Garrick's death were already smaller than whatever he expected from the mountain. Both men crossed into Brighton's suppression zone, and their higher realms fell to the 10th. Serena watched the only stable exit remain empty. They entered a region that weakens them and left the exit unguarded, she told Olivia. National fate isn't enough. They need something inside Brighton to activate. The rich beggar solved most problems with a scythe, but even she knew that was a trap. Olivia followed Deacon and Orson's stairs to Brighton Ridge. Olivia held my loose contract ring beneath her gauntlet. One faint pulse moved through the metal. He is alive, Olivia told Serena. That is all the resonance gives me. Harrison looked toward the enemy armies. If Austin were here, one punch would clear the northern sky. Regina glanced at him. My chef considered the scale. He might be hungry. Back in the void, I remained very hungry. Roderick pointed toward a pale star for the 3rd time. Tilly counted on her fingers. We passed that star yesterday. It resembles another star, Roderick argued. Tilly replied, it has the same crack. The ancient tray carrier lowered his hand. I had stopped trusting his directions, so I focused on the problem I could control, my entrance. If Brighton was already under attack, I needed the King of Hell mask ready before we arrived. Baxter projected several dramatic poses inside my vision. One used crossed arms. Another required a slow turn with my robe moving in artificial wind. A third involved landing on one knee while golden light exploded behind me. These are historical entrance patterns? I asked. Reference patterns assembled from the most successful material available, Baxter replied. I recognized every pose from my Earth memories. I accused Baxter. You stole these from me, Baxter replied. I optimized them. Tilly pointed at the golden explosion. That one. Roderick looked at the pose and then at me. You are preparing theater during a rescue? I told Roderick. A rescue deserves production value. The performance art budget had officially become a family expense. While we circled another broken domain, the enemy turned Brighton's northern horizon into a stage. Crownspire raised a floating island above the clouds. Palaces, banners, and viewing platforms covered its surface. Servants carried chairs to the island's edge while armed elders took the front row. East March brought an entire small city on a moving formation. Towers rolled into place north of Brighton as if Deacon had transported an audience instead of an army. Red bridges unfolded between the towers. Nobles gathered on balconies with wine while soldiers formed below them. They were staging Brighton's destruction as public entertainment. Villain confidence had reached furniture-moving levels. Olivia watched servants arrange seats on both enemy bases. They want people watching, Olivia said. Serena rested her scythe on one shoulder. They want Brighton to despair in public. The national seal floated above Olivia's palm. Serena had estimated several days before the national fate matured. The jade stamp suddenly blazed brighter, and golden cracks spread across its surface. The palace experts stopped speaking. One tried to touch the stamp, and the heat threw his hand back. Another reached for a timing chart, then lowered it because the chart had become useless. Olivia felt the answer through her bloodline. Sunrise, Olivia announced. The seal will mature at sunrise. The visible surge had erased the remaining preparation time. That evening, Olivia rose above Brighton's northern gate in gold armor. Citizens filled the streets below her. Soldiers stood beside shopkeepers, servants, officials, elderly residents, and former beggars from the Welfare Institute. Some held weapons. Others carried water, bandages, or cooking pots. The one-armed girl sat on Bridget's shoulder near the inner wall. She wore a wooden practice sword and looked ready to challenge an empire personally. Bridget kept one hand on the child's ankle. Olivia gave them one promise. "I can only promise this," my wife told the city. "I will stand at the gate before you. If Brighton falls, I will die before its people." She raised her sword toward Deacon and Orson. Olivia continued, "A ruler guards the gate and dies for the state. I had once said that because it sounded practical." Olivia made it sound like a vow. The city answered with her name first. Then somebody shouted mine. Within seconds, thousands were chanting for the benevolent kept man saint. Brighton had invented that public title for its allegedly useless royal husband. The chant rolled from the northern gate through every district. Even Serena's 3 guards joined after checking that their empress was not looking. Serena was looking. She joined louder. My wife offered them courage. The city responded by promoting my embarrassment into a religion. Harrison covered his face. McKenna shouted louder. Regina pretended she could not hear either of them. At sunrise, Brighton's national fate solidified. The national seal broke into golden light and fused into Olivia's body. The innate embryo matured with it. Ice blue power rolled from her armor and froze the air around the northern wall. Golden dragon scales spread across Olivia's shoulders and arms. A crown of icy light formed above her head. The armor at her waist and legs reshaped around the new power, and an ice dragon circled the wall beneath her feet. When she breathed, the space before her turned white with frost. Every Brighton soldier straightened. Several enemy disciples took one step back before Orson's glare stopped them. My war goddess pointed her sword at the 2 enemy rulers. Olivia later described the transformation very calmly. Everyone else described it as terrifying. In my defense, a golden ice dragon empress in fitted armor gave me another urgent reason to get home. Serena looked Olivia over and smiled. Austin disappears for 1 month, and you upgrade the merchandise. Olivia kept her eyes on the enemy. Try to keep up. The second empress vanished into the gate shadows with her 3 ashen-crowned guards, ready to ambush anyone who reached Olivia. 15 minutes passed without an attack. Brighton's archers held drawn bows until their arms shook. Serena's ambush teams waited behind the gate. Olivia kept her sword raised. Deacon tapped one finger against his burning throne. Orson counted the pulses coming from Brighton Ridge. Their attention never left the mountain. Both men had accepted suppression for whatever was pulsing beneath it. At that same sunrise, my life detection field finally caught a dense living concentration beyond the void. I followed it until the signal shifted, tore through the nearest boundary, and landed above East March's capital. The city was empty. Its gates stood open. Fresh wheel grooves and drag marks covered the roads. Houses had food on tables and doors left unlocked. A merchant stall still displayed fruit beneath a cloth. A laundry line moved between 2 silent homes. The Imperial Defense Formation had been shut down from inside. Its core stones were intact, but people with access had removed every controlling seal. The walls were whole. The streets held no battle damage. Eastmarch had ordered its own population to leave. I crossed the capital and found a small piece of bitten candy beside an overturned child's cart. 1 bite had been taken. Dust covered the rest. A child had expected to come back for it. The life signal I had followed was already moving elsewhere. To test whether Eastmarch had moved alone, I went straight to Crownspire's headquarters. The same silence waited there. Its mountain gates were open. The defensive arrays had been deliberately disabled. Fresh transport marks cut across the courtyards. Dining halls still held warm ash. Dormitories stood open. Disciples, servants, elders, and surrounding residents were gone. The same deliberate evacuation had happened in both powers. Their transport marks and the moving life signal pointed toward one destination. Minutes later, back at Brighton Ridge, Olivia saw the ground answer them. She later showed me the emblem that appeared first. A flame wrapped around an old imperial crown, identical to the ancient Great Flame mark Baxter had taken from Garrick's treasury. The mountain split from base to peak. An ancient fortress city rose from beneath Brighton Ridge. Black walls pushed through stone, towers climbed into the sky, bridges unfolded between them as centuries of dust burned away. At the center stood a furnace taller than the city around it. 9 iron channels ran from the outer walls toward its base. The furnace doors were closed, yet red light leaked through every seam. Its first pulse shook the national seal inside Olivia. Its second pulse made Deacon stand from his throne. Deacon finally smiled. Orson raised one hand toward the buried city. Brighton's buried fortress answered the old emblem. At its center, the furnace raised a worse question. What had Deacon Redgrave brought an empty empire there to feed? Deacon answered before the fortress finished rising. Olivia told me the details later. The Patriot Emperor stood above the ancient city while the giant furnace shook Brighton Ridge beneath him. He pointed at the golden scales across Olivia's armor. Your blood awakened it, Deacon announced. Brighton's national fate only completed the key. Olivia kept her sword aimed at him. Name the thing you buried under my country. Deacon smiled wider. Deacon answered, the war furnace. The name traveled across both armies. Orson spread his arms over the floating island. Crownspire preserved that bloodline for a century. We sealed Brighton, rewrote its history, and let its national fate mature around the final descendant. Olivia's voice stayed level. You killed my brothers when they stopped being useful. Orson smiled. Their deaths kept the project clean. Serena's scythe scraped across the wall. Several Crownspire disciples heard the confession and looked toward their own leaders. Iron channels glowed beneath the fortress streets. Each one led toward the sealed doors at its center. Every pulse pulled at the national seal inside Olivia's body. Deacon raised his voice for the audience he had dragged across 2 realms. Your ancestor was the Great Flame Emperor, he told Olivia. He served beneath the first human emperor as one of 4 great rulers. The Great Flame Line carried a surviving branch of the first human emperor's bloodline. He built this city and forged the war furnace for humanity's ancient war. The emblem from Garrick's vault showed a flame around an imperial crown. It belonged to Olivia's own line. Crownspire had been hoarding pieces of her own history. Serena moved beside my wife and glanced at the new gold armor. Your husband will become unbearable when he sees that, Serena warned. Olivia never looked away from Deacon. Survive long enough to complain with me. The rich beggar smiled. Now you're flirting properly. 1 line. Then the furnace pulsed again, and the joke died. Deacon continued his family lesson with the furnace behind him. The Great Flame Emperor entered that furnace with his 99 sons. All 100 gave their bodies and cultivation to empower the human emperor's counterattack. Olivia's sword hand tightened. Her 2 older brothers had died defending a country built over that sacrifice. Deacon had spent a century turning the surviving bloodline into another offering. Orson Thayer raised both hands over Crownspire's floating island. The ancient Great Flame emblem lit across the fortress walls. The war furnace opened. Red light flooded the northern sky. Heat rolled over Brighton's frozen walls and stripped ice from the nearest towers. Then a second furnace appeared above Eastmarch's moving city. It was smaller than the original, built from red formation light and black iron plates. Its sealed doors shook from impacts on the inside. Deacon opened his palm. The replica doors split apart. People began falling out. Eastmarch citizens dropped first. Officials in court robes fell beside farmers, merchants, servants, soldiers, and whole families still carrying travel bags. Crownspire disciples followed them. So did servants and residents from the towns around its headquarters. The missing populations had been stored inside the replica furnace. They screamed as the pole dragged them across the sky and into the iron channels below. Orson activated the original furnace again. The channels seized everyone in the air. Bodies vanished through the open doors. The furnace roared each time another wave entered. Red light climbed higher with every life it took. Nobody on Brighton's wall spoke. Nobody in Eastmarch's army moved. Deacon had promised relocation, peace, and protection. His soldiers were watching their own families burn inside the country he claimed to save. Orson's disciples saw Crownspire robes falling beside them. Several dropped their weapons before the next wave even reached the furnace. Deacon pointed at Olivia. Your blood awakened the war furnace and Brighton's national fate completed the key, Deacon declared. Your body and the national seal inside it will become the main material and ignite the final refinement. Orson looked toward the shaking national seal inside her armor. Once she enters, Orson announced, we'll merge with the refined fate and create a new empire recognized by heaven itself. An Eastmarch general shouted from below Deacon's throne. Those are our people! Deacon looked down at him. Deacon answered, they're the price of Eastmarch's survival. Then he looked toward Leland Maddox, Eastmarch's prime minister and Clifton's brother. Clifton traded Brighton and his life for protection under my name, Deacon said. I promised the Maddox family safety. I never promised the rest of Eastmarch. Leland's hand closed around the imperial crest on his shoulder. Orson gave Crownspire the same answer. Disciples exist to serve the greater path. Leland tore the imperial crest from his shoulder and threw it into the dirt. He drew his sword and faced Deacon's burning throne. Clifton believed he was protecting Eastmarch, Leland shouted. You used that belief to collect our people for slaughter. Deacon looked down at his own prime minister. Clifton understood sacrifice. You share his blood without his courage. Leland raised his sword higher. Clifton sacrificed himself. You sacrificed people who never agreed. An Eastmarch commander behind Leland removed his helmet. Another broke the Emperor's red command token under his boot. Deacon gave an order to arrest them. The nearest soldiers kept their spears lowered. Beside Leland, Crownspire's vice president ripped the white pavilion banner from his armor. Orson sacrificed our headquarters, the vice president yelled. Crownspire follows him no longer. First soldiers hesitated. Then one Eastmarch unit turned its spears away from Brighton. Several Crownspire formations lowered their weapons. More followed. The movement spread across the northern field until most surviving Eastmarch and Crownspire forces had abandoned their rulers and formed behind Leland. Deacon's burning throne still floated above them. Nobody bowed to it. Orson ordered Crownspire to hold formation. His own vice president answered by pointing a sword at him. The people-burning patriot had lost his people. The great seer had failed to predict his own army leaving. Man, that arrogance aged badly. Look, I need you to understand Deacon's answer to losing an army. He reached for a more obedient one. Leland looked toward Olivia. We'll settle Brighton's grievances later, he called. Help us stop the furnace now. Olivia lowered her sword slightly. You helped surround my city, my wife replied. You don't get forgiveness because your emperor finally burned someone you love. Leland's jaw tightened. He still kept his sword pointed at Deacon. Olivia continued, fight anyway. That was all the pardon he received. Leland nodded once. The defectors charged toward the fortress channels. Their moral victory barely lasted. Deacon raised a hand. Ironbound order, he commanded. Clean up this embarrassment. 10 figures dropped between the defectors and the war furnace. They wore no heavy armor. Their bodies were the armor. The ironbound order trained flesh until suppression mattered less than it did for ordinary cultivators. Brighton's barrier forced their cultivation down to the 10th realm. Their physical strength still hit like siege weapons. 10 vanguard captains landed together. Their impact broke the ground. The first captain punched through Leland's front formation and sent dozens tumbling across the field. 4 more tore through spears, shields, and a Crownspire defensive array before anyone reset. Another captain used an officer to clear a path. Beside him, the 7th ran through freezing magic. His skin cracked, then closed before the next strike. The vice president tried to rally them. A captain caught him by the throat and threw him through his own banner. The defectors had numbers. The ironbound captains treated numbers like extra targets. Leland's first charge broke apart. Crownspire disciples who had just found the courage to defect started looking back toward their floating island. Deacon saw the hesitation and laughed from his throne. You traded an emperor for a woman waiting to be burned, Deacon called. Kneel now, and your families may enter the furnace after you. That offer killed the hesitation. The defectors turned back toward him with murder on their faces. Then the clouds behind Deacon's mobile city opened. Hundreds of ironbound body cultivators stood in ranks above the battlefield. The 10 captains had only been the front row. Serena saw the full army first. The captains are testing the line, she warned Olivia. The main force is waiting for us to commit. Olivia answered. Then we don't give them time. My war goddess launched from Brighton's wall. She drove her sword through the frozen air. Ice spread across 3 captains and locked their legs to the ground. The 4th captain reached for Leland while he was trying to pull a soldier free. Olivia arrived between them. Her blade cut across the captain's forearm and knocked the hand away. A second slash froze his chest and sent him backward through the dirt. Leland stared at the furnace. Another wave of Eastmarch citizens vanished through its doors. His sword lowered. We're too late, he said. Olivia struck his shoulder with the flat of her blade. Leland looked at her. Your brother wanted Eastmarch's people protected, Olivia told him. You can mourn him after you stop standing there while they burn. Leland swallowed, raised his sword, and turned toward the nearest channel. Olivia pointed him back toward his soldiers. Olivia ordered, keep your people together. Every person you save becomes one less offering. Leland ran. Before he reached the first line, Leland shouted, Eastmarch, with me! Break the channels! The surviving defectors answered. Leland reached the nearest iron channel and struck it with both hands on his sword. The channel rang, bent slightly, then threw him backward. Crownspire's vice president caught him before an ironbound captain could drag him toward the furnace. Olivia froze the captain's feet and cut Leland free. Your emperor built this to make you feel helpless, she told him. Stop helping him! Leland wiped blood from his mouth and charged the channel again with his surviving soldiers behind him. They hit the ironbound vanguard again while Olivia moved through the captains. Her sword released waves of golden frost. 2 body cultivators tore free. A 3rd stayed frozen long enough for the Crownspire vice president to drive him into the ground. The full ironbound army descended. Their formation covered the furnace channels from above. Every ironbound soldier dropped toward a different gap in the mixed alliance. The defectors had turned against 2 rulers. Now they had to survive the army. Those rulers trusted more than their own people. Serena came out of Brighton's gate shadows with her scythe already moving. An ironbound captain tried to strike Olivia from behind. Serena's blade crossed once. The captain's hand hit the ground before his punch reached my wife. Serena kicked him into the defectors and took Olivia's left side. You missed one, Serena told her. Olivia froze another attacker from the waist down. I left him for your confidence. My confidence doesn't need charity. Your government does. Serena's scythe caught an ironbound soldier by the armor and threw him into 2 more. Even during a mass battle, Olivia found time to attack Westmere's budget. That marriage arrangement was going to be peaceful any day now. The next captain drove both fists at them. Olivia raised an ice wall. It cracked on impact. Serena stepped through the falling pieces and cut across his chest. Olivia sealed the wound in ice before he could retreat. The two empresses stood back to back as the full army surrounded them. An ironbound soldier dropped from above. Serena caught him with the curve of her scythe and threw him across Olivia's blade. Olivia froze him in midair and used the frozen body to block two more attackers. A captain drove through the ice. Olivia ducked. Serena's scythe passed over her crown and opened the captain's guard. My wife stabbed through the gap without looking back. They had spent weeks arguing over brains and strength. On that field, each one supplied what the other lacked. Olivia asked, "Can I trust my left side to you?" Serena spun her scythe. "Your brilliant brain finally caught up. Answer the question." "Yes," Serena replied. "Trust me." Olivia faced forward. "Good." The defectors formed around them. Leland held the East March line. Crown Spire's vice president rallied his surviving disciples. Brighton's archers fired from the wall while Regina moved reinforcements toward the gate. For a few brutal exchanges, the mixed alliance held. Serena terrorized every ironbound soldier who reached Olivia's back. She broke one captain's knee, hooked another from the sky, and forced three more to retreat from her scythe. The battlefield stopped moving toward the furnace. Above the army, the largest man stood. Cormac Hallowell had watched from above the army while his captains tested both empresses. He was the Ironbound Order's body saint, a huge man whose bare arms were wider than most soldiers' chests. The suppression zone had reduced his cultivation. His body had spent a lifetime making that reduction everybody else's problem. Cormac looked past Serena and fixed on Olivia. He called toward Crownspire's floating island. "Orson Thayer, remember our contract?" Orson answered from above. "Break Olivia Harcourt, and it stands." Cormac stepped off the sky. The air buckled under his first stride. Serena tightened both hands around her scythe. Olivia raised the sword wrapped in golden frost. Deacon and Orson had lost most of their followers. Olivia had trusted Serena with her blind side. Then Cormac lowered one shoulder and charged my wife. On Brighton's northern battlefield, Cormac reached Olivia before his own army finished descending. Olivia told me later that the body saint's first step broke every sheet of ice beneath him. His second step put him inside her sword range. She drove golden ice spikes at his joints. Cormac let them hit. The spikes pierced his sleeves, struck skin, and shattered. Frost climbed his arms. He flexed once and blew the ice apart. Olivia cut for his throat. Cormac caught the flat of her sword between two fingers. My wife twisted the blade and released the national seal through it. An ice dragon formed around the sword, opened its jaws, and swallowed Cormac inside a storm of frozen light. The entire northern field turned white. Brighton cheered from the wall. Then a fist came out of the dragon's head. Cormac punched through the technique from inside. The dragon broke across the sky. Golden ice fell over the battlefield while the body saint walked out without lowering his arm. Olivia's sword hand split under the backlash. Her grip opened. Cormac saw it and drove his next punch toward her chest. Serena crossed the distance first. The second empress shoved Olivia aside and took the strike through her scythe. The weapon bent. Cormac's fist kept moving. Serena flew across the field and struck the fortress wall. Her left leg hit stone first. The impact cracked the armor from her hip to her boot. She dropped to one knee. Olivia landed beside her and caught her shoulder. "Why did you take that?" Olivia demanded. Serena forced herself upright. "Austin would complain if I let his wife die." Olivia tightened her injured hand around the sword. "You are also his problem." Serena gave her a bloody smile. "Good, then keep me alive too." That exchange was as close as those two ever came to saying something normal. Cormac charged again. Olivia froze the ground beneath his lead foot. Serena hooked his shoulder with the scythe and pulled. The body saint shifted half a step. Half a step was their first success. Olivia used it. Her blade cut across his ribs while Serena struck the back of his knee. Frost sealed over the cut. Cormac's leg bent for the first time. Serena pulled harder. Big body, slow recovery. Cormac planted one foot and tore the frozen skin free through raw force. He caught the scythe chain, yanked Serena toward him, and swung her across Olivia's guard. Olivia released the weapon before it could cut Serena. Cormac turned with both women still on him and threw them away. Olivia hit the ground on her injured hand. Serena's damaged leg folded when she landed. They rose anyway. The body saint's disciples closed around the defectors while their leader walked toward the two empresses. Above them, Deacon Redgrave finally explained why Serena had entered Brighton so easily. The people-burning patriot leaned over his burning throne. "We knew the Westmere ruler crossed the boundary," Deacon announced. "We allowed it." Serena looked up. Orson continued from Crownspire's floating island. "One imperial bloodline would awaken the furnace. 2 reigning empresses will double the refinement." "The war furnace answered with another roar." Deacon pointed at Serena. "You came to save Olivia. You brought us a second crown." Serena's eldest guard tightened her weapon on the wall. The other two moved toward their ruler, but a wave of iron-bound soldiers blocked the gate. Cormac rolled one shoulder and faced Serena. "You call body cultivators crude," he told both women. "Heaven gives bloodlines to rulers and secret arts to sects. Men like us get mocked until somebody needs a wall broken." He pointed toward the furnace. "Every sect called us animals. Every emperor used us as hired fists and locked the higher paths afterward. Orson offered my order a door nobody else would open." Cormac struck one fist into his palm. "I will take it." Olivia pushed herself upright. "You chose a path that burns civilians because stronger people laughed at you," my wife replied. "They were right to laugh." Cormac's face hardened. He struck Olivia before the last word finished. She blocked with the sword. The impact drove the blade into her palm and sent her skidding through the dirt. Serena attacked from his blind side. Cormac caught the scythe shaft, pulled her close, and drove a knee into her damaged leg. Serena fell. Olivia froze Cormac's elbow and dragged Serena away before the next blow landed. The two empresses stood again, slower this time. Olivia's right hand would no longer close around her sword. She reached beneath her armor and pulled out the white wedding veil she had kept from our ceremony. The cloth stayed clean until it touched her hand. Olivia wrapped it around her palm and sword hilt. She pulled the knot tight with her teeth until the weapon stayed in her hand. Cormac watched her. "You have no path left." Olivia raised the bound sword. "My husband gave me that veil," she answered. "You'll break my arm before you take it from me." Serena leaned on her scythe and forced her damaged legs straight. "And neither of us enters that furnace alive," Serena added. No joke belonged there. Two women who had spent weeks fighting over my schedule were now deciding how to die beside each other. Cormac lifted both fists. Behind the empresses, Brighton's northern gates opened. Regina Abbott led the charge. The Grand General hit the field in full armor with McKenna on her right and Bridget on her left. Soldiers poured through behind them. Palace officials came next. Shopkeepers, servants, craftspeople, welfare residents, and ordinary citizens followed with whatever weapons they could carry. Harrison stood above the gate with the Prime Minister's seal and ordered every reserve forward. My chef had spent the month feeding Brighton for a siege. Now the people he fed were running into one. The one-armed girl rode on a soldier's shoulders with her wooden practice sword raised. An elderly man from the Welfare Institute carried a kitchen cleaver. Two rescued boys dragged a crate of arrows toward the wall. Nobody had ordered the civilians to charge. They had watched Olivia promise to die before them. They refused to let her keep that promise alone. Olivia looked back at the open gates, her sword lowered for one heartbeat. Regina shouted across the field. "Your Majesty, you said the ruler guards the gate. You forgot the gate has people." McKenna reached Olivia first and planted herself between the Empress and three iron-bound soldiers. Bridget cut one attacker off Serena's injured side. The Crownspire vice president rallied his defectors around Brighton's charge. Leland brought the remaining Eastmarch troops into the same line. The entire battlefield changed shape. A palace clerk planted a spear beside an Eastmarch deserter. A butcher used his cleaver to cut an iron-bound soldier away from a fallen guard. An old woman dragged bandages through arrow fire while yelling at trained soldiers to stop bleeding on the clean side. These people had no business fighting body cultivators. They came anyway. Citizens who had been scheduled as furnace fuel became an army around the two women marked for refinement. Olivia's mouth trembled once, then she raised the sword tied to her hand. "Brighton," my wife called. "Stand with me," the city answered. Cormac looked over the crowd and laughed. Deacon gave the order from his throne. "Take Olivia and Serena alive. Everyone else is expendable." Orson added, "Protect the furnace material. Kill the witnesses." The iron-bound army advanced. Regina met the first line head-on. Her hammer threw two body cultivators into the air. McKenna slipped under a third and cut the back of his knee. Bridget held the gap beside Serena, while ordinary soldiers dragged the injured away. Leland's defectors attacked the nearest furnace channel. Crownspire's vice president kept Orson's former disciples between the civilians and the iron-bound captains. They were still losing. "Look, I need you to understand the matchup." Brighton could hold the army until Cormac entered, and one punch erased whatever ground they had won. The body cultivators broke shields faster than Brighton could replace them. Regina's charge bought ground and lost it. McKenna's blade chipped, and Bridget took a strike across her armor because children were behind her. An iron-bound captain tore open the civilian line near the gate. Leland and Crownspire's vice president locked their former enemy formations around Brighton's people long enough for the wounded to escape. Then, Cormac hit it. Olivia and Serena moved back to back again. Olivia froze every body cultivator who reached the citizens. Serena cut down anyone who broke through the ice. Each exchange cost them more. Cormac entered whenever the line began to stabilize. He hit Olivia through a wall of frost and reopened her hand. He caught Serena's scythe and threw her onto the damaged leg. Then he walked between them and knocked both women down with one sweep. Olivia tried to rise. Her sword kept her hand attached to the fight. Serena planted the scythe and pulled herself up beside her. The ironbound army closed around Brighton's last line. From what Olivia told me, it looked like Deacon had dragged an audience across 2 realms for this picture. A city was watching its empresses crawl toward the furnace. At that same moment, my life detection field finally locked onto Brighton's population. I was still outside the northern battlefield with Tilly, Roderick, and Baxter. 3 dense lines of hostile life stood between me and the city. Ironbound banners covered all 3 routes. Each commander shouted his elder rank before attacking, which saved me from asking. The first defense belonged to the Ironbound Order's 7th elder. He raised a body cultivation wall across the valley and ordered me to identify myself. I kept moving. His wall lasted until my shoulder touched it. The 7th elder and his entire defense line disappeared behind me. The 8th elder waited above the next ridge with hundreds of disciples linked through a formation. They poured their strength into one giant fist and dropped it across my path. I tapped the fist. The formation broke backward through everyone feeding it. Brighton's 8th line went dark. The 9th elder tried a smarter plan. He scattered his disciples, hid inside their life signs, and left the road open. My field detected life. Uniforms and clever hiding places meant nothing to it. I crossed the ridge once. The 9th defense line stopped existing. Reports reached Cormac before I reached Brighton. An ironbound messenger landed behind him and shouted, "7th elder's line is gone!" Cormac turned. A second message burned across Orson's jade. "8th elder defeated. No survivors responding." The body saint looked toward the northern horizon. Then the 9th signal vanished. Deacon stood from his throne. Orson's white platform moved higher. Brighton citizens heard only fragments. They still felt the enemy line hesitate. Olivia looked north. The loose ring beneath her armor gave one weak pulse. Serena followed her gaze. "He's late." Olivia tightened the veil around her sword. "He'll complain about traffic." I had crossed 3 armies, 1 month of void, and several broken domains. The women still expected an excuse. Baxter gave me the final distance. Before the final sprint, Tilly and Roderick returned to the portable relic. Baxter kept our link open while they stayed clear of my landing. Tilly's voice reached me through the relic. "Golden explosion ready." Roderick asked, "Is the explosion necessary?" "Absolutely," I answered. I put on the King of Hell mask and accelerated. The northern sky split above Brighton. I hit the battlefield in royal robes with golden fire behind me. The impact opened a crater between Cormac and the 2 empresses. Dust rolled across the ironbound front line. Baxter added wind to my robe because the effects budget had standards. I rose slowly from one knee. Nobody asked who I was. I waited. Olivia lowered her sword. "Austin!" Serena leaned on her scythe. "You're late." I deepened my voice through the mask. "You mistake me for—" Olivia cut me off. "Take off the mask." I kept the husky voice. "The King of Hell answers to—" "No." Serena pointed at my robe. "I chose that fabric." My entrance had survived 3 defense lines and died to tailoring. Then the one-armed girl shouted from behind Bridget, "Big brother, father!" Every welfare child near the gate started yelling my name. The soldiers joined them. One gate guard shouted that he recognized the way I stood. A market woman yelled that the King of Hell had the same terrible taste in royal robes as Olivia's husband. Harrison stopped her from explaining further because the crowd had already solved it. Shopkeepers shouted next. Officials followed. Crownspire defectors looked at one another and finally understood who had erased the summit branch. Within seconds, the whole city was chanting the title I had hoped never to hear during a dramatic entrance. "Benevolent kept, man, saint! Benevolent kept, man, saint!" The chant rolled through Brighton and hit both enemy bases. I stood in the crater wearing a useless mask. Thousands identified me through my clothes, posture, 2 empresses, and 1 extremely committed child. Roderick spoke from the relic. "Your disguise has failed," I answered. "I noticed," Tilly asked. "Can we keep the explosion?" I answered, "Yes. At least somebody respected production value." I removed the mask. Olivia's shoulders dropped for the first time that morning. Serena smiled despite the blood on her face. Regina laughed once and hit another ironbound soldier with renewed enthusiasm. The crowd kept chanting. I looked at the furnace, the civilians still trapped inside it, and the people standing behind me. The one-armed girl raised her wooden sword at Cormac. Harrison kept the city fed. Regina kept its gates open. Olivia and Serena had been beaten half-conscious and still stood between the furnace and everyone else. They were loud, unreasonable, and impossible to leave behind. So I stepped between them and the furnace and faced Deacon, Orson, and Cormac. "I am Austin Carlyle," I told them. "Olivia's husband. Brighton is my home, and everyone behind me is my family." Pointed at the war furnace. "You burned my family to build that." My golden effects faded behind me. The King of Hell mask had failed. Brighton had heard me claim them as family. Cormac looked toward Orson for a better offer. The 3 visible villains had spent a month preparing for Brighton's hidden weapon. They still thought they understood what kind of weapon had arrived. On Brighton's northern battlefield, as the city chant faded, Orson doubled Cormac's payment. The crown spire seer cut his palm and pressed the blood against the contract seal. A red mark closed around Cormac's wrist. "Break Austin Carlyle," Orson ordered. "Your reward is now twice what I promised." Cormac looked at the fresh mark, then at me. The body saint still had hundreds of disciples behind him and enough confidence to finance a small country. Before I touched him or his army, I needed the last month explained. McKenna reached the crater with a communication jade in her hand. My adult trainee had blood on one sleeve and a crack through her sword. "Master," McKenna called. 20 seconds? I held out my hand. "Give me everything you saw." She pressed the jade against my palm and spoke while it replayed short battlefield images. "Clifton vanished with you. Olivia mobilized Brighton. Deacon and Orson arrived inside the suppression zone. The national seal fused into Olivia, the fortress rose, and the missing populations came out of a replica furnace. Leland Maddox and Crown Spire's vice president defected. The ironbound order crushed the new line. Cormac broke both empresses." McKenna pointed toward the war furnace. "People are still inside. The furnace channels are still active." That was the whole month in 20 breathless seconds. The jade carried brief images while McKenna supplied the facts. "I saw citizens falling into the furnace." Serena took Cormac's blow. "Olivia tied our wedding veil around her hand. Brighton opened its gates behind them. The report fixed my order of work." The furnace victims were the priority, so the army blocking the channels came first. Deacon and Orson could wait long enough to watch that loss. I returned the jade. "Good report." McKenna blinked. Praise from me usually meant extra training. "Don't make that face," I told her. "You still need a new sword." Her relief vanished. Job alarm had spread to my students. Deacon watched the exchange from his burning throne. "So this is Brighton's secret weapon," the people-burning patriot announced. "A body cultivator from a dead realm wearing a prince's robe." Orson studied me through narrowed eyes. "His path ends at brute force. He has no heavenly foundation, no realm pressure, and no future beyond this sealed region." Cormac cracked his neck. 2 empresses nearly died for that? Olivia walked to the crater's edge with her sword still tied to her injured hand. "He's Austin," my wife answered. "That is enough." Serena dragged her damaged leg beside Olivia and rested the scythe on one shoulder. "He's also my man," the second empress added. "You don't have enough body left to judge him." The battlefield heard both claims. A Brighton soldier laughed through a split lip. Serena's eldest guard raised her weapon and shouted, "Second Empress confirmed!" Olivia's palace guards answered by striking their shields. Brighton soldiers looked at me. The defectors looked at Olivia and Serena. Even several ironbound disciples glanced toward Cormac to see whether their leader had an answer. "He did," Cormac laughed. Cormac sneered. "Your man hid while women bled for his city." Serena's smile vanished. I raised one hand before she could cut him. "He is trying to upset you," I told her. Serena answered. "I know." Told her, "You look upset," Serena replied. "I am deciding which half of him gets the funeral," Olivia cut in. "Leave enough for questioning." Serena looked at my wife. "You ruin every romantic gesture?" There it was. Both women were injured, surrounded, and still competing over who got to threaten my enemies more attractively. In my defense, the armor was making recovery difficult for me too. Deacon's officers began betting on whether I could kill even one ironbound disciple before Cormac put me down. One noble placed a pouch of spirit stones on the balcony rail. A Crownspire elder matched it and promised the winner my mask. Orson accepted the wager and told them to keep the money visible. He wanted Brighton to watch its useless prince become a corpse. I saw the pouch from the battlefield. "Baxter," I said inside my head. "Remember who owns that after this." "Recorded," my overqualified assistant replied. "Reasonable saint accounting survived wartime." Cormac took one step forward. "Choose your first opponent." I looked past him at the army. I answered. "Already did," he charged. I appeared between Olivia and Serena before his fist crossed the crater. One arm went around Olivia's waist, the other caught Serena at the same place. Both women left the ground. Serena looked down at my hand. "You disappear for a month and return confident," I told her. I crossed the void to improve my timing. Olivia leaned against my shoulder. "Your timing is terrible," I answered. "Still caught you." Cormac's fist hit the place we had been standing and opened a second crater. I carried both empresses to the northern wall before the dust rose. The crowd cheered again. I set Olivia beside Harrison and placed Serena beside Bridget. Then I pressed one healing pill into each woman's palm. Olivia swallowed hers without asking. Serena examined hers. "Will this fix the month you missed?" I answered. "No," Serena replied. "Then bring a second gift." I slipped the thin communication jade under the wedding veil tied around Olivia's hand. Serena saw it. "She gets jewelry?" "Share nicely," I told her. Olivia closed her fingers over the jade. "What does it do?" I answered. "It keeps afternoon tea organized." Both women stared at me. I smiled. "It's afternoon tea time." That line gave them nothing useful. The jade gave them what they needed later. I turned back toward the battlefield before either woman could question me again. Inside the portable relic, Tilly waited for my cue. Baxter had already prepared the visual package. "Tilly," I said through the link. "Golden flames," my daughter answered. "Maximum." I replied, "Affordable maximum." Baxter added, "Performance budget confirmed. Beautiful. Family support." I dropped from the wall and landed in front of Cormac. He opened both hands. "Done hiding behind women?" I told him. "They were injured. You were scenery." That hit him harder than the first punch was about to. The ironbound army spread behind its leader. Hundreds of body cultivators formed ranks across the sky and ground. Their captains locked the formation around Cormac. Deacon leaned forward. Orson watched my breathing. It looked like they expected one desperate technique from a dead-end body cultivator. I decided to give them excellent theater. Golden fire erupted around my body. Tilly shaped it into a huge column. Baxter added thunder, artificial wind, and a glowing outline around my robe. Several Brighton soldiers shielded their eyes. Harrison looked at the effects and slowly covered his mouth. My chef knew me too well. I raised one fist. Super Earthling. The name echoed across the battlefield. Cormac blinked. Look, I had 1 month in the void and access to Earth memories. The technique name could have been worse. I stepped forward and used a microscopic fraction of my strength. My fist touched Cormac's guard. The body saint vanished from in front of me. He crossed the battlefield, tore through 3 ironbound formations, and smashed into East March's moving city hard enough to tilt an entire tower. The blood contract around his wrist flared. Every ironbound disciple stopped moving. Then I bent over and started breathing hard. Golden flames flickered around my shoulders. Baxter made one side collapse for dramatic imbalance. Deacon settled back onto his throne and smiled. Orson's eyes sharpened. Cormac pulled himself from the broken tower and stared at me through falling stone. "He burned something," Orson declared. "That strike consumed his foundation." Deacon nodded. "A final trump card." They had watched me launch their strongest man through a city. The special effects convinced them I had spent everything. Villains will believe anything that lets them keep their self-respect. I straightened slowly. "For Brighton," I announced. "For East March's people, and for my 2 empresses, I will burn my life." Olivia's eyes narrowed on the wall. Serena looked at the communication jade under the veil. Neither woman spoke. The first-ranked ironbound captain rushed me while Cormac was still returning. He covered his fist in body force and aimed for my head. I raised one finger. The fingertip touched his chest. The captain dropped from the sky. I staggered backward as if the movement had cost me a year. The enemy soldiers leaned forward when I staggered. Brighton's wall roared when the body hit the ground. Cormac landed between us and roared, "Fight me!" Looked around him. I answered, "No." His expression changed. I pointed at the ironbound ranks. "You broke Olivia's hand and Serena's leg. Your order helped." Cormac stepped toward me. "They follow my command. Face me and settle it." I told him. "I am settling it." I vanished from his reach. The front rank of ironbound soldiers rose into the air behind him. I crossed their formation once. Armor split, weapons fell, dozens dropped before Cormac turned around. The crowd on Deacon's balconies stopped betting. Brighton's wall started counting aloud. They lost the number after 30 and kept cheering anyway. He charged again. I moved to the upper ranks. 3 captains linked their bodies into one defensive wall. I tapped the center captain's forehead. The force traveled through the link and dropped all 3. Cormac reached the empty space where I had been. "Stop running!" he shouted. I answered from the next formation, "Keep up!" The ironbound army tried to scatter. That made the life signs easier to separate from Brighton soldiers. I struck the aerial commanders first. Their formations lost direction. Then I removed the ground captains. Their disciples broke ranks and collided with one another. 100 body cultivators fell from the northern sky. Cormac abandoned the chase and ordered the survivors to compress around him. I let them. One open palm carried through the linked ranks and dropped a full formation onto the fortress roofs. Deacon stood from his throne. Orson wrapped 3 crown-spire barriers around the rest. I crossed all 3 and removed the commanders. Cormac kept chasing empty space, and each failed charge cost him another formation. His next punch missed me and struck his own retreating disciples. Cormac stopped. For the first time, he looked behind himself before attacking. Too late. The ironbound line had broken into scattered groups across the fortress, sky, and cratered field. I crossed those groups in 3 breaths and dropped each formation before it could regroup. The remaining disciples tried to reach Deacon's mobile city. I stepped ahead of them and sent the whole line back toward Cormac. Their leader caught one wounded disciple. The man clutched Cormac's arm. "Saint, save us!" Cormac looked at me. I looked at the hundreds still falling behind him. "You asked for a duel," I said. "I chose your legacy." The body saint threw the wounded disciple aside and came at me with both fists. I slipped past him again. Only 2 ranked ironbound captains remained in the sky. They began shouting a joint technique name. I sealed the sound around them. Their mouths kept moving. Nothing came out. Don't worry, I told them. This will be painless. One light touch each ended the last two captains. The full ironbound formation went dark. The ironbound banners lost their light and dropped beside the last captains. Cormac reached for the nearest command mark. It broke in his hand. His disciples could no longer answer him. Hundreds of bodies fell across the northern field. Brighton's soldiers pulled civilians and defectors away from the impact zones, while Regina held the gate line. Cormac stood alone in the air above his ruined order. The boss still had a body. He no longer had an army. There. Label earned. I faced him and pointed toward the wall. Your people injured my wife's hand, I said. They injured my second empress's leg. I looked over the empty formations. This repays the injuries. We haven't discussed the furnace yet. Cormac's face twisted. He attacked without waiting for Orson. This time I met him. Our fists collided above the field. The shockwave split clouds and knocked loose stones from the ancient fortress. I let him push me backward. Then I rolled through the dust near one of his fallen captains and borrowed enough blood to stain my sleeve and mouth. Baxter raised my skin temperature. Sweat appeared across my face. Tilly dimmed the golden flames until they sputtered around me. The effects budget was doing elite work. Cormac saw the blood and came harder. I blocked late on purpose. His next punch sent me across the field. I caught myself, dropped one knee, and dragged each breath through clenched teeth. Deacon's hand tightened around the arm of his throne. He ordered his remaining guards to hold position and waited for me to fall. Orson stopped watching Cormac and watched me instead. The seer tracked every stagger, every breath, and every flicker in the golden flames, as if building a number he could trust. From their timing, they were waiting for the exact moment my fake life-burning technique appeared to finish me. My hands trembled, my steps slowed. Cormac landed just enough clean hits to make the lie feel earned. On Brighton's wall, Regina moved to jump down. Harrison caught her arm. My chef watched me wipe blood across the wrong side of my mouth. He had seen me fake weakness before. Harrison's eyes narrowed. Then he covered his face with both hands and let his shoulders shake for the enemy audience. The man had joined the production without seeing the script. Beautiful! Cormac mistook Harrison's reaction for grief. Deacon and Orson did too. Cormac slowed his punches and began herding me toward Deacon and Orson. Orson moved down from the floating island. Deacon's burning throne crossed the battlefield in slow, careful movements. The three visible leaders began closing around me. I thought the act only needed to fool 3 men. I was wrong about the audience. Deacon, Orson, and Cormac closed around me on Brighton's northern battlefield. I was still kneeling in borrowed blood, and Serena believed the performance a little too hard. My second empress pushed away from Bridget and tried to jump from the wall. Olivia caught Serena's wrist with the hand bound in her wedding veil. "Let go," Serena snapped. "He's hurt." My wife pressed Serena's fingers against the hidden communication jade. "He gave us healing pills," Olivia reminded her. "Read before you ruin this." Serena looked down at the jade under Olivia's veil. Then she looked at me. Then she looked back at Olivia. "He gave you secret jewelry and gave me medicine?" Serena demanded. Olivia's grip tightened. "This is your concern right now?" Serena fired back. "It became my concern when he made it romantic. Look, I was surrounded by 3 killers and pretending to die. The most dangerous pressure still came from the marriage department." The jade flashed one short instruction against Olivia's palm. When Harrison cries, "Collapse harder. Do not attack." That was all Serena needed. The pill had already taken the worst pain from Serena's leg. Olivia's damaged hand had stopped shaking under the veil. Both women could fight again. Their next job was making the enemy believe they could barely stand. Serena read the cue once more, then gave Olivia a small nod. My wife answered with one squeeze of her wrist. Rival empresses communicating without an argument was almost supernatural. Naturally, it lasted 3 seconds. My rich beggar's anger vanished. She clutched her injured leg, coughed dramatically, and fell against Bridget. "Austin," Serena cried, "your life-burning technique is destroying me through our bond." Olivia stared at her. "We don't have that bond," Olivia muttered. Serena whispered. "The enemy doesn't know that." Harrison watched both women from the wall. My chef had received no cue, no plan, and no explanation. He still understood the assignment better than everyone. Harrison dropped to one knee and covered his mouth. His shoulders shook. A broken sound escaped him. Regina reached for her husband. Harrison pushed her hand away and pointed at me with trembling fingers. "No," my chef gasped. "Austin, you promised you would never use that technique again." "I'd never used it once." Harrison's delivery still made me feel guilty. Deacon's burning throne stopped 20 paces from me. The people-burning patriot leaned forward, watching Harrison's tears instead of my hands. Orson descended from Crown Spire's floating island with a white blade of force around one arm. The old seer tracked every flicker in my fake golden flames. Cormac landed in front of me and cracked both fists. The boss without an army had lost hundreds of disciples. He still had enough confidence for a final bad decision. Cormac looked toward Deacon and Orson. "He is mine." Deacon lifted one hand. "His life belongs to the empire he insulted." Orson cut in. "Stop arguing. His strength is collapsing now." Three arrogant men had finally agreed on something. Deacon ordered Orson to cut off my retreat. Orson told Cormac to hold my body in place. Cormac promised he needed one clean hit. Each man believed the other two were support staff in his victory. Their public claims trapped them. The man who struck second lost the credit. The man who backed away admitted fear. They were all wrong. I let one arm shake under me. The golden fire around my shoulders shrank to a few weak tongues. Tilly dimmed the light from inside the relic. Baxter lowered the artificial wind and kept my temperature high. Cormac saw sweat. Deacon saw blood. Orson saw the exact lie he had spent the last minute building for himself. Orson's belief kept his guard low. A villain's favorite evidence is whatever lets him stay confident. Cormac stepped closer. Stand! I raised my head slowly. Come make me! His smile returned. There! Final button pressed. Cormac launched first. He drove both fists forward with enough body force to bend the fortress wall beneath us. Deacon sent a river of imperial flame from the left. Orson cut down from above with the condensed edge around his arm. 3 attacks reached me together. The crowd on Brighton's wall stopped breathing. Harrison shouted my name. Serena collapsed harder. Olivia held her sword hand against her chest and watched through narrowed eyes. I waited until all 3 men had crossed the point where retreat remained possible. Then I stood. Cormac saw my back straighten. His pupils tightened. Orson tried to pull his strike away. Deacon's throne reversed so hard that the rear flames burst. Too late for all 3. I opened my arms. Exploding lobster! Tilly threw 2 huge red-gold claws around the collision. Baxter snapped them shut with thunder loud enough to shake every balcony in Deacon's moving city. The name was ridiculous. The timing was perfect. Cormac's fist struck my palms. Deacon's flame hit my left side. Orson's cutting force met my right shoulder. I released one controlled pulse through all 3 attacks. Cormac's arms folded against his own chest. His body spun backward and tore through the field. Deacon's fire reversed along its path. It swallowed the front of his throne and threw him through the burning canopy. Orson's blade shattered into white fragments. The recoil opened his shoulder and launched him into Crownspire's floating island. A red blood-pact mark flashed around Cormac's wrist. Its twin burned across Orson's palm. The pact carried part of the damage between Cormac and Orson. Deacon took his share when my pulse reversed his own flame into him. 1 bad agreement. 3 injured idiots. Deacon's officers abandoned the front balcony when his burning throne crashed through it. Crownspire disciples dragged themselves away from the edge as Orson hit their floating island. Cormac landed among the broken banners of the army he had just lost. Brighton's soldiers saw all 3 leaders fall from one collision. The first cheer started at the gate, ran across the wall, and reached the welfare children before the thunder finished. The red-gold claws vanished. I remained in the center of the crater. Then I looked toward the wall, remembered the performance, and threw myself backward. In my defense, a clean landing would have wasted Harrison's tears. Olivia left the wall first. My wife caught my shoulders before I hit the ground. Serena arrived from the other side and caught my waist while still pretending her leg had failed. For one glorious second, I was held between 2 empresses in battle armor. Then Olivia squeezed the wound makeup on my sleeve and whispered, "You could have warned us about the lobster." I moved my lips without sound. "You forgot your lines." Serena leaned close enough for her hair to brush my face. "I improvised," I mouthed. "You invented a life bond." Serena smiled. It sounded romantic. Olivia pulled my head against her chest before the enemies could read my mouth. In my defense, the armor was still winning several arguments. Harrison reached us and pushed both hands into the dirt. My chef looked at my perfectly healthy face, saw me blink once, and produced tears so convincing that Serena looked offended. "Austin burned his life," Harrison announced to the whole battlefield. "Then he burned his soul after the life ran out." The nearest Brighton soldiers turned toward him. Deacon dragged himself from his broken throne and listened. Orson hung against the edge of the floating island, blood running down one sleeve. Cormac rose from the crater with both arms shaking. Harrison continued. "That ancient technique forces the body beyond its final limit. The user wins one exchange, then dies in the arms of whoever loved him too late." Serena's eyes widened. Serena whispered, "That line was better than mine." Olivia answered under her breath. "Stop competing with the Prime Minister," Serena whispered. "I'm competing with everyone." Harrison bent over me and cried harder. The man had turned my fake death into a full production upgrade. Beautiful! My chef was cooking without a kitchen. Olivia finally joined the act. My wife pressed her forehead against mine. Her voice came out low and broken. "Austin, open your eyes!" They were already open. She covered them with her hand. Serena grabbed my robe. "You promised me another gift," I whispered. "Still alive." Serena squeezed hard enough to warn me against correcting her scene. On the enemy side, Deacon tried to stand and failed once. Orson slid down from the floating island. His left arm hung useless. Cormac's chest had caved around the point where my pulse returned his own force. All 3 remained alive. All three believed I had spent everything to hurt them. That belief lasted exactly as long as we needed. Harrison lifted his face toward the enemy leaders. "You killed Brighton's protector," my chef shouted. "May the heavens remember your cowardice." The people-burning patriot smiled through blood. Cormac forced one foot forward. Orson looked at my still body and finally lowered his guard. Olivia stopped crying. My wife placed my head in Serena's lap and rose with her sword. Golden ice spread from the national seal across her armor. The wedding veil tightened around her injured hand and blade. Serena stayed beside me, still selling grief. Her scythe rested within reach. Olivia stepped into the crater. Deacon's smile disappeared. My wife pointed her sword at the three wounded men. "You burned my people," Olivia told them. "You used my brother's deaths to build this furnace. Austin gave me the opening. I will finish it." No one on Brighton's side cheered yet. The war furnace still roared behind them. Its victims still needed help. Olivia's next strike carried real names. She advanced. Cormac tried to lift his arms. They barely moved. Deacon reached for the remains of his throne. The flames failed to answer. Orson laughed. It came out wet and weak, but the confidence behind it had survived. "You won this exchange," Orson warned Olivia. "Brighton still will not win." Olivia took another step. "Then die before you explain." The space above Orson folded inward. A narrow golden line opened where empty air had been. A woman stepped through it. Long golden hair fell across a black and gold robe. She stood on a thin layer of bent space, untouched by the broken ground beneath her. Deacon dropped to both knees. His surviving officers followed before anyone ordered them. Cormac forced his ruined body down beside him. The body saint had refused to kneel under Olivia's sword. One look from this woman folded him faster than my punch had. Orson bowed until his forehead nearly touched the dirt. The bow explained why Orson had kept smiling after losing. He had kept one superior hidden behind the entire war. Orson pressed his forehead lower. "Cordelia Bracken, please forgive our failure." That gave me her name. Cordelia Bracken looked over the three men kneeling before her. The woman in the spatial fold had watched her entire visible team get cooked and still looked personally offended by their incompetence. "An emperor, a seer, and a body saint," Cordelia said. "Three grown men lost to one dying husband." Deacon lowered his head further. Cormac's jaw tightened. Orson tried to explain the fake life-burning technique. Cordelia cut him off. "Your excuses are weaker than your bodies." She looked toward Olivia and Serena. Then Cordelia looked at the place where I had been lying. Her eyes stopped. Olivia stood beside Serena. Both women were upright. Harrison had wiped his face clean. Their arms were empty. Cordelia turned slightly. I stood behind her on the folded layer of space. Cordelia's arrival had surprised me. Baxter found her exposed aura the instant Orson spoke her name, so I moved before my face admitted it. Cordelia started to turn. I leaned close enough for her to hear one word. "Gotcha." Baxter locked onto her aura. The folded space under Cordelia's feet shuddered. Olivia's golden ice returned at full strength. Serena rose without a limp and spun her scythe once. Harrison stood, dusted off his robe, and looked almost disappointed that the death scene had ended. Across the field, Brighton's soldiers realized the grief had been bait. Their weapons rose together. Deacon stared at Harrison. My chef gave him a small bow. Cormac looked from my clean posture to his ruined arms. Orson finally understood that his warning had exposed the person above him. Cordelia faced me fully. For the first time since she stepped out of hidden space, her expression changed. "You knew I was here?" Cordelia asked. I smiled. Of course I had an answer. It did not need to be true. Cordelia Bracken turned toward me on the folded layer of space. Behind her, Deacon, Orson, and Cormac remained on their knees. She was the woman from the spatial fold, the fourth player I had never planned for. She asked whether I had known she was hiding there. I had two choices. I could admit the truth, or I could speak confidently until somebody else explained the plot. You know which one I chose. "Obviously," I answered. Cordelia's eyes narrowed. I walked around her like we were discussing a late delivery instead of a battlefield full of bodies. Cordelia kept turning just enough to face me, but Baxter's lock followed every shift in her aura. She had placed herself at the center. I refused to stand where she put me. "You studied me," I told her. "You learned that I protect civilians. So you let Deacon burn his own people, let Orson target my wife, and let Cormac beat two injured empresses." The crowd on Brighton's wall listened. Cordelia did too. I continued. "You expected me to reveal my strength. Then your three disposable geniuses would exhaust me, and you would step in at the perfect moment." Deacon's face tightened at disposable. Orson looked up at Cordelia, hoping she would deny it. Cormac stared at me because I had still not explained his special role. Cordelia folded her hands behind her back. "You invented that while walking around me." "Correct," I said. "The speed should concern you." A Brighton soldier started clapping. McKenna raised her damaged sword, Regina smiled, and the defectors followed. Within seconds, half the northern wall applauded a theory I had invented while walking. Most of them had no idea what I meant, neither did I. Once the wall applauded, admitting I was guessing became socially impossible. Cordelia looked toward the cheering wall. "They believe you." "They watched me return from the void wearing a bad mask," I replied. "Their standards are flexible." The one-armed welfare girl raised her wooden sword from behind Regina and shouted, "Big Brother planned everything! That hurt my ability to confess." I pointed at Deacon. "The Emperor was easy. He called mass sacrifice patriotism because cowardice sounded bad on a throne." Deacon pushed one hand against the ground. "You know nothing about Eastmarch," I told him. "I know you poured Eastmarch into a furnace." His hand stopped moving. I pointed at Orson next. "The Crownspire seer provided the old man authority." Orson glared at me. "I read fate before your grandparents were born." I looked at his torn white robes, ruined arm, and burned hair. "You should have read a mirror." Brighton's wall laughed. Orson's face turned darker than the blood on his sleeve. Cormac waited. I looked past him. The body saint finally snapped. And what role did I play? I glanced back as if noticing him for the first time. "You had a role?" Cormac's remaining confidence folded. The boss without an army had survived the collision. Being ignored almost finished him. Cordelia's mouth twitched. Smile or threat? Either option looked dangerous. "Enough!" Cordelia ordered. The applause stopped. Bent space spread from beneath her feet. The broken stones around us rose without touching one another. Baxter spoke inside my head. "Master, her aura is locked. Spatial control remains active." That was useful information. It also meant Cordelia could still move the room while standing inside it. She looked at Deacon, Orson, and Cormac. Cordelia ordered, "Get up, we're leaving." Olivia moved beside me with her sword raised. Serena took my other side and rolled one shoulder around her scythe. My wife addressed Cordelia. "Your kneeling subordinates used Brighton citizens as furnace fuel. You expect to leave with them?" Cordelia studied the national seal glowing through Olivia's armor. Cordelia answered, "I did not come for Brighton." Serena stepped closer. "Then you picked a terrible vacation." Cordelia ignored her. Her gaze settled on me. "Cordelia told us, the Holy Dragon relic is the only reason I came," Cordelia continued. "It should still be anchored beyond ordinary space. None of you should be able to touch it." Orson lowered his eyes. Deacon looked toward the war furnace. Cormac tried to stand and failed halfway. I nodded slowly. "So Clifton's formation delivered me to it for you." Cordelia's expression gave me nothing. I was still guessing, so I kept the excellent posture and moved on. "You expected the relic to stay where it was," I continued. Cordelia's gaze sharpened. "It cannot be moved." "Beautiful." I held out one hand. "Baxter." My overqualified assistant opened storage. A palm-sized golden core appeared above my hand. Mountains, rivers, chains, halls, and an entire inner world existed inside that single contracted object. The Holy Dragon relic turned slowly over my palm like expensive luggage. Cordelia stopped breathing for one beat. Orson lifted his head. Deacon forgot the pain in his legs. Cormac finally stood because surprise accomplished what pride could not. Cordelia took one involuntary step toward the core. Bent space moved with her, then stopped when she did. "That is impossible," Cordelia said. "I curled my fingers around the relic." She had expected an anchored world waiting beyond ordinary space. I was holding that world like a paperweight. "Hand it over," Cordelia ordered. I kept the core over my palm. "You spent 2 countries reaching it and still arrived empty-handed." Cordelia's voice hardened. "You cannot keep what belongs to the human emperor." "I adopted the spirit, freed the guardian, and packed the realm," I told her. "Your claim needs work." "You should stop saying impossible around me," I added. "It keeps aging badly." Cordelia's jaw tightened. Cordelia pointed at the core. "The guardian cannot contract the full relic. The inner laws would tear it apart." I answered, "The guardian had help. I tapped the golden core once." The relic opened. Tilly Carlyle stepped out first. My daughter landed beside me in a small golden dress, caught my sleeve, and looked up at Cordelia with open suspicion. Roderick Wycliffe emerged behind her. The true Holy Dragon Guardian still had his horns and ancient robes. He also carried the fruit tray Tilly had refused to let him abandon. The ancient tray carrier looked across the battlefield. He saw the war furnace, the broken army, 2 injured empresses, and Cordelia standing one hand away from his relic. Roderick moved the tray behind his back. "Priorities, I respected them." Tilly pointed at Cordelia. "Father, is she trying to steal my room?" answered. "It looks that way." Tilly's eyes hardened. Golden imperial energy rolled from her small body and washed across the relic core. Olivia's national seal answered. The golden ice scales along my wife's armor brightened. She stared at Tilly, then at the energy linking the girl to the ancient relic. Olivia lowered her sword 1 inch. "She is a spirit body," my wife said. Ancient Imperial Dragon energy with intelligence. Cordelia looked at Olivia for the first time with real interest. Authentic human Emperor relic energy, Cordelia whispered. Tilly hid half her body behind me while continuing to glare at the woman. Her other hand stayed on the relic core, and the golden light inside it followed her breathing. Roderick stepped between Cordelia and the child. The relic has chosen its current household, the true guardian warned. Cordelia looked at him. You contracted it for this man. Roderick glanced at me, remembered the chains I had snapped and the world I had nearly broken, then answered carefully. The arrangement was persuasive. Serena looked from Tilly to me. Then my second Empress looked at Olivia. Then Serena looked back at the child holding my sleeve. Austin, Serena said carefully, why is that little girl calling you father? Tilly answered before I could. Because he is my father. Serena's sigh lowered, her mouth opened. She looked at my face as if checking whether a month in the void had included a secret decade. I became a mother without giving birth? Serena demanded. Olivia kept watching Tilly's spirit energy. That is your first question? Serena answered. It is the urgent one. In my defense, I told both women, the adoption happened during a fish negotiation. Serena stared at me. Olivia finally looked away from Tilly. A fish negotiation? My wife repeated. Roderick cleared his throat. The child was a fish briefly. That did not help. Tilly tightened her grip on my sleeve. Father was going to cook me, then he adopted me. Serena's eyes widened further. Olivia pinched the bridge of her nose with the hand holding her sword. I had survived assassins, realms, formations, and a body saint. The family explanation was about to kill me socially. Cordelia saved me. The relic hunter stepped backward and raised one hand. Space around the battlefield twisted. The laughter on Brighton's walls stopped. The golden core over my palm pulled toward Cordelia. Baxter tightened the lock around her aura. Cordelia looked at Tilly, Roderick, and the contracted relic. Cordelia stopped looking at Brighton. Every fold of space around her turned toward the golden core. My reveal had given her the target and proof that it could travel. Brighton's broken laws are wasting time, Cordelia said. We will finish this outside. The air around us folded into a narrowing ring. I moved Tilly behind me. Roderick stepped beside her. Olivia and Serena raised their weapons. Deacon, Orson, and Cormac smiled through their injuries. Outside Brighton, the suppression on their original realms would end. Cordelia closed her hand. The battlefield disappeared. Cordelia closed her hand, and the folded space swallowed us. Tilly held my robe. Roderick caught her other arm. Deacon, Orson, and Cormac vanished with Cordelia beside us. Olivia and Serena remained one step outside the closing ring. My wife reached for me. Her fingers passed through the final layer of bent space. Then Brighton disappeared. Brighton's suppression vanished with it. The change hit the three wounded leaders at once. Their bodies had been forced down to Brighton's 10th realm ceiling for the entire battle. The moment Cordelia pulled them beyond that broken law, every sealed layer of power began forcing itself back open. Cormac's damaged body force surged first. Deacon's imperial flames rose around his broken robes. Orson's higher realm pressure returned, despite every wound he carried out of Brighton. All three men had been badly injured inside Brighton. Now their full realms were coming back. Baxter pulled the relic core back into storage as the fold closed. I still had Tilly behind me and Roderick at my side. I also had no confirmed destination. Look, the facts were simple and bad. Brighton was gone. Cordelia controlled the route. Three enemies were recovering faster than their wounds should allow. Tilly was holding my robe hard enough to tear it. Roderick moved in front of my daughter and spread one sleeve across her. Baxter kept the relic locked in storage while tracking Cordelia's aura through the spatial current. I shifted my weight toward the nearest threat. Cordelia's spatial current sealed around us before anyone attacked. I could not see the destination. What happened in Brighton reached me later through Olivia, Serena, and Harrison. Back on the northern battlefield, the last trace of Cordelia's fold hung above the crater as a thin golden seam. Serena's eldest Ashen Crown guard reached it first. She pressed two fingers near the edge and pulled them back when the space burned through her glove. Likely around the 17th realm, the eldest guard warned. That's an estimate. Her spatial control may be stronger. Regina looked toward the vanished group. And the others? The guard answered. Outside Brighton, the suppression no longer holds them at the 10th realm. Deacon, Orson, and Cormac will recover their original power. McKenna gripped her damaged sword. Bridget turned from the fading trace toward the war furnace. Screams still came from the ancient city beneath Brighton Ridge. I was gone with the enemy leaders. People from East March and Crownspire remained trapped inside the furnace. Every second spent staring at the trace cost someone inside it. Serena followed Bridget's gaze, then faced her three guards. Take the defectors and Brighton's surviving soldiers, my second Empress ordered. Get every living person you can out of the war furnace. Do not follow until Brighton is secure. Her eldest guard hesitated. Your Majesty, where are you going? Serena pointed her scythe toward the fading spatial trail. To bring my man back, Serena answered. Then my second empress looked at Olivia and remembered the other problem. Austin has a daughter. Olivia studied the fading trail. She's a spirit body, Serena fired back. That doesn't answer the dangerous part. It answers the biological part, Olivia replied. Serena looked offended. He disappeared for 1 month. I'm allowed to ask whether he built a second family in the void. The child called him father, Olivia answered. Roderick called her a spirit. Austin called the adoption a fish negotiation. Those facts are already terrible enough. Serena's expression tightened. You sound calm. I'm saving the anger for him, Olivia replied. Good, Serena answered. I refuse to carry the whole argument. Olivia finally looked at her. Ask after we stop him from being killed. Serena tightened her grip on the scythe. I'll ask while killing whoever took him. Get in line, my wife replied. There it was. The rival empresses had reached perfect cooperation and immediately turned rescue order into a marriage dispute. At least the argument made their next choice faster. The eldest guard looked between them and the dying trace. Your Majesties, that path may lead beyond every realm you can survive. Olivia's loose contract ring gave one weak pulse under her gauntlet. It offered no location and no protection. The fading spatial trail was all she had. Golden ice spread beneath my wife's boots. Then I'll die moving toward my husband, Olivia answered. I won't stand here while someone else chooses where he disappears. She rose toward the final bend in space. Serena flew beside her. If death is the admission price, my second empress said, Olivia can pay after me. Olivia faced forward. Try to keep up. Serena looked back once at her guards. The eldest guard placed one fist against her chest. The other 2 guards copied her. We'll bring them out, the eldest guard promised. One guard turned toward the furnace immediately. Another called Brighton's surviving healers and defectors into formation. The eldest guard joined them after Olivia and Serena disappeared north. McKenna watched both women leave and took 1 step forward. The spatial trail had already thinned until the northern sky showed through it. Another few breaths and even the direction would be gone. Regina caught her shoulder. You can't follow that spatial path with a damaged sword, the Grand General warned. McKenna looked north. Austin is out there with 3 enemies at full strength. Bridget tightened the bandage around her arm. And Cordelia. She hid from every sense on this battlefield until Orson called her out, McKenna answered. Austin still got behind her. That's why I'm worried for her, Bridget said. It's also why I'm worried about whatever she does next. Regina's hand closed harder on McKenna's shoulder. For once, the walking fortress had no wall she could punch through to reach us. Harrison approached from behind them. My chef had already stopped acting. Dust covered his prime minister robes. His eyes were dry. Hold the capital, Harrison told Regina. The Grand General looked at him. You sound calm. I've met Austin, Harrison answered. McKenna turned toward him. The suppression is gone. Cormac's a body saint. Orson and Deacon have their original realms. Cordelia may be around the 17th. Harrison looked at the crater where I had vanished. Then my chef looked at the broken ironbound banners and Deacon's ruined moving city. That morning, an ironbound army had filled the field. Higher realms have never protected Austin's enemies, Harrison said. Bridget asked, You're certain? Harrison gave her the same look he used when someone questioned whether dinner would be ready. I watched him fake his death because winning normally bored him, Harrison answered. McKenna's grip on her sword eased. Regina looked north again. Harrison continued. Those people just regained their full strength. Good. My chef's voice stayed calm. Now they'll live long enough to understand what Austin really is. He looked at the fading spatial scar. And when they finally understand, regret will be the only thing they have left.